The Seminar of Jacques Lacan. Book XXIII. Edited by Jacques Alain Miller. Translated by A.R. Price. Contents. The Spirit of the Knots. I on the logical use of the sinthome, or Freud with Joyce 3. 2 on what makes a whole in the real 17. 3 on the knot as the subject's support 33. The Joyce Trail. 4 Joyce and the Fox Riddle 47v. Was Joyce mad? 62-6. Joyce and imposed words 74. The invention of the real. 7 on a fa/lace that vouches for the real 87. 8 on sense, sex, and the real 100. 9 from the unconscious to the real 110. By way of conclusion. X the writing of the ego 123. Appendices. Joyce the Symptom, by Jacques Lacan 141. Presentation at Lacan's Seminar, by Jacques Aubert 149. Reading notes, by Jacques Aubert 166. A note threaded stitch by stitch, by Jacques Alain Miller 176. Book XXIII. The Sinthome 1975–1976. The Spirit 0f the Knots. I. On the logical use of the sinthome, or Freud with Joyce. Joyce, that father-tasked wretch. The body, form and the fact of saying. The father is a sinthome. On the four-component Borromean link. On an art that foils the truth of the sinthome. Figure S drawn on the blackboard 1. Sinthome is an old way of spelling what was subsequently spelt symptomy. This way of spelling it marks a date, that of the injection of Greek into what I call my la lingua, specifically French. 2 Indeed, I've allowed myself to alter its spelling in this way because Joyce, in the first chapter of Ulysses S.E.S., expressed his wish to Hellenize, to inject in like fashion the Hellenic tongue, but into what? We don't know, since it wasn't Gaelic, even though Ireland was involved. Joyce had to write in English, there's no doubt about that. However, as someone whom I do hope is here in the audience, Philippe Sollers, has remarked in THIRD-WORLDISM, Joyce wrote in English in such a way that the English language no longer exists. Admittedly, this tongue was already one that bore little consistency, which doesn't mean that it's easy to write in English, but, through the sequence of works that he penned in English, Joyce. For the Spirit of the Knots. Added something to it that makes the same author say that it ought to be written /elagus. 3 I suppose he thereby means to designate something like the elation that we are told lies at the root of a sort of sinthome that in psychiatry we call mania. Mania is indeed what Joyce's last work looks like, the one that he strung out for such a long while to attract the attention of all and sundry, namely Finnegan's Wake. It was in relation to this work that I let myself get roped into opening a Joyce symposium, given what I must say was a pressing request from Jacques Aubert, who is present here today and every bit as pressing. This was also how, all told, I let myself be turned away from the project I announced at the end of the last academic year, which was to call this year's seminar 4, 5, 6. I've made do with 4, and I'm glad because I would surely have been defeated by 4, 5, 6. This doesn't mean that the 4 at issue shall sit any more lightly on my shoulders. 1. I have inherited from Freud, quite in spite of myself, for having stated in my time what could be gleaned with sound logic from the gibberish of those he called his band, and whom I've no need to name. This was the clique that attended the Vienna meetings, and it can't be said that a single one of them followed the path of what I'm calling sound logic. To cut to the chase, I shall say that what specifies nature per se is that it is not a nature, hence logical process as a means of broaching it. Through the process of calling nature that which you exclude by the very fact of taking an interest in something, this something becoming differentiated on account of being named, nature ventures nothing save to affirm itself as a potpourri of what is not in the nature of anything. This statement has one advantage, which is the following. Should you find, fairly reckoning, that naming stands apart from what seems to be the law of nature, that man doesn't enjoy any relation that is naturally sexual, this naturally comes with every reservation. Well, this statement allows you logically to posit that this is not exclusive to man, which does actually turn out to be the case. Take care, however, not to start saying that there is nothing natural about sex. Try instead to find out how it is in each case, from bacteria to birds, because they do have names. I've already alluded to both one and the other. On the logical use of the sinthome 5. Let's note in passing that in the creation that is said to be divine only in that it makes reference to naming, the bacterium is not named. Nor is it named when, fooling around with the putative original man, God suggests he begin by the act of saying the name of each little beastie. The only trace we have of this first bout of mucking around lies in concluding from it that Adam, as his name indicates well enough, an allusion to Peirce's function of the index, was a madam, precisely in keeping with the joke that Joyce makes. Indeed, one does have to assume that Adam only ever named the beasts in the tongue of she that I shall call /Evie. I've every right to call her this because in Hebrew, if Hebrew is indeed a tongue, her name means mother of the living. For well, /Evie found her tongue straight away, and kept it well oiled, because after the putative naming by Adam she was the first person to put it to use, in order to speak to the serpent. This so-called divine creation is thus redoubled by the parley of the parletre, as I've called him, by which /Evie turns the serpent into what you'll allow me to call the serapheses, the buttock clencher, later designated as a file, a fault line, or better still, a phallus, because you need one to make the faux pas. 5. This is the fault, the sin, which my sinthome advantageously starts with. In English, sin refers to the trespass of original sin, hence the necessity of the fact that the fault line that is always growing doesn't stop, unless it should undergo the stop of castration as possible. I said in the past that this possible is what stops being written. Seeing you here in such large numbers, I reckon there must all the same be some who have already heard my yarns, but you haven't remotely noticed, since I myself didn't, that a comma has to be included here. The possible is what stops, comma, being written. Or rather, what would stop, taking the path of being written in the event that the discourse I have mentioned would at last come to be, a discourse such that it is not semblance. Is it impossible for truth ever to be produced by savoir-faire? No, it isn't, but then it shall only be half said, incarnated in a signifier s subscript 1, right where it takes at least two of them for the woman, the one and only, she who is mythical in the sense that the myth makes her singular, it's Eve, whom I spoke about just now, ever to have been incontestably possessed, for having tasted the fruit of the forbidden tree, the tree of knowledge. Eve, then, is not mortal. She is no more mortal than Socrates. The woman in question is another name of God, and it is in this respect that she doesn't exist, as I've said many times. 6. The spirit of the knots. You will notice Aristotle's cunning here, not wanting the singular to play a role in his logic. Now, contrary to what he allowed in the aforesaid logic, it has to be said that Socrates is not a man, because he agrees to die so that the city will live on. He accepts this, and this is a fact. Moreover, it really has to be said that on this occasion he doesn't want to hear his wife speak. Hence my formula about woman, which I'm pegging out, as it were, for your use, by using the ij navra, which is the opposition, dismissed by Aristotle, to the universal of the nav, and which I picked out from the Organon. I haven't managed to find it again, but I did read it there, sure enough that my daughter, who is here today, put her finger on it and swore to me earlier that she would find the place again for me. Woman is not all but in the equivocal form that takes on its piquancy from this la lingua of ours, in the form of but not that, as when one says, anything, but not that. This was precisely Socrates' position. The but not that is what, under this year's title, I'm introducing as the sinthome. At this instant, at the instance of the letter such as it has so far been outlined, and don't expect any better, because whatever might be more effective would do no better than to displace the sinthome, even to multiply it, For the present instance, there is the sinthome masakinas, which I spell however you like. You know that Joyce had slaved quite enough over the sinthome. As far as philosophy is concerned, no one's ever done any better. One has to put things as best one can, it's the only true thing there is. This doesn't prevent Joyce from not really making head or tail of it with respect to the thing by which he sets such great store, namely what he calls beauty. On this point, have a look at Jacques Aubert's book and you'll see that in the sinthome sakinas there is goodness knows what exactly which he calls claritas, which Joyce replaces with something along the lines of the radiance of being, which is really the weak point at issue. Is this a personal weakness? I don't find the radiance of being to be all that striking. And it is in precisely this respect that Joyce strips the sinthome of its masaquinism. Contrary to how things might appear at first glance, namely somewhat detached from politics, this produced what I shall call the sinthome rule. The Freeman's Journal represented this home rule as a sun rising behind the Bank of Ireland. As if by chance, Joyce has it come up in the northwest, which is not usual for a sunrise. Despite the squeaking that we meet on this subject in Joyce, it's nonetheless the sinthome rule, the rolling sinthome, on rollers, that Joyce conjoins. On the logical use of the sinthome 7. It's quite certain that these two terms could be given different names. I'm naming them this way on account of the two aspects available to Joyce's art, which will be keeping us busy this year in view of what I said earlier, which I introduced, and which I did no better than call by the name he deserves, that suits him, by changing its spelling. Both spellings concern him, but it's a fact that Joyce makes a choice, and in this regard he is, like me, a heretic. For heresis is precisely what specifies the heretic. One has to choose the path by which to capture the truth, especially since, once the choice has been made, no one is prevented from subjecting it to confirmation, that is, from being a heretic in the right way. The right way is the one that, when the nature of the sinthome has been recognized, doesn't shrink from using it logically, that is, from using it to the point of reaching its real, at the end of which it is sated. 2. Joyce did that, but in an approximate fashion, of course, because one couldn't get off to a worse start than he did. Being born in Dublin with a boozing father who was more or less a Fenian, that is, a fanatic, from two families, because that's how it turns out for everyone when one is a son of two families and when it so happens that one believes oneself to be male because one has a little scrap of a dick. Pardon me for this word, but naturally it takes more than that. However, since his dick was a bit lax, as it were, his art supplemented his phallic allure. And this is always the way. The phallus is the conjunction between what I've called this parasite, which is the little scrap of a dick in question, and the function of speech. And it is in this respect that his art is the true guarantor of his phallus. Aside from that, let's say that he was a pauvre here, a poor wretch, and even a pauvre heretique. The Joyceans who have enjoyment of his heresy are only to be found in academia. But Joyce quite deliberately wanted this breed to busy themselves with him. The best of it is that he managed, and beyond all measure. It has lasted, and will last further still. He expressly wanted 300 years of it. He said he wanted to keep the critics busy for 300 years, and this he shall achieve, provided God doesn't athomize us. See here, one cannot say set here, the aspirated H forbids it, and this even bothers everyone so much that they say le pauvre here, this wretch conceived of himself as a hero. Stephen Hero is the title. 8. The Spirit of the Knots. Expressly given to the book from which he prepared a portrait of the artist as a young man. I would have liked at least to show you the edition to get, but I didn't bring the book along, which is really daft of me. It's hard to find, which is why I'm telling you how much you will have to insist. Nicole Sells, who is here today, sent me a very precise note, more what you'd call a letter, where over 2 pages she explains that currently it's impossible to get hold of this text, along with its criticism by different people, all of whom are academics. Besides, To write on Joyce is one way of getting into the university. The university draws in Joyceans. It gives them degrees. They're already in a good position. In short, you won't find the... I don't know how to pronounce this name. Jacques Aubert will tell me. Is it Beeb or Beeb-ie? Usually, one says Beeb-ie. He's at the top of the list, with an article on Joyce that's in a class of its own. Further down you have Hugh Kenner, who in my opinion speaks fairly well about Joyce, perhaps because of the St. Thomas Aquinas in question. And then there are others right up to the end. I regret that you won't be able to have this book at your disposal. Truth be told, it was a schoolboy blunder on my part, if ever there was one, to have shrunk the characters of this short note. You'll have to make arrangements with Nicole Sells to get a series of photocopies made. As I reckon there are not that many of you who are up to scratch in English, especially Joyce's English, this should only be a small number, but clearly there will be some competition, my goodness, legitimate competition. A portrait of the artist. You have to write artist with all the stress on the. This "the" is not entirely the same as our French definite article, of course. But one can trust Joyce. If he says the, it's because he really reckons that, when it comes to the artist, he's the only one. In this, he is singular. As a young man is very suspect. In French, that would translate as come. In other words, what is at issue is the comment, the how. The French is telling on this point. When one employs an adverb when one speaks, when one says really, mentally, heroically, adding on this "ly" already in itself tells you that one is lying. There is something of a lie in any adverb. This is no accident. When we interpret, we must pay attention to this. Someone who is fairly close to me made the remark with regard to the tongue, in so far as this designates the instrument of speech. On the logical use of the sinthome 9. That it is also the tongue that carries what are called taste buds. Well, I retorted that ce chew on dit meant is not for nothing. 6. It's good of you to chuckle, but it's not funny because when all is said and done the equivoque is all we have as a weapon against the symptom. It so happens that I afford myself the luxury of supervising, as they call it, a certain number of people who have authorized themselves, each on their own, to be analysts, in keeping with my formula. There are two stages. There is a stage when they go like a rhino. They go barging in any old how, and I always go along with them. Indeed, they are always right. The second stage consists in playing on the equivoque that might free up something of the sinthome. Indeed, interpretation operates solely through equivoques. There has to be something in the signifier that resonates. It comes as a surprise that this wasn't even remotely apparent to the British philosophers. I'm calling them philosophers because they're not psychoanalysts. They staunchly believe that speech doesn't have any effects. They're wrong. They do entertain the existence of drives, but even then, only when they are good enough not to translate trieb as instinct. They don't entertain the idea that the drives are the echo in the body of a fact of saying. For this fact of saying to resonate, for it to be consonant, to use another word of sinthome Aquinas, the body has to be sensitive to it. And it's a fact that it is. The body is sensitive to it because it has a few orifices, the most important of which is the ear because it can't be sealed, shut, or closed off. It is because of this that there is a response in the body to what I have called the voice. The trouble is surely that there is not only the ear. The gaze also puts up some stiff competition. More geometrico. Because of form, the form that was so dear to Plato, the individual presents himself just as he has been put together, as a body. And this body possesses such a power of captivation that up to a certain point one should be envious of the blind. How might a blind man, assuming he knows how to use Braille, read Euclid? The astonishing thing is that form offers up nothing more than the bag, or, if you like, the bubble, because it's something that inflates. The obsessional is more stricken by this than anyone else because, as I said somewhere and was reminded recently, he belongs to the same register as the frog who wanted to be as big as an ox. A certain fable allows us to see the effects of that. It's particularly difficult, as we know, to wrench the obsessional away from the stranglehold of the gaze. 10. The spirit of the knots. The bag, such as it is envisaged in the set theory that Cantor founded, is made manifest, or even demonstrated, if every demonstration is to be held to demonstrate the imaginary that it implies, as fit to be connoted with an ambiguity between 1 and 0. This is the only fitting support for the confines of the empty set, which imposes itself in this theory. Hence our scription S. 1. Which, I specify, is read S subscript 1. It does not form the unity of 1, but it indicates that it is an empty bag, since it is able to contain nothing. It nonetheless remains that an empty bag is still a bag, namely the one that can be imagined only on the basis of the existence and the consistence that the body possesses on account of being a pot. This existence and this consistence have to be held to be real, since the real is the fact of holding them together, hence the word begriff, which means precisely that. The imaginary here shows its homogeneity with the real, and it shows that this homogeneity is due solely to the fact of number, insofar as number is binary, 1 or 0. This means that it only supports 2 by dint of 1 not being 0, by dint of 1 existing relative to 0, but it doesn't consist in any of it. So it is that Cantor's theory has to start afresh from the pair, but then the set stands in third place. The conjunction between the first set and what amounts to the other doesn't come about. This is precisely why the symbol offloads onto the imaginary. The symbol carries the subscript 2, indicating that it is a pair, that is to say, that it introduces division in the subject, whoever this subject might be, through whatever is uttered here de facto. Since this fact remains suspended from the enigma of enunciation, which is simply a fact closed in upon itself, the fact of the fact, as it is written, le fait du fait, the pinnacle of the fact, or le fait du fait, the fact of the pinnacle, as it is said. The facts are equal in fact. Equivocal and equivalent, the fact is thereby the limit of what is said. What is incredible is that men saw quite clearly that the symbol could only be a fractured part, and that this has been so, as it were, since time immemorial. But what is also incredible is that they didn't see at the time of this immemorial time, that this entailed the unity and the reciprocity of the signifier and the signified, and that consequently the originary signified doesn't mean anything, that it is only a sign of arbitration between two signifiers, a sign of arbitration, and, due to this fact, there is no arbitrariness in choosing between them. Arbitration, or, to say it in English, umpire. That's how Joyce writes it. There is only any umpire on the basis of empire, on the basis of the imperium over the body, just as everything bears its mark following the trial by ordeal. On the logical use of the sinthome 11. Here the one confirms its detachment from the two. It only makes 3 through imaginary forcing, the same that imposes a kind of will that suggests to one to manhandle the other, without being bound to either of them. 3. For the condition to have been expressly posited that, starting with 3 rings, a link is made such that a break in one of the rings, the middle one, if I may put it in a somewhat abridged form, sets the other 2, whichever they may be, free from one another. It had to be noticed that this had been inscribed on the coat of arms of the Borromeo family. The so-called Nsud Borromeo was thus already there without anyone being shrewd enough to learn a lesson from it. 7. It is precisely here that we find what lies behind the error of thinking that this knot is a norm for the relationship between the 3 functions that only exist one relative to the other in their implementation within the being who, forming a knot, believes himself to be a man. It is not a break between the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real that defines perversion, it is that they already stand apart in such a way that a 4th term has to be supposed, which on this occasion is the sinthome. I am saying that what forms the Borromean link has to be supposed to be tetradic, that perversion merely means version vers le pair, aversion towards the father, and that all in all, the father is a symptom, or a sinthome, as you wish. The existence of the symptom is what is implicat ed by the very position that presupposes this enigmatic bond between the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. The Borromean link s. 12. The spirit of the knots. The following figuration, here on the left, is a diagram of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real, each separate from the other. Already, in my previous planar diagrams, you have the possibility of binding them together. With what? With the sinthome, the fourth ring. The three separate rings, the rings linked by the fourth ring, the sinthome 9. That gives you this relationship, namely, the imaginary, the real, the symptom, which I'm writing here with a sigma, and the symbolic. Each one is interchangeable in a way that will, I hope, strike you as quite straightforward. To spell it out, 1 onto 2 can permute to 2 onto 1, while 3 onto 4 can permute to 4 onto 3. R. L. SIRL, S123424143. I. The combinatory IRL, S. We find ourselves in the situation where the link of 1 onto 2, indeed of 2 onto 1, has in the midst of it, as it were, the 3 and the 4, that is, the I, and the S. In what way do the symptom and the symboi find themselves caught between the real and the imaginary? I'll show you with this simple configuration. On the logical use of the sinthome. The four-component Borromean link showing the symptom and the symbol between the real and the imaginary. 13. On the left, you can see 4 bytes being pulled by the capital R ring, WHILE. On the right, the I ring commingles with them in a certain way by passing over the symbol and under the symptom. In other words, the two in the middle, the symptom and the symbol, present themselves in such a way that one of the far-end terms takes them up in their entirety, while the other far-end term passes over the one that is on top and under the one that is underneath. It is in this form that the bond one expressed through the opposition between rand I presents itself. I shall also add a different figure, a symmetrical one, which you regularly get when trying to make a four-component Borromean knot. Symmetrical figuration of the four-component Borromean link. The Oedipus complex is, as such, a symptom. Everything is sustained insofar as the name of the father is also the father of the name, which doesn't make the symptom any the less necessary. The other at issue manifests itself in Joyce by the fact that, all in all, he is tasked with a father. To the extent that he must support this father for him to subsist, as is borne out by Ulysses, Joyce, through his art, this art which is always that which, down through the ages, comes to us as emanating from the artisan, not only makes his 14 the spirit of the knots family subsist, but illustrates it, as it were. By the same token he illustrates what somewhere he calls my country, or better still, the uncreated conscience of my race, on which he ends a portrait of the artist. This is the mission Joyce sets himself. In this sense, I am hereby announcing what this year shall be my examination of art. In what way is artifice expressly able to target what presents itself in the first instance as a symptom? In what way can art, the artisanal foil, as it were, what imposes as a symptom? Namely, truth. 4. I included truth in my 2 tetrahedrons. Tetrahedral schemas of the discourse of the master. Where is the truth in this setting? I said that in the discourse of the master it stood as something that is supposed in the subject, Bard s. In so far as he is divided, the subject is still subject to the fantasy. It is there, at Bard s, at the level of truth, that we must consider the half-saying. At this stage, the subject can only represent himself with the signifier subscript 1, s. As for the signifier subscript 2, s. There stands the artisan, in so far as through the conjunction of 2 signifiers he is capable of producing what I have called the object A. Earlier I illustrated this by the relationship with the ear and with the eye, even evoking the closed mouth. I have offered a figuration of division with the duplicity of the symbol and the symptom. In so far as the discourse of the master reigns, the S is divided. the division at issue is that between the symbol and the symptom. This division is reflected, so to speak, in the subject's division. It is because the subject is what one signifier represents relative to another signifier that we are required by its insistence to show that it is in the symptom that one of these two signifiers from the symbolic derives its support. In this sense, in the symptom's articulation with the symbol, there is, I shall say, merely a false whole. Supposing the consistency of any one of these functions, symbolic, imaginary, or real, to form a circle presupposes a whole. But something else is at stake in the case of the symbol and the symptom. What makes a whole here is the full length of one circle folded over the full folded length of the other. But this is a false whole. For us to have something that might be qualified as a true whole, we have to surround, to enclose, one of the circles with a consistence that makes them hold together, which looks like an air cavity, what in topology we call a torus. Pierre Soury, to cite him by name, I don't know if he is here today, has set this out rather well. A true whole obtained from a false whole by enclosing one of the folded circles 11. This also means that, for the whole to subsist, to be maintained, one has simply to imagine a straight line here. So long as this straight line stretches to infinity, it will fulfill the same role. A true whole obtained by adding a straight line stretching to infinity. Over the course of the year we are going to have to look again at what this infinity is. We are going to have to look again at just what a straight line is, what makes it subsist, and in what way it is akin, as it were, to a circle. I will most certainly have to look again at the circle, too. It has a function with which the police are very well acquainted. The circle is used for circulation. It is in precisely this respect that the police possess a support that's been around for some time. Hegel saw its function very clearly. For the police, it is simply a matter of keeping things turning round. This form is certainly not what is in question here. That simply adding an infinite straight line to the false whole should turn it into a whole that subsists in a Borromean fashion, this is the fact on which I shall stop for today. November 18, 1975. 2. On what makes a whole? In the real. The fourth ring. A geometry forbidden to the imaginary. Meeting Chomsky. No hope of escaping from feeble-mindedness. On an art that substantializes the symptom. Figuration of the four-component link. It can't go on like this. There are too many of you. Well, I still hope to get from you what I got from the audience over in the United States, where I have just spent a busy fortnight. I was able to take in a certain number of things over there, and in particular, if I understood correctly, a certain weariness that is being felt principally by the analysts. I can only say, good gracious, that I was treated exceedingly well, which is not to say very much, is it? To use a term which is the same one I use for the situation of mankind, I felt I was being more or less drawn in, or, if you would care to hear this, I was sucked into a kind of whirlwind that only finds some ready response in what I have been bringing to the fore with my not. 1. As those of you who've been here for a while now have been able to see, well, to hear, it is not by chance, but rather little by little, step by step, that I have come round to expressing by means of the function of the not what I initially put forward as the triple alliance of the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. The not is formed in the spirit of a new mos geometricus. Mos means mode or manner. Initially, we are always captivated by a kind of geometry that last time I qualified as being comparable with the bag, that is, the surface. Pondering commonly happens with eyes shut. When one ponders the not, you can have a go at it, it's very hard, one can make neither head nor tail of it. So I'm not really sure that I've got this one right for you, though it does seem so to my eye. No, it looks like there's a mistake. In fact, yes, there's a mistake here. There you go, because this part here needs to be removed. This four-component knot is constructed using this, which you're quite familiar with. You have this shape in a Borromean knot. Folded shape from the four-component link. As it happens, this is duplicated. Double folded S-shape. Then you have to finish it off with two further rings. Second figuration of the four-component link. There is another way of drawing and duplicating the folded shape, making the two folds hook onto one another. Another figuration of the double folded S-shape. And there is a third way, which consists in employing this, which I happen to have already shown you once, and which in and of itself constitutes a closed circle. Third figuration of the double folded shape. However, in the two shapes that I presented before, the two circuits in the middle can be handled in such a way that they can be set free from one another. This is why the two circle S traced out here in red can turn this into a Borromean knot, that is to say, a knot in which sectioning any one of the circles will free the others. 1. 2. Analysis is, in sum, the reduction of initiation to its reality, that is to say, to the fact that strictly speaking there is no initiation. Every single subject in analysis reveals how he is always and only ever a supposition. Nonetheless, experience demonstrates that this supposition is always given over to what I shall call an ambiguity. I mean that the subject as such is always, not only de-zeroable, but divided. It's a matter of accounting for what it is in this division that makes for something real. On this point we have to come back to Freud, since he is the one who was the great trailblazer in apprehending this. On the back cover of Erich Fromm's latest book, which you can easily get, if memory serves, from Gallimard, one can read what I set out as la psychanalyse a pprehende a travers s on pere, psychoanalysis apprehended through its father. In what way did Freud, a bourgeois if I've read correctly, a bourgeois brimming with prejudices, ch something that holds the specific value of what he said, which is certainly no small matter, since its aim was to say the truth about mankind. To which I've added the following rectification, which entailed its share of blood, sweat, and tears for me, that the only truth is one that is said by half, just like the subject that it entails. To express it as I stated it, truth can only be half said. My starting point is my condition, which is that of bringing to man what the scripture states, not as an helpmeet for him, but as a helpmeet against him. I try to take my bearings from this condition. On what makes a whole in the real 21. And this is truly what led me, in a way that is worth remarking upon, to considering the knot. This consideration is constituted by a geometry that may be said to be forbidden to the imaginary, because it can only be imagined through all kinds of resistances and, indeed, difficulties. This is what the knot substantifies in so far as it is Borromean. One of the things that struck me most when I was in the US was my meeting with Chomsky, which was altogether intentional on my part. I was quite taken aback, and I told him so. What made me sense the great distance that lies between us was that he simply affirmed to me, in person, one idea that I realized was his own. I can't say that this idea is refutable, because it's the most commonplace idea, but it does strike me as a precarious one. This idea starts off from the consideration of something that presents itself as a body, conceived of as being equipped with organs. This conception implies that the organ is a tool for grasping or apprehending, and there is no objection in principle to the tool apprehending itself as such. So it is that Chomsky considers language, among other things, to be determined by a genetic fact. In a word, language is itself an organ. He said as much, right there in front of me, in those very words. It strikes me as altogether startling. This is what I was expressing in saying that I was taken aback, that one should be able to turn this language into a return upon itself as an organ. Indeed, to my mind, if one doesn't admit the principial truth that language is tied to something that makes a whole in the real, it is not simply difficult but impossible to consider how it is handled. Observational method cannot start off from language without accepting the fact that, in what can be situated as real, language only emerges in making a whole. It is on the basis of this function of the whole that language effects its purchase on the real. It's not easy for me to impress upon you the full weight of this conviction. This is a conviction that to my eye is unavoidable, given that truth as such is only possible when this real is hollowed out. Moreover, language eats into the real. To speak as Chomsky does, see if you will what this genetic real is all about. Language only enables it to be approached in terms of signs, in other words, messages. The molecular gene is reduced to what secured the reputation of Crick and Watson, namely the double helix from which the various tiers that organize the body at a number of different levels are deemed to set off. First there is division, development, and cellular specialization. Next there is specialization based on hormones, which act as vehicles for all sorts of messages that direct the organic information. With all these so-called messages, we arrive at a great spiriting away of what the real actually involves. This is still, however, nothing more than a veil that has been drawn over what lies behind the efficacy of language, that is, over the fact that language is not in itself a message, but rather is only sustained by the function of what I've called the whole in the real. For this, there exists the path of our new mos geometricus, that is, the substance that results from the specific efficacy of language, and which is supported by the function of the whole. To express this in the terms of the much vaunted Borromean knot that I've been relying on, let's say that it hinges entirely on the equivalence between a circle and a straight line stretching to infinity. 3. The diagram of the Borromean knot is this one, here on the left. It is just as Borromean as my usual drawing, here on the right. Two figurations of the Borromean link 3. This is also true of the following drawing. A further figuration of the Borromean link. On what makes a hole in the real 23. Thus it emerges that you get the same Borromean knot when you replace the three circles with this one circle together with this pair of straight lines that we suppose stretch to infinity. To account correctly for the Borromean knot, it should be emphasized that it is on the basis of 3 that a requirement originates. The cipher 3 is the threshold, if I may say so, of the specific requirement of the knot. For it is possible, through a perfectly straightforward manipulation, to make these 3 infinite straight lines run parallel. To achieve this you would just have to make the folded circle, the red one, more pliable. Parallel straight lines stretching to infinity. It is starting from the 3 that we have to define what is at stake in the straight line's point at infinity. This is what allows us on no account to make any mistake about what we may call their concentricity. Let's place the 3 points at infinite y, which complete the straight lines, here. Infinite s straight lines completed by their po int s at infinite y. We can also permute these positions and make it so that this first infinite line envelopes the others instead of being enveloped by them. The characteristic of this point at infinite y is that it cannot be situated, as one might express oneself, on any side. However, in starting off from 3, to figure it in this imaged fashion, you have the following requirement. You can sense that there are reasons why I had to trace these circles out in different colors. 24. The spirit of the knots. Whereas just before I was drawing the 3 straight lines, completed by their points at infinite y, in red. A further figuration of the Borromean link. Not one of these circles, despite being enveloped by one of the 2 others, fails to envelop the third. This is what constitutes the property of the Borromean knot, a property with which I've acquainted you on several occasions now. In this third dimension, as it were, the Borromean knot consists in this relationship, which means that what is enve lop ed with respect to one of the circles finds itself enve eloping with respect to the other one. It is in this respect that the following figure is exemplary, which you usually see in the form of the armillary sphere, which is used for sextants. To draw it out clearly, the blue circle will always swing in the following way around the circle I've drawn in green, while the red circle, in keeping with the interaxial swing, has to be like this. Diagram of the armillary sphere. There is a difference between this arrangement, which is ordinary in any manipulation of the armillary sphere, and the following arrangement. On what makes a hole in the real 25. Faulty Borromean link. I am redrawing it because this drawing is wrong. You can see how the green circle is situated in relation to the blue circle and the red circle. The blue circle, which here looks like it's the middle one, cannot swing around, because it envelopes the red circle but is in turn enveloped by the green circle. Correct Borromean link. Even my hesitations are significant here. They bring out the clumsiness with which the Borromean knot, which is the exemplar of the knot, is necessarily handled. The fundamental character of this use of the knot is to illustrate the triplicity that results from a consistence that is assigned only on the basis of the imaginary, from a fundamental whole that emerges from the symbolic, and from an existence which belongs to the real, which is even its fundamental character. This method, because it does indeed involve method, presents itself as something hopeless. There is no hope of breaking, in any way whatsoever, the constitutive knot of the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. In this respect, let us put it in the most coherent way we can, it passes up what constitutes a virtue that is. 26. The spirit of the knots. Even said to be theological. This is why our analytic appreciation of what is involved in the knot is the negative of religion. We no longer believe in the object as such. It is in this respect that I reject that the object can be grasped by any organ. When an organ is itself perceived as a tool that stands apart, it is thereby being conceived of as an object. In Chomsky's conception, the object is not in itself broached except through an object. On the other hand, it is through the restitution of the subject as such, inasmuch as the subject can only be divided by the operation of language, that analysis finds the scope of its diffusion. Analysis finds the scope of its diffusion in the fact that it calls into question science per se, science insofar as it makes an object into a subject, whereas it is the subject that is divided on his own account. We don't believe in the object, but we observe desire, and from this observation of desire we induce the cause as something objectivized. The desire to take cognizance meets obstacles. I invented the knot to embody such an obstacle. We need to become more accustomed to this knot. I mean that the knot alone is the conceivable support of a relationship between any one thing and any other thing. Although on one hand the knot is abstract, it must nonetheless be thought of and conceived of as something concrete. In which respect, although today you can see that I'm really rather weary after my test in the US, I was nevertheless rewarded, as I told you, because I was able to stir up what I will call some agitation, some emotion, with these figures. You can see these figures here, more or less substantialized on account of being set down in written form, on account of being drawn. This doesn't prevent the sentiment of the mental, the sentimental, from being feeble-minded, because it can always be reduced from some angle or other to the imaginary. The imagining of consistency makes straight for the impossible dimension of the fracture, but it is in this respect that a fracture can always be the real as impossible. It is no less compatible with the said imagining, and even constitutes it. I'm not hoping on any account to escape from feeble-mindedness, which I indicate as being present from the start. Just like anyone else, I only escape from it as far as my means allow. That is to say, like Sir Place, like running on the spot, what is Sir about this place doesn't ensure any verifiable progress except in the long term. It is in a confabulatory way that I assert, in my way of pondering it in my lightweight ponder, 5 that really, because indeed the real does lie, the real entails the whole that subsists within it, given that its consistence is no more than the consistence of the entirety of the knot that it forms with the symbolic and the imaginary. On what makes a whole in the real 27. This knot can be qualified as Borromean, which means that it cannot be sliced through without dissolving the myth that it renders of the subject as non-supposed, that is, as real. The latter displays no variation from any other body that may be indicated as a parlitre, a body that has a status that is respectable, in the common sense of the word, only by virtue of this knot. 4. Joyce turns out to have targeted, in a privileged way, through his art, the fourth term known as the sinthome. I shall resume my disquisition next time by tackling this point. You can see this fourth term figured in different ways up here on the board, be it in the red ring on the far right of the second diagram of the Borromean knot, or in the black ring, or even in the following new figuration of the folded circle. This is still the same folded circle. It is in a special position here, namely, with two inflections, that is to say, caught up in itself at 4 points, so to speak. 6 in the second figuration of the four-component knot, one or the other of the circles at the far ends wedges in, at 2 different points, the loop that is figured in one or the other of the folded circles. In the very first figuration, however, the black ring wedges in the green, or the blue ring wedges in the red, at 4 different points, because it is likewise essentially a matter of wedging. It is still the case that it is through Joyce that I am going to be broaching this fourth term in so far as it completes the knot of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. 28. The spirit of the knots. The whole problem lies here. How can an art target in an expressly divinatory way the substantialization of the sinthome in its consistence, but also in its existence and in its whole? How is it that someone has been able to target through his art the rendering of this fourth term, which I simply wanted to show you today as being essential to the Borromean knot, to the point of getting as close to it as it is possible to get? 5. After this exhausting task, because today I'm really feeling very weary, I'm expecting from you what I got with greater ease in the States than elsewhere, namely for someone to pose me a question, whatever it might be, about what I've said today. I'm waiting for someone to speak up. Anyone? So, what might have struck you as debatable in what I've put forward today? Stuart Schneiderman, what led you to believe you'd get anything out of Chomsky? That's something that would never have occurred to me. That is precisely why I was taken aback, sure. But we always possess something of this kind of weakness, don't we, some remnant of hope. Dealing as he does with linguistics, I might have hoped to see in Chomsky some slither of appreciation of what I have been showing with respect to the symbolic, namely that it preserves something of the whole, even when this whole is a false whole. It's impossible, for instance, not to qualify the set formed by the symptom and the symbolic as a false whole. However, from another angle, the symptom subsists in so far as it is hooked onto language, at least if we believe that we can modify something in the symptom by means of a manipulation that is said to be interpretative, that is, by playing on meaning. That Chomsky should assimilate to the real something that in my eyes belongs to the realm of the symptom, that is, that he should mix up the symptom and the real, is very precisely what took me aback. Stuart Schneiderman, my next question might be a little oisive. Oisius. Stuart Schneiderman, thank you. Being American. On what makes a hole in the real 29? Yes, you're American. And I thank you. I simply note that once again I'm only being questioned by an American. Well, I can only say how delighted I was, as it were, by the fact that in the US I had people who showed me in one way or another that my disquisition has not been in vain. Stuart Schneiderman, it strikes me as impossible that someone could consider that Chomsky, who was educated in the new tradition derived from mathematical logic, which he picked up from Quine and Goodman at Harvard. But Quine is no fool, huh? Roland Chimama, concerning the alternation between the body and speech, as you've been speaking for an hour and a half, and as you're seeking to have a more direct contact with someone, I wondered whether in a more general way there might not be an alternation between discourse and the body in the life of a subject. Without language, would this whole not exist due to the fact of a direct physical engagement with this real? I'm speaking about love and joyocence. That's precisely what's at issue. All the same, it's very hard on this occasion not to consider the real as a thirdness. Let's say that what I'm soliciting by way of response is along the lines of a call to the real, not as something linked to the body, but as something different. Far from the body, there is the possibility of what last time I called resonance, or consonance. This consonance can be found at the level of the real. Between the two poles constituted by the body and language, the real is what establishes an accord. Mr. X. You were saying earlier that Chomsky makes language an organ, and that you were taken aback by this. I was wondering whether this might not be due to the fact that you make libido an organ. I'm thinking of the myth of the lame/law. I wonder whether this might not be the angle from which the question of the soul might be posed. Because casting aside the idea of putting distance between language and the organ can only be retrieved in the sense of an art if one cuts out the organ at the level at which you put it, at the level of libido. Libido, as its name indicates, can only be a participant in the whole, just as much as the other modes by which the body and the real present themselves. Clearly this is where I'm trying to join up with the function of art. This is implied in a way by what has been. 30. The spirit of the knots. Left blank as a fourth term. When I say that art can even affect the symptom, this is what I'm going to be trying to substantialize. You're quite right to mention the myth known as the lamella myth. This hits the right note, and I thank you for it. It's along this line that I hope to continue. Henry Sesbron-Lavaux, when you speak about libido in the text on the lame/law, you say that what is remarkable about it is its to and fro trajectory of invagination. Now, this image strikes me today as being able to function like the image of the chord, which is caught in a phenomenon of resonance, which undulates, which forms an antinode that rises and falls, and which forms nodes. No, but it's not for nothing that in a chord the metaphor comes from what forms a knot. What I'm trying to do is to find what this metaphor refers to. If there are nodes and antinodes in a vibrating chord, then it's insofar as the knot is being referenced. I mean that language is being used in a way that goes much further than what is effectively being said. People are always limiting the scope of metaphor as such. That is to say, people limit it to a metonymy. Henry Sesbron-Lavaux, when you go from the three-component Borromean knot to the four-component knot, into which the symptom is introduced, the three-component Borromean knot vanishes as such. That's quite right. It's no longer a knot. It's only held together by the symptom. Henry Sesbron-Lavaux, from this perspective, the hope for any cure in analysis seems to pose a problem. There can be no radical reduction of the fourth term, not even in analysis, because Freud stated we don't know by which path, that there is an Überdrehung, a repression that can never be undone. It is in the very nature of the symbolic to include this whole. This whole is what I'm aiming at, and in it I recognize the Überdrehung itself. Henry Sesbron-Lavaux, you've said that the Borromean knot can't constitute a model. Could you be more explicit? The Borromean knot does not constitute a model insofar as it possesses something that imagination fails to grasp when it gets close to it. I mean that, as such, it resists the imagining of the knot. The mathematical approach to the knot in topology is insufficient. On what makes a whole in the real 31? I can nevertheless tell you about my experiences over the holidays. Knot of three crossings, known as the trefoil knot. This here constitutes a knot, but not a knot between two elements, for there is only one. 7. This is the most straightforward form of knot there is, which you can make with any old piece of string. It is the same knot as the overhand knot, though it doesn't look the same. I persevered in pondering this discovery I made, let's say, namely, that with this knot such as it is shown here, it is easy to demonstrate that a Borromean knot exists. You just have to think that you could place the same knot on an underlying surface, which is the duplicate surface without which we wouldn't be able to set down anything at all in written form with respect to the knots. It's very easy to bring about the following, by setting it down in writing, I mean, when you slip a homologous knot under, and then, at each new step, over the knot that I'm calling the underlying knot, you get with the greatest of ease a Borromean knot. It's easy to imagine this, although you don't come to imagine it straight away. I had to discover it first. With this trefoil knot, is there now any possibility of bringing about a four-component Borromean knot? I spent nearly 2 months racking my brains over this object. It really does have to be called an object. I didn't manage to demonstrate that there exists a way of knotting together 4 trefoil knots in a Borromean fashion. Well, that doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove that it doesn't exist. Even yesterday evening, I was thinking only of managing to demonstrate for you that it exists. The worst thing was that I didn't find the demonstrative reason for its non-existence. I simply failed. The fact that I'm unable to show that the knot of 4 trefoil knots exists, as a Borromean knot, doesn't prove anything. I would have to demonstrate that it cannot exist, whereby, in that very impossibility, a real would have been secured. It would be a real constituted by the fact that there is no Borromean knot that is. 32. The spirit of the knots. Constituted of 4 trefoil knots. To demonstrate this would be to reach a real. To tell you what I think about it, still in my way of saying that this is my ponder, I believe that this knot exists. I mean that this is not the path by which we would stumble upon a real. So, I do not despair of finding it, but it's a fact that I'm unable to show you anything of the like. Here the relationship between showing and demonstrating is sharply divided. If and when it were to be demonstrated, it would be easy to show it to you. Madame, why? You said earlier that in XXIII's perspective language can be an organ, and you spoke about the hand. Why did you use this word hand? Is there, in this word, a reference to an object that is not yet technological in the Cartesian sense of the term? That is to say, a technology that is unaware of language? Is the hand there to show the necessity of another theory of technology besides Chomsky's theory? Yes, in spite of the existence of handshakes, the hand in the act of handshaking knows nothing of the other hand. That's what I claim. December 9, 1975. 3. On the knot as the subject as support. Soury and thome. Knot and knot. Personality and paranoia. The sinthome and the unconscious. Meaning and jouissance. If one were to put as much seriousness into analyses as I put into preparing my seminar, well, that would be so much the better, and wow ld sure lyb ring about better results. For that, one would have to possess a sentiment of absolute risk in analysis. I have this sentiment, but it's sentimental, as I was saying the other day. 1. The trefoil knot. I was speaking to you the other day about the trefoil knot, which I draw like this, and which you can see is obtained from the Borromean knot by joining up the chords at the 3 points I have. 34. The spirit of the knots. Just noted. I told you that I had made the discovery that 3 trefoil knots can be knotted together in a Borromean fashion. I also told you, by way of explanation, in what way this was absolutely justifiable. I then told you that I had striven for 2 months to make exist, for this most straightforward of knots, a 4-component Borromean knot. Lastly, I told you that the fact that I didn't manage to make it exist doesn't prove anything, except my clumsiness. I recall having said by way of conclusion that I believed this knot ought indeed to exist. That very same evening it was late, because I'd got out a bit later than usual in view of my obligations. I had the pleasant surprise of finding on my doorstep a certain thome, to cite him by name, who had come to bring me, for which I thanked him extensively, the proof, the fruit of his collaboration with Soury, that the Borromean knot of 4 trefoil knots does indeed exist. Soury and thome. Make a mental note of these names. This most certainly justifies my obstinacy, but does not make my incapacity any the less deplorable. Still, I did not welcome the news that this problem had been solved with mixed feelings, a mixture of regret at my powerlessness and satisfaction that success had been achieved. My feelings were of sheer enthusiasm, and I think I displayed some of this when I saw them a few evenings later. They weren't able to give me an account of how they'd found it. They found it de facto, and I hope I haven't made any mistakes in transcribing the fruit of their discovery on this sheet of paper up here in the middle of the blackboard. I've reproduced what they developed, with only some slight changes, textuellement, which is the fitting expression here. The planar diagram of the pathways is just slightly different. I'm presenting it to you in this form so that you can sense how it's put together perhaps a little better than you can in the figure they produced. From the angle of this figuration 1, you can all see that, were the black trefoil knot to be elided, the 3 other trefoil knots would clearly be roaming free. In effect, since the green trefoil knot lies under the red trefoil knot, you would just have to bring the green one away from the red for the blue trefoil knot to show itself to be free as well. I spent a long time with Soury and Thome. They didn't confide how they came to obtain this knot. Besides, I don't think that there is only one way, that there is only this way. Perhaps next time I'll show you how you can obtain it in another way. Before I tell you why I went in search of this knot, I would like to commemorate a little further this minor event, which moreover I do not consider to be minor. On the knot as the subject S support 35. The Borromean link off our trefoil knot S. 36 The spirit of the knots. I don't believe the support of this research to be the uncanny that Sarah Kaufman looks at in a remarkable article that she has titled Voiture Rouge. This support is none other than a reference to the devil's elixirs that Freud lauded, which is a reference she's citing anew, having already mentioned it once in her Cotter Romans Anal y, Teeks, an entire book she authored. The article, meanwhile, features alongside those of 5 other contributors in a collection called Mimesis, which really is worth reading. Truth be told, I've only read the first, third, and fifth articles, because I've had other fish to fry in preparing this seminar. The first article, which is about Wittgenstein and all the fuss to which his teaching has given rise, is altogether remarkable. I read that one from beginning to end. The uncanny incontestably pertains to the imaginary. The altogether specific and original geometry of knots has the effect of exorcising this uncanny, but that there should be something that enables it to be exorcised is surely uncanny in itself. Where should I place what is at issue here? To specify it for you on the diagram that I gave you last year, it is round about here. RSI diagram. Here, the imaginary opens out across 2 circles, which can also be noted as a drawing. I would say that a drawing doesn't note anything, insofar as the planar diagram remains enigmatic. Nevertheless, I am indicating here, at the join with the imaginary of the body, something along the lines of a specific inhibition that would be typified by the uncanny in particular. This is where I will allow myself to note, at least provisionally, the place of the said uncanny. The resistance that imagination feels when cogitating what is involved in this new geometry is something that has struck me on the knot as the subject's support 37. Account of having experienced it myself. I dare say, even though they haven't told me about it, that Soury and Thome have been particularly captivated by what in my teaching has led me to explore the knot, and which was even pressed upon me under the influence of the conjunction between the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. It is certainly not by chance that they have been caught by this flight of fancy of mine. Let's say that they are gifted for this sort of thing. What is odd, and this time I will allow myself to betray what they confided in me, is that they make their way through this by speaking to each other. I found that quite striking, given what you know I say about dialogue. I didn't mention this to them straight away because, truth be told, what they confided struck me as something exceedingly precious. It's quite certain that we don't usually ponder in twos. The fact is, however, that it is by speaking to each other that they've been getting results that are remarkable, not only in view of this latest success, because for a long time now what they have been composing on Borromean knots has struck me as holding considerable interest. This latest discovery will surely not be the crowning achievement of their labor, for they will make further discoveries. I won't add what Soury in particular told me about how he thinks about my teaching. This is an affair in which, following my example, the example I qualified earlier, he will doubtless acquit himself just as well as I can, that is to say, in the same suggestive way. The fact that a discovery such as this can be achieved through dialogue, though I don't know if this was especially the case on this occasion, the fact that dialogue has proven to be especially fruitful in this domain, confirms that I missed out on it. I mean that, for those 2 months during which I was toiling away at finding the 4th trefoil knot and the way that it could be knotted to the 3 others in Borromean fashion, I was most certainly laboring away on my own, pinning my hopes on my cogitation. Never mind. I'm not going to insist. It's time to say in what way this research was important to me. 2. This research was of the utmost importance for me for the following reason. The three circles of the Borromean knot are, as circles, equivalent to one another. They are constituted by something that is 38 the spirit of the knots, reproduced in all three of them. Whatever happens, don't lose sight of this fact. It is not by chance, indeed it is the result of a certain concentration, that I place in the imaginary the support of what makes for consistency. I likewise make the whole the essential part of what is involved in the symbolic, and I give a special support to the real in what I have been calling existence. The fact that the first two are loose from one other, this is the very definition of the Borromean knot, enables me to sustain the existence of the third, that of the real, in relation to the free-roaming imaginary and symbolic. Insisting outside the imaginary and the symbolic, the real butts into, plays into, something that is of the order of limitation. Once it has been tied to the other two in Borromean fashion, from that moment forth the two others resist it. This is a way of saying that the real only enjoys existence to the extent that it encounters, with the symbolic and the imaginary, a point of arrest. Of course, my formulating it in this way is not mere chance, but it's still rather astonishing, because you have to say the same of the other two. It is also inasmuch as it exists relative to the real that the imaginary encounters friction, though in this case it is more easily perceived. Why then do I put this existence precisely right where it might seem to be most paradoxical? It is because I have to share out these three modes, and it is precisely on account of existing that pondering the real is sustained. But what results from this, if not that we have to conceive of these three terms as being joined onto one another? If they are so, to employ this term, analogous, then can we not suppose that this is because of some continuity? There you have it for what leads us directly to fashioning the trefoil knot. Indeed, given the way that these three balance each other out, the way that they superpose one over the other, it doesn't take a great deal of effort to join up the points in the planar diagram, thus turning them into a continuity. What is it that results from this, such that from this knot something that really has to be said to belong to the order of the subject, in so far as the subject is only ever supposed, finds itself supported in the trefoil knot? That is to say, if the trefoil knot is itself tied together in a Borromean fashion, with at least three, does that suffice? My question concerned precisely this point. Does it not emerge that the minimum requirement in a Borromean link is invariably constituted by a four-component knot? On the knot as the subject S support 39. Borromean relation of 1 to 3. I mean that you just have to tug on this green cord to notice that the black circle, which is here knotted round the red cord, will take on the palpable shape of a Borromean link in being pulled by the blue circle. Indeed, it seems that the list one may expect from the Borromean link is this relation of 1 to 3 others. Now, we already have the proof that four trefoil knots, like this one, because this one, even though it is presented in an open form, is no less of a trefoil knot, can be composed together in a Borromean fashion, one in relation to the others. Open form of the trefoil knot. We then get the following. It is invariably on the basis of three supports, which for our purposes we shall call subjective supports, that is, personal supports, that a fourth term will be propped up. If you care to think back to the way I introduced this fourth element with respect to the three elements that are each supposed to constitute something personal, the fourth will be what I am announcing this year as the sinthome. 40 The spirit of the knots. It is not for nothing that I have written up these items in a particular order, namely, RSI, Sir, and IRS. It was precisely to this that my title from last year corresponded, RSI. RSI. Sir. IRS. Sinthome. The 3+1 scheme. 3. The same Soury and Thome have shown that once the Borromean knot has been given color and orientation there are two knots of a different nature. This duality of the Borromean knot, to which I have already expressly alluded in the seminar, can already be shown in the planar diagram. I'm summarizing here. I'm just indicating in which direction it can be put to the test. I've told you about the equivalence between the three rings of string. It is remarkable that what is effective when it comes to orienting them is that their difference should be marked out by colors, as opposed to marking out their identity. To mark out their identity would involve labeling them with an initial letter. Thus, to say R, I, and S, is already to give each of them as such the titles of the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary. What is marked out by color is not the difference of each one from the next, but rather their absolute difference, as it were, in so far as it is a difference common to all three of them. It is only when something is introduced to mark out the difference between the three of them, as opposed to difference at the level of the twain, that there appears as a consequence the distinction between two structures of the Borromean knot. Which of these two knots is the true one with regard to what is at stake in the way that the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real tie together in what supports the subject? This is a question that deserves to be examined. To appreciate this, you should refer to my previous allusions to the duality of the Borromean knot, since today I have only been able to mention it very briefly. There is something that is quite remarkable, namely, that when on the knot as the subject's support 41, one considers instead the trefoil knot, it bears no trace of this difference. In the trefoil knot, that is to say, in the fact that we put the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real in continuity, it is not surprising that we should see that there is only a single trefoil knot there. I do hope that there are enough of you taking notes because this is important. Important enough to suggest that you should go and check what is at issue, namely, that when it comes to the trefoil knot, which homogenizes the Borromean knot, there is only one type. Does this mean that this one type is true? Everyone knows that there are two trefoil knots. It depends on whether the knot is dextrorotary or levorotatory. So, this is a problem I'm going to put to you. What is the bond between these two types of Borromean knot and the two types of trefoil knot? Either way, if the trefoil knot is indeed the support for any sort of subject, how is it to be examined? How is it to be examined in such a way that it is indeed a subject that is at issue here? There was a time, before I came to the path of analysis, when I was moving down another path, that of my thesis, de la psychose paranoïaque dans ses rapports, that's how I put it, avec la personnalité. On paranoid psychosis in its relationships with personality. If I resisted the republication of my thesis for so long, it was quite simply because paranoid psychosis and personality as such do not have any relationship, for the simple reason that they are one and the same thing. In so far as a subject knots together as three, the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real, he is supported only by their continuity. The imaginary, the symbolic, and the real are one and the same consistence, and it is in this that paranoid psychosis consists. If you hear correctly what I am setting out today, you may deduce from it that to the paranoiac three there can be knotted, in the capacity of a symptom, a fourth term that would be situated as the personality, to the extent that it would be distinct from the three preceding personalities and would be their symptom. Does this mean that this personality would be paranoiac as well? Nothing indicates this in the case, which is more than probable, which is quite certain, where a Borromean link can be constituted from an indefinite number of trefoil knots. With regard to this link, which from this moment forth no longer constitutes a paranoia unless it be run-of-the-mill paranoia, the possible flocculation, which would be final, off our terms in this braid, which is the subjective braid, leaves us with the possibility of supposing that there are certain choice points across the totality of the texture which are found to be the term of the four-component knot. It is precisely in this that the sinthome, strictly speaking, consists. 42. The spirit of the knots. The sinthome is at issue not as a personality but as that which stands out, with respect to the three others, as a sinthome and as neurotic. It is in this respect that we are afforded a glimpse of what is involved in the unconscious, in so far as the sinthome specifies it, in so far as there is a term that is attached to it in a more specific way. This term enjoys a privileged relationship with what is involved in the sinthome. In the diagram I showed you earlier of our trefoil knots tied in Borromean phos-hyon, you can see that the red responds to the blue in a particular way, just as the green responds to the black in a particular way. The same holds for the following diagram of the Borromean knot of our rings. Two pairs in the four-component Borromean link. Color, to use the term I used earlier, allows one to distinguish, in this set of four, two pairs that are each composed of red plus another color. We have a red-green pair on the left and a blue-red pair on the right. There is a pair inasmuch as there is a link between the sinthome and something particular. Inasmuch as the sinthome is tied onto the unconscious and the imaginary is tied onto the real, we are dealing with something from which the sinthome emerges. 4. These are the difficult things that I wanted to set out for you today. They most certainly call for a complement, the complement that will tell you why earlier I was led to give the trefoil knot an open form, which was not the form, a circular shape, in which I initially drew it. On the knot AS the subjects support 43. First of all, let's come back to the diagram from last year, in which there are three fields. I have already labeled one of these fields JA, to be read, Jacques E of the bar ED auth ER. What does that mean? The three central fields of the RSI diagram. This bar day means that there is no other of the other, that is to say, nothing stands in opposition to the symbolic, the locus of the other as such. Thus, there is no jouissance of the other because there is no other of the other. The result of this is that the jouissance of the other is not possible for the simple reason that there is none. From this it transpires that only the two other terms remain. On the one hand, there is meaning, which is produced at the junction, in the planar diagram, between the circle of the symbolic and the circle of the imaginary. On the other hand, there is the jouissance known as the jouissance of the phallus, insofar as it stems from the relationship between the symbolic and the real. In and of itself, this so-called phallic jouissance is certainly not penile jouissance. If we consider what arises in relation to the imaginary, that is, the jouissance of the double, of the specular image, the jouissance of the imaginary body, this imaginary body sustains a certain number of gaps and these gaps constitute the different objects that occupy it. So-called phallic jouissance is, however, located here at the conjunction between the symbolic and the real. This is so to the extent that, in the subject who is supported by the par l'être, which is what I denote as the unconscious, we find might, which is called upon and sustained to conjoin a certain jouissance that, due to the fact of this very speech, conjoins with so-called phallic jouissance. 44 The spirit of the knots. Phallic jouissance is experienced, given the fact of the par l'être, as parasitic. I am writing this phallic jouissance here, thus balancing out what is involved in meaning. This is the locus of that which in consciousness is denoted by the par l'être as might. A. Meaning jouissance diagram. I'm coming to a close with something that earlier I suggested you read. There is mimesis in the fact that the three rings partake of the imaginary as consistence, of the symbolic as a whole, and of the real as existing relative to them. Thus, the three rings mimic one another. Only, it is all the more difficult to do so because they do not mimic one another simply, but, given the fact of what gets said, they come to be composed in a triple knot. Hence my concern that, having made the discovery that this triple knot is indeed tied, threefold, in Borromean fashion, should the three have remained loose from one another, then a triple knot, playing out across a full application of its texture, exists, which is well and truly a fourth. It is called the sinthome. December 16, 1975. The Joyce Trail. 4. Joyce and the Fox. Riddle. Home truths ticking over. The real bears no meaning. Mentality and the adoration of the body. Joyce deep-rooted in the father he disowns. Making a splice between sinthome and jouissance. One is only responsible within the limits of one's savoir-faire. What is savoir-faire? It is art, artifice, that which endows a remarkable quality to the art of which one is capable, because there is no other of the other to perform the last judgment. At least, so say I. This means that there is something from which we cannot derive jouissance. Let's call it God's jouissance, with the meaning of sexual jouissance that this embraces. Does the image that we form of God imply, or not, that he derives jouissance from what he has made? Assuming he exists. Replying that he doesn't exist settles the question by putting the onus on us with respect to a pondering whose essence is to be inserted into the reality, the limited reality, that is attested through the existence of sex. This reality is a first approximation of the word real, which carries a different meaning in my vocabulary. There you go. This is one of the items that I'm bringing you at the start of this new year. These items are what I would call home truths. That's not such a bad thing for a new year. Not that I haven't been laboring away over the break since we last met some 3 weeks ago now. I've been working on a few things, a sample of which you can see up here on the blackboard. 48. New figuration of a Borromean link. This, as you can see, is a Borromean knot. One, it is no less of one than the one I usually draw, and which is put together as follows. Usual figuration of the Borromean link. The first only differs from the second on account of one thing, which is by no means negligible, namely that this second one can be stretched out in such a way that there is a ring at each of the two extremities, with the one in the middle forming the join. 49. Figuration of the middle ring. The difference is this. Suppose, if you will, that three elements like this middle ring come together in a circular way. You can see, I hope, how this can be made without me having to trace it out for you on the board. This can be simplified like the one that I traced out first, or else as follows. This is the same knot. 2. Another figuration of a Borromean link. Naturally, I wouldn't make do with this alone. I spent my holidays dreaming up a good many more of these in the hope of finding one good one that would serve as an easy support for what I've started to tell you today by way of home truths. Well, and here's the surprising thing, this doesn't happen all on its own. Not that I think I am wrong to have found in the knot the support of our consistence. Only, this is already a sign that I can. 50. Deduce this not only from a link, namely, something that is not at all of the same nature. A link is not the same thing as a knot. Let's get back, though, to the ticking over of these truths that I've called home truths. It is clear that the very first stirrings of what is called pondering, of what makes sense, from the moment it first rears its head, entails a reference, a gravitation towards the sexual act, however little in evidence this act may be. The very word act implies an active I-passive polarity, which already puts us on the path to the wrong meaning. This is what is called cognizance, with the ambiguity that what is active is that of which we take cognizance, though we imagine ourselves to be active in making the effort to take cognizance. Therefore, from the very start, cognizance shows itself for what it is, deceptive. This is precisely why everything needs to be begun again from scratch, starting off from sexual opacity. I'm saying opacity because, first of all, we fail to realize that no relation of any sort ever comes to be founded on the basis of the sexual. This implies, as pondering dictates, that, in the sense that responsibility means non-response, or a response that falls wide of the mark, the only responsibility that exists is sexual responsibility. At the end of the day, everyone has an inkling of this. On the other hand, what I have called savoir-faire goes much further, and to this is added the artifice that we impute to God. This imputation is quite needless, as Joyce insists, because this is something that titillated him in some locality, which is what we call pondering. God is not the one who made this thing that we call the universe. People impute to God what is the artist's business, the first model of which is the potter, as everybody knows. It is said that he molded, but with what, though? This thing that is called, not by chance, the universe. Universe means but one thing, that there is oneness, yad/un, three, but we don't know where. it is more than unlikely that this one constitutes the universe. The real other of the other, that is, the impossible, is the idea that we form of artifice, inasmuch as it is a form of making which eludes our grasp, that is, which far exceeds the jouissance we can derive from it. This altogether slender jouissance is what we call esprit. For all of this implies a notion of the real. Of course, we have to make it distinct from the symbolic and the imaginary. The only onerous factor, this really is the fitting expression, and you'll be seeing why later, is that, in this affair, the real makes sense, when in actual fact, if you look more deeply into what I mean by this notion of the real, it appears that the real is grounded in that it bears no meaning, in 51. That it excludes meaning, or, more accurately, in that it settles in a deposit on account of being excluded from meaning. I'm telling you this as I think it. So that you should know this, I'm telling you. What is imagined, in its form that is most devoid of meaning, is consistency. Nothing forces us to imagine consistency, would you believe it? I have here a book by a certain Robert Martin Adams called Surface and Symbol. It is a study, without the subtitle, How Would We Know? On the consistency of James Joyce's Ulysses. Here we have something like an intuiting of the distinction between the imaginary and the symbolic. As proof of this, there is a whole chapter that places a question mark at the end of the title, surface or symbol. What is meant by consistency here? It means what holds together, and this is precisely why on this occasion it is symbolized by the surface. Indeed, poor things that we are, we only get any idea of consistency from that which forms a bag, or from sackcloth. This is the first idea we have. Even the body is something we feel to be a skin that holds a heap of organs in its bag. In other words, this consistency is threadbare to the point of showing the cord. Our capacity for imaginative abstraction is so weak, however, that the knot is excluded from the cord that shows through as a residue of consistence. Now, it is on this point that I can perhaps bring in the only tuppence halfpenny worth for which, when all is said and done, I acknowledge my responsibility. In a cord, the knot is all that exists, in the proper sense of the term. It is not for nothing, I mean, it is not without a hidden cause, that I've had to prepare an inroad to this knot by beginning with the link, in which there are elements that are distinct. These elements consist in some form of the cord, either as a straight line that we have to suppose to be infinite so that the knot doesn't come undone, or else in what I've been calling a ring of string, in other words a cord that is joined to itself with a splice. The knot does not constitute the cord's consistence. Consistence still needs to be distinguished from the knot. The knot exists relative to the cord element, relative to the consistent cord. Therefore, a knot can be fashioned. This is precisely why I've been progressing through these elementary forms of join. I've proceeded in this way because it seemed to me that it was the most didactic way. Given that mentality, there's no need to say any more, the sentimentality specific to the parle être, because he senses it, he feels its burden, mentality to the extent that he is mendacious, is a fact. 52. What is a fact? It's precisely his doing. There is only any fact due to the fact that the parle être says it. There are no other facts besides those that the parle être recognizes as such by saying them. There is no fact but by dint of artifice. And it is a fact that he lies, that is, that he establishes false facts and acknowledges them, because he possesses mentality, that is, self-love. Self-love is the principle of imagination. The parle être adores his body because he believes that he has it. In reality, he doesn't, but his body is his only consistency, his only mental consistency, you understand, because his body will clear off at any moment. It is even fairly miraculous that it subsists for the time it is being used, which is an inescapable fact, due to the fact of saying it. It is inescapable inasmuch as, however you use it, it won't get used up. This is a fact that can be observed even in animals. The body doesn't evaporate. It is consistent. Indeed, this is what is disagreeable to mentality, solely because this mentality believes in having a body to adore. There lies the root of the imaginary. Jele pants, I put a dressing on it, that is, jele face pants, I turn it into a paunch, therefore, je/sui, I suffer it. 5. It comes down to that. The sexual is what is mendacious in all this, sounding off a bit much as it does. This is for want of the imaginary abstraction I mentioned earlier, the abstraction that is reduced to consistency, because the only concrete dimension we know is always sexual adoration, that is to say, la méprise, getting it wrong, in other words, le méprise, contempt, because what one adores is not supposed to have any mentality, cf. the case of God. This is true only for the body considered as such, I mean, adored, because adoration is the only relationship that the parler has with his body, to the point that whenever he adores another body, it's invariably suspicious because it entails the same contempt, the same veritable contempt, since this has to do with verity. What is truth? As someone once asked, what does it mean to speak the truth about the truth, which is what I was reproached for not saying throughout the period when I was first spouting my twaddle. It means to do what I have effectively done, and nothing more, to track the real, which exists, only in the not. 2. A function of haste. I must make haste. Naturally, I shan't get to the end of it, even though I haven't been idling, but to bring the knot to a close imprudently simply means to go a bit quickly. 53. The knot that I made for you at the start in 2 different forms is perhaps a tad insufficient. This was even why I looked for a few others in which there might be a higher crossing number than there is here. But let's stick to the principle that, all things considered, we need to make sure we have found. I was led to this principle by sexual relation, that is, by hysteria, insofar as it is the last perceptible reality, the last, Jacques, with respect to what is at issue in sexual relation. Freud saw this very clearly. That's where he learned the ABC behind it, which didn't stop him from asking the question, was will das Weib? WWDW. He made just one mistake. He thought that there was das Weib. There is only ein Weib. WWEW. All the same, I'm about to give you a little something to get your teeth into. I should like to illustrate this with something that forms a support, and which is very much what is at issue in this question. Some time ago, I spoke about the enigma. I wrote it with a capital E followed by a lowercase e in subscript, e. This has to do with enunciation and the annonce, the statement. A riddle, as the name indicates, is an enunciation such that its statement cannot be found. You'll find one of these riddles pointed out in the book I mentioned earlier, Surface and Symbol. Since it is published by Oxford University Press, it's easier to find than the famous A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, which you can nevertheless get hold of provided you don't insist on having the edition that includes all the criticism that Chester Anderson took care to tack on at the end. So, here, in this R.M. Adams volume, you will find something that holds great worth. In the first chapters of Ulysses, Stephen goes off to teach one of those little groups of people that constitutes a class, in Trinity College, if I remember rightly. Stephen is the Joyce that Joyce dreams up. And since Joyce is no fool, he doesn't adore him, far from it. He just has to mention Stephen and he breaks out in a snigger. This is not far removed from my stance when I speak to you about myself, or in any case about my prey to you. Of what, then, do riddles consist? Riddling is an art that I shall call an art between the lines, thereby alluding to the chord. I don't see why the lines of what is written should not be tied in by a second chord. 54. With everything that I've managed to consume by way of histories of writing, even theories of writing, there is a certain Fevrier who produced an Histoire de l'écriture, and another, by the name of Gelb, who has done a theory of writing. My mind started wondering. Writing is of interest to me because I think that it was through little bits of writing that, historically speaking, We entered the real, that is, that we stopped imagining. The real is upheld by writing little mathematical letters. But good heavens, how did that come about? I wondered. It was then that I turned a corner with something that strikes me as, let's say, vraisemblable, plausible, when I told myself that writing must always have something to do with the way that we set down the knot in a written form. A knot is commonly written like this. Already, this gives us an S. Beauty according to Hogarth. All the same, this is something that bears a strong relationship with the instance of the letter, such as I uphold it. Then, this produces a body that is vraisemblable with respect to beauty. Hogarth, who examined beauty in great detail, thought that it always had something to do with this double curve. That's poppycock, of course, but in the end it moves in the direction of connecting beauty to something other than obscenity, that is, to the real. Ultimately, the only beauty there is would thus be writing. Why not? Let's get back to Stephen, whose name also begins with an S. Stephen is Joyce insofar as he deciphers his own riddle. He doesn't get far because he believes in all his symptoms. This is very striking. He begins by believing in his race. When it comes to his beginnings, in fact he started long before, sputtering out a few bits and 55 pieces, even poems, and it's not the best stuff he came up with. But my word, he believed in such things as the uncreated conscience of my race. You find that at the end of a portrait of the artist as a young man. It's plain to see that this doesn't reach very far. It ends well, though. I'll read you the last sentence of a portrait of an artist. You see, I made a slip, because he reckoned himself to be the artist. April 27th, Old father, old artificer, stand me noive and ever in good stead. He addresses this prayer to his father, a father who distinguishes himself precisely as, I don't know, as what we might call an unworthy father, a failing father, the one whom throughout Ulysses he will seek in the guise of he who is not to be found at any level whatsoever. Clearly there is a father somewhere, and that is Bloom, a father who is trying to find himself a son, but Stephen protests that it's really not for him. After the father I've had my fill. No more father. Especially given that the Bloom in question is not so very tempting. In the end, however, it's quite peculiar how Bloom's ponderings and Stephen's orbit each other and are pursued throughout the novel, to the point that Adams, whose name oozes more jury than Bloom, is very struck by some particular little clues that he discovers. Singularly, he discovers that it's far too implausible to attribute to Bloom a knowledge of Shakespeare that he plainly doesn't possess. Moreover, this knowledge is not at all necessarily correct, even if it is the knowledge that Stephen possesses. It really is pure supposition because it presumes that Shakespeare had relations with a certain herbalist who lived in the same part of London. Adams stresses that the fact that this occurs to Bloom exceeds the bounds of what may rightly be attributed to him. In truth, there is a whole chapter of surface and symbol that deals strictly with just this, to the point that it culminates in a blefen, since earlier I made a slip, a blefen and stum that we meet in the text of Ulysses. This clearly shows that they are made not only of the same signifier but truly of the same matter. Ulysses is the testimony of how Joyce remains deeply rooted in his father while still disowning him. That's precisely what his symptom is. 56. 3. I said that Joyce is the symptom. His entire life's work vouches for this at length. Exiles is really an approach to something that for him is the core symptom, which is formed from the specific shortcoming of sexual relation. This shortcoming must, however, assume some shape, and it does so not just any old how. It takes the shape of what tethers him to his wife, to she known as Nora, under whose reign he dreams up exiles. It has been translated into French as les exiles, the exiled, though it means les exiles as well. There can be no better term to express non-relation than exile, and all that transpires in exiles revolves precisely around this non-relation. Non-relation is the fact that there is really no reason to hold one woman among others to be one's woman. One woman among others is also she who has a relationship with just any old other man. And it is indeed this any old other man that is at issue in the character Joyce conjures up, and for whom, at this point in his life, he knows how to open up the choice of the one woman in question, who is none other than Nora. The portrait, which he was bringing to a close at that time, ends with the uncreated conscience of my race, with respect to which he calls upon the artificer par excellence, who would be his father, when in fact this artificer is he. He is the one who knows what he has to do. To believe, however, that there is an uncreated conscience of any race is a great illusion. He also believes that there is a book of himself. What an idea! To make oneself be a book. Really, such a thing can only occur to a stunted poet, a confounded poet. Why doesn't he say that he's a not instead? Let's come to Ulysses, so that we may analyze it, for this is what a certain Schechner has surely achieved. As I was dreaming, I thought his name was Checher, which is easier to spell, but no, he's called Schechner. It's a shame, because he's not in the least bit such, he's not a dry fellow. He imagines himself to be an analyst because he's read a lot of analytic books. This is a fairly widespread illusion, among analysts, precisely. And then, he has analyzed Ulysses. Unlike surface and symbol, this analysis of Ulysses, which naturally is an exhaustive one, because when you analyze a book you can't really stop, can you? Makes an altogether terrifying impression. On this score, Freud only wrote articles, and limited articles at that. Besides, apart from Dostoevsky, he never analyzed a novel in the strict sense. He made a brief allusion to Ibsen's Rosmersholm, but ultimately he contained himself. 57. It really does suggest that the novelist's imagination, I mean the one that rules in Ulysses, ought to be tossed into the bin. This really isn't my sense, though. Still, one must press oneself to gather up from all YSSES a few home truths. That's what I was broaching by means of the riddle. This is what dear Joyce, in the guise of Stephen, offers to his pupils as a riddle. It's an enunciation. The cock crew, thesky was bluey, thebells in heavenwe re-striking left en. Tis Timmy for ts poor soul to go to heaven. I'll give you 3 guesses to find what unlocks it. Joyce provides the key once the whole class has fallen silent, THEFOX perwying his grand moth ERUNDERA hollybush. That doesn't sound like much at all. Alongside the coherence of the enunciation, which, I point out to you, is in verse, it's a poem in consecutive sequence, and it's a creation, it is incontestable that this little fox burying his grandmother under a bush is truly a wretched thing. But what kind of echo might this have, han't say for everyone in this room, but for those of you here who are analysts? That's what analysis is. It's the response to a riddle. Moreover, it's a response, it has to be said, from this example, that is quite especially deft. This is precisely why one must keep a firm hold on the rope. I mean that, if one has no idea where the rope ends, namely, in the knot of sexual non-relation, one runs the risk of floundering. Meaning emanates from a field that lies between the imaginary and the symbolic. That goes without saying. I'll have to show you this. Of course, here in the middle is the cause of desire. RSIDIAGRAM. 58. If we think that there is no other of the other, or at the very least, no jouissance of this other of the other, then we really need to perform a suture somewhere between this symbolic, which stretches out here on its own, and this imaginary, which is here. It is a splice between the imaginary and unconscious knowledge. All of this is done to obtain a meaning, which is the object of the analyst's response to what the analysand exposes at length through his symptom. When we perform this splice, by the same stroke we make another one, precisely between that which is symbolic and the real. That is to say, in one way or another we teach the analysand to splice, to perform a splice between his sinthome and the parasitic reel of jouissance. This is what typifies our operation. To make this jouissance possible is the same thing as what I shall write sens. It is the same thing as for hearing, a sense, a meaning. Splicing the link into a knot. Analysis is about sutures and splices, but it needs to be said that we should consider the instances as really standing apart. The imaginary, the symbolic, and the real do not get muddled up. Finding a meaning entails knowing which knot it is, and joining it together fast by means of an artifice. There's something improper about tying a knot by means of what I might call a Borromean link knot. It is with this question, which I shall leave hanging, that I am going to leave you. The time has come for us to part. I haven't left time now for dear Jacques Aubert to speak. My intention was to give him the floor for the rest of the session, but next time, given what I've heard from him, since he was kind enough to call me by phone on Friday, I believe he will be able to tell you about the bloom in question. 59. The aforementioned bloom is no worse placed than any other when it comes to twigging something about analysis, because he's a Jew. The way that he senses the suspension between the sexes means that he cannot help but wonder as to whether he's a father or a mother. Something that certainly radiates out in thousands of different directions in Joyce's text is that, with respect to his wife, Bloom has the sentiments of a mother. He believes that he carries her in his belly. All things considered, one cannot go more terribly astray in what one may feel for someone one loves. And why not? Love needs to be carefully explained, and to explain it as a kind of madness is the first thing in arm's reach. I'll leave you on that note. I hope that you haven't been overly disappointed by this first session after the break. January 13, 1976. Additional session. The following week, adjournment to XXIII. You must see, I assume so, if you're not too backward for it, that I'm in a bind with Joyce, like a fish with a bicycle. This is clearly linked, I'm able to say so because these days I experience it day in day out to my lack of practice, let's say, to my inexperience in the language he writes in. Not that I'm completely ignorant in English, but, precisely, Joyce writes English with these peculiar refinements that mean that he disarticulates the tongue, the English tongue on this occasion. Don't imagine that this only begins with Finnegan's Wake. Long before, notably in Ulysses, he had a way of chopping up sentences that already inclined that way. It is truly a process that is exerted in the direction of finding another use for the language in which he writes, in any case, a use that is far from ordinary. This is part and parcel of his savoir-faire. I've already cited the article by Sollers in this regard. It would be as well for you to take stock of its pertinence. The upshot of this is that this morning I'm going to give the floor to someone whose practice goes much further than mine, not only in the English language, but in Joyce in particular. That someone is Jacques Aubert. So as not to drag on, I'm going to let him speak right away, because he's been good enough to take over from me. I'll be listening to him with all the consideration that I have drawn from his experience of 60. Joyce. The reflections that I shall have to add, quite brief reflections, indeed, because I'm not asking him to shorten his talk, far from it will, I trust, be added with all the respect that I owe him for having introduced me to what I have called Joyce the symptom. So, come up here, dear Jacques. Stand over there. Let's go then. I thank Jacques Aubert for having got his feet wet. The author of Surface and Symbol, whose name I gave you last time, labels Joyce's art one of inconceivably private jokes. In the same text there appears a word I had to look up in the dictionary, XXIII. I don't know if this word is a common one. You don't know it? It doesn't ring a bell? It refers to things that are put off till later, after soon. There's nothing but that in Joyce. Not only are the effects put off till later, but more often than not they throw you off track. Well, that's the art of Jacques Aubert too. He got you to follow one of his threads with bated breath. All of that obviously gives some grounding to what I'm trying to give consistency to in the knot. I realized that I was already referencing Joyce's slipping and sliding in my seminar encore, which rather stunned me. I asked Jacques Aubert whether this wasn't what led him to invite me to speak about Joyce, but he replied that the seminar hadn't yet been published at the time. So, it can't have been this that incited him to present me with this hole into which I shan't be venturing, no doubt out of some prudence such as he has just defined it. The whole of the knot poses me no less of a question. One is able to ascertain the duplicity of the Borromean knot, which actually is not a knot but a link, I mean, to ascertain that there are two of them, only when the circles, the rings of string, are colored. I am indebted to Soury and Thome for mentioning that, which I surely did notice myself, of course. When the colored quality distinguishes any one of these rings from the two others, we can, with the aid of the stobing, make it so that there are two knots. If the knots are not colored, if nothing sets the rings apart, then, nor will there be anything to set one knot apart from the other. Both statements will be equivalent. You will tell me that in the planar diagram there is one that is levorotary and another that is dextrorotary. Here, however, lies the whole crux of this calling into question of the planar diagram. The planar diagram implies a specified viewpoint, and doubtless it is no accident that the notion of left and right cannot be translated into the symbolic in any way whatsoever. For the knot, this only starts to exist upwards of the three-component relation. How can it be that the three-component 61 relation enjoys this privilege? Precisely here lies that with which I should like to endeavor to solve the question. There must be something here, which cannot be unrelated to the way that Jacques Aubert singled out for us just now the function of phonation, precisely in what is at issue in supporting the signifier. The keen point, on which I shall remain, is that of knowing where significance qua written starts to be distinct from mere effects of phonation. Phonation is what transmits the proper function of the name, and it is from the proper noun that we shall be setting off again, so I hope, next time we meet. January 20, 1976. V. Was Joyce mad? The jouissance of the real. Redemption or castration. The real within the entanglements of the true compensating for a de facto verwerfung the value of the proper noun. Things aren't going so well, and I'll tell you why. It's because I've been busy soaking up the vast literature around Joyce's work, to which it has given rise. Even though the term literature repulsed him, that's still what he gave rise to, and he did so eagerly. He has given rise to a vast amount of waffle. How does such a thing come about? Jacques Aubert, who is here in the front row, every now and then, and to his credit, sends me up from Lyon hints on a few further authors. He is not innocent in this because he too has produced some stuff on Joyce. But then, who is innocent? At the leading edge of what is, on this occasion, my labor, this labor of soaking it all up, I have to ask myself why I'm doing it. Plainly it's because I started it, but I'm trying, as one tries with any reflection, to ask myself why I started. At what point is a person mad? The question is worth asking, but for now the question that I'm posing myself, and which I pose to Jacques Aubert, is the following: was Joyce mad? 1. I won't be answering this question today, which doesn't stop me from starting to try to take my bearings from the formula that I offered you, the distinction between the true and the real. 63. This is quite obvious in Freud. This is even how he oriented himself: truth is pleasure-giving, which sets it apart from the real. The real does not give pleasure, of course. It's clear that this is where I've been distorting something in Freud. I've been trying to point out how jouissance partakes of the real. This leads me into tremendous difficulty, first and foremost because it's clear that the jouissance of the real includes masochism, which Freud noticed. Masochism is the main share of the jouissance endued by the real. Freud discovered that. He didn't foresee it right away, and obviously that's not the first step he took. It's quite certain that going down that path sucks you in. This is, borne out by the fact that I started by writing XXIII inspires. That is indeed how I started, and that's why I can't really be all that surprised to find myself grappling with Joyce. This is precisely why I've dared to ask whether Joyce was mad, that is to say, whence his writings came to him through inspiration. Joyce left behind a large quantity of notes and doodles. Scribble-de-hobble as a certain Connolly called one Joyce manuscript that he published. I met Connolly in his day, I don't know if he's still around. All in all, the question is this: how are we to find out, based on his notes, what Joyce believed? It's no accident that he left so much behind. His notes were drafts, and it took the fact that he was eager for this, and even encouraged those we call researchers to hunt them out. He wrote a large quantity of letters too. 3 thick volumes of these have appeared in print. Among them are some that are almost unpublishable. I say almost, because as you can fairly imagine, in the end that's not what would stop someone or other from printing them. The priceless Richard Ellman has just brought out a last volume, Selected Letters, in which he has published a number of those that were considered unfit for print in the first tome. There's such a welter that you can make neither head nor tail of it all. At least, I admit that I can't. I find my way by means of a certain number of little threads, of course. I've managed to form some idea of his doings with Nora, based on my practice, I mean, based on what people confide in me, since I deal with people whom I've trained in such a way that they take pleasure in speaking the truth. Everyone says, or rather Freud says, that if I manage this, it's because they love me, due to what I've tried to pinpoint in the way of transference, that is, they suppose me to know. Well, it's quite clear that I don't know everything. In particular, on reading Joyce, how are we to know what he believed about himself? 64. Indeed, the dreadful thing is that I'm reduced to reading him, because surely enough I didn't analyze him, which I regret. Well, clearly he was hardly disposed to it. It came quite naturally to his pen to qualify Freud and Jung as Tweedledum and Tweedledee, which does not show that he was that way inclined. You must read, if you manage to find the thing, the French translation of a portrait of the artist as a young man that was published some time ago by La Sirene. Well, I said that you can get the text in English, though you might not get it with what I thought you would get, namely all the criticism and even the notes that have been added. If, however, you can read more easily in the French version what he tells of his prate with a certain Cranley, who is a friend of his, you'll come across a number of things. It's very striking. Joyce comes to a standstill. He doesn't dare to say what he's getting into. Cranley pushes him and hassles him, pesters him even, to find out whether he is going to follow through on the consequences of his saying that he's lost his faith. This is faith as in the teachings of the Church, the teachings, I say, in which he has been trained. It's clear that he daren't disentangle himself from these teachings because they form, quite simply, the armature of his ponderings. He obviously doesn't manage to take the step of affirming that he no longer believes in them. What is it that makes him recoil from this? Well, the string of consequences that rejecting this vast apparatus would entail, an apparatus that, even so, still forms his support. Read it. It's well worth it. Cranley questions him and implores him to take the step, and Joyce won't. He writes this down. What he writes is the consequence of what he is, but how far does this go? How far did his means of navigating reach, some of the devices of which he provides, exile, silence, and cunning? I ask you, Jacques Aubert. Isn't there in Joyce's writings what I shall call the hint that he is, or is turning himself into, what in his language he terms a redeemer? There was one redeemer, a true redeemer, in the fairy tales, to put it the way I see it, that the priests told him, and which he clearly has faith in. Will he go so far as to come in the stead of this redeemer? I don't see why I shouldn't ask Jacques Aubert for his sense of this, which is worth just as much as mine. We're reduced to sentiment here because Joyce didn't say it, he wrote it, and the whole difference lies there. When one writes, one may indeed touch on the real, but not the true. So, what do you reckon, Jacques Aubert? Did he believe himself, yes or no? There are traces, yes. That's why I'm asking you, because there are traces. In Stephen Hero, there are traces. Why, yes. In the first version, there are very sharp traces. 65. Listen, if you don't understand anything, you can clear the hell out of here. The only thing I ask is for this room to empty. That will mean less bother for me. In Stephen Hero, which I have perused a bit, and then in a portrait of the artist, what's irritating is that it's never very clear. The artist is not the Redeemer, it's God himself, as an artificer. Yes, the passages in which he mentions the allure of the illegitimate Christ are also those in which he speaks about the enigma of a manner. And then, on the other hand, this also seems to correspond to the famous period when he was fascinated by Franciscanism, with two aspects that are perhaps of interest, one bearing on the imitation of Christ, which is part of Franciscan ideology, where we are all on the side of the Son, where one imitates the Son, and then the poetry, the Furetti. One of the texts that he hunts out in Stephen Hero is precisely a text, not by a Franciscan theologian, but a poetic text by Jacques de Todi. Exactly. If I ask this question, it's because it seemed to me that it was worth asking. How are we to gauge the extent of his belief? With what kind of physics can we operate? Well, with my knots, that's where I'm hoping we have something with which to operate. 2. I've been operating with the knots for want of anywhere else to turn. I didn't get there straight away, but they've been affording me things that put me in a bind, I must say. How can I put it? There is a dynamic of the knots. Assert arene, it's pointless, but Sarah, it grips tightly. Well, it can form a tight grip, even if it doesn't have any point. What is it able to grip? Well, something that we suppose to be wedged in by these knots. If we think that these knots are the most real thing there is, how can there even remain any room for something to be? 66. Gripped. This is precisely what is supposed by the fact that I'm putting a dot here. It is not unthinkable to see this dot as the reduced notation of a chord that would pass through here and out the other side. Link with a dot. This business of a chord has the advantage of being just as daft as the representation as a whole, behind which there still lies nothing less than topology. In other words, topology leans on the fact that there is at least this thing, without counting the others that exist, this thing that is known as the torus. The torus. My good friends Soury and Thome have succeeded in breaking down the relationships between the Borromean knot and the torus. They realized that the pair of circles that are folded around each other can be set into a torus that is formed thus. 67. The link set into a torus. For the same reason, if one introduces an infinite straight line, which is not excluded from the problem of the knots, far from it, into what we may term the false hole, it turns it into a true hole. This hole is represented in the P-anoraeogram. The false hole transformed into a true hole by the addition of an infinite straight line. The question of the planar diagram still remains. In what way is it suitable? The most that we can say is that the knots steer us to this planar diagram as an artifice. In actual fact, this artifice of representation is merely an artifice of perspective, because really we have to supplement this supposed continuity that we can see when the infinite straight line is reckoned to exit what? Well, the whole. What function does this whole carry? The whole is something that the most basic experience dictates, the experience of the ring. A ring. 68. Is not a purely abstract thing like the line of a circle. For a circle to be thinkable, we have to flesh it out, that is, we have to give it consistency. We have to imagine that it is supported by something physical. Moreover, this is where we meet the following: only the body can be pondered. 1. 3. Let's get back to what we are engaged in today, namely, the Joyce Trail. What do his love letters to Nora imply? There are a certain number of coordinates in them that we need to mark out. So, what is Joyce's relationship to Nora? Oddly enough, I would say that it's a sexual relation, even though I say that such a thing doesn't exist, but it's a funny old sexual relation. One thing we ponder, it's agreed, though we seldom ponder it, because it's not customary for us, is to slip our right hand into the left hand glove by turning it inside out. It's in Kant somewhere, but then, who reads Kant? It's tremendously apposite in Kant. There's just one thing that he didn't think of, perhaps because in his day gloves didn't have a button, and that's the fact that in the inside-out glove, the button is on the inside. All the same, this is an obstacle to the comparison being entirely satisfactory. If you have carefully followed what I've just said, however, the gloves in question are not entirely arbitrary. The inside-out glove is Nora. It's his way of considering that she fits him like a glove. It's no accident that I'm advancing by way of this progression. For Joyce, there is but one woman. She follows the same model, always, and he only slips on this glove with the keenest repugnance. It is quite tangible that he made Nora his chosen woman only by virtue of the strongest depreciation. Not only must she fit him like a glove, she must grip him tightly as a glove. She is absolutely pointless. This is quite plain in their relations, to the point that when they are in Trieste, whenever she drops a sprague, I really am obliged to speak in these terms, it causes a scene. It wasn't part of the program. Unease sets in between Nora and the one called Jim, who are thick as thieves. People write about him using this name because his wife used it when she wrote to him. With each new rugrat, things go awry between them. Always, in each case, it causes a scene. 81. This brings to mind a whole imbroglio, but we're already in this imbroglio because we're in the knot, and by the same stroke we're in a tangle. I spoke of rectifying the slip at the very site at which it occurs. This is not SEF evident. Indeed, what does it mean, that it occurs at such a site? There is an equivocation because we meet the consequence of this at two other sites. What is striking about it is that it doesn't produce the same consequences at each of the two sites. If you pay close attention, you can see, in the way the knot responds, that when you put the sinthome at the very site where the fault occurs you don't get the same knot as you do when you rectify it at one of these other sites. With the mistake rectified at one of the other two sites, the link is different for. Rectifying the slip at the two other sites is just as conceivable as doing so at the site where the mistake occurred, because it's a matter of making something of the primary structure of the trefoil not subsist. Now, as you can see, what subsists due to the intervention of the sinthome will be different depending on whether the sinthome is placed at the very site of the slip or at one of the other two sites. The striking thing is that there is a common feature that is shared in the way that the things are knotted, something which is marked in a certain direction, let's say the dextrorotary orientation, of the knotted compensation, of compensation by means of the sinthome. It remains no less clear that what results from this compensation will be different depending on the site at which it is placed. The nature of this difference is as follows. In what results from the rectification made to the trefoil knot at the two other sites, the sinthome and the figure 8 loop, that is to say, the red figure of 8 and the green ring, which here take 82. Shape, as it were, spontaneously, can be permit and are strictly equivalent. Equivalence by permitting red and green. However, when the rectification is made at the site at which the mistake occurs, there is no such permutation. You have only to take a figure of 8 not 5 and you will obtain with the greatest of ease the passage from one shape to another. Nothing could be more straightforward. You just have to form an idea of how you would tug on the different parts in such a way that the red loop would form a ring, here. Nothing could be easier than to perceive that there is every chance that what was initially a green ring will become a green figure of 8. You will see when you try it out that it's a figure of 8 that is likewise dextrorotary. So, it seems to me that there is a strict equivalence here. What about this thing I'm calling equivalence? After the path I've just cleared around sexual relation, it is not difficult to suggest that, when there is equivalence, there is no relation. Let's look again at the trefoil knot. Suppose if you will that the two sexes are symbolized here by the two colors, and assume for the time being, as we already have, that from this point forth there is a failure of the knot. We have observed that the failure of the trefoil knot is strictly equivalent in both sexes. If what we thus behold to be equivalent is supported by the fact that there has been a failure of the knot in either sex, the result is that both sexes are equivalent. This is true, however, only with the proviso that should the fault have been rectified at the very site at which it occurs, the two sexes are no longer equivalent. What about in this double figure of 8? 83-6. What, then, corresponds to what just now I was calling equivalence is, in actual fact, far from being equivalent. Non-equivalence in the permutation of red and green. One color may very well be replaced by another, but whereas in the first diagram the green ring is, as it were, internal to the set of what is supported by the double figure of 8 in red, in the second diagram the red ring is external to the double figure of 8 in green. It was on this point that I put to work our dear Jacques Alain Miller, who was at my country house at the same time as I was cogitating this. I put forward to him this shape, quite rightly, contrary to what I said to him, praying that he would uncover the equivalence that might have been produced. It is clear, however, that no such equivalence can be produced. This comes to light with the fact that the green ring will never be able to get through the outer band of the double figure of 8 in red. 84. At the level of the sinthome, there is not, therefore, any equivalence to the relation between green and red, if we make do with this straightforward designation. To the extent that there is a sinthome, there is no sexual equivalence, that is to say, there is relation. Indeed, if non-relation stems from equivalence, then relation is structured to the extent that there is no equivalence. Therefore, there is both sexual relation and no relation. Where there is relation, it is to the extent that there is sinthome, that is to say, to the extent that the other sex is supported by the sinthome. I allowed myself to say that the sinthome is very precisely the sex to which I don't belong, that is, a woman. If a woman is a sinthome for any man, it's quite clear that another name needs to be found for what's involved in man for a woman, since the sinthome is characterized precisely by non-equivalence. One can say that for a woman, man is anything you please, specifically an affliction that is worse than a sinthome. A ravage, even. If there is no equivalence, you're forced to specify what's involved in the sinthome. There is no equivalence. This is the only thing, the only nook, in which what is known as sexual relation in the parle-être, in the human psyche finds say support. Isn't this what is demonstrated for us in what is known as the clinic, which is another use of the bed? All the same, it is when we see beings in bed, and not only in hospital beds, that we are able to form an idea of what is involved in this notorious relation. This relation se it is tied, lit being the operative word 7, in a tight bond with the sinthome. This is precisely what results, good heavens, from everything that I hear on another bed, the famous couch on which people go on about it at such length. It's a matter of situating what the sinthome has to do with the real of the unconscious, should the unconscious indeed prove to be real. How are we to know whether the unconscious is real or imaginary? That is the question. It partakes of an equivocation between the two. This is what we are now committed to, thanks to Freud, and in the guise of the sinthome. I mean that henceforth we are dealing with the sinthome in sexual relation, which Freud held to be natural, which doesn't mean anything. It is on this point that I shall leave you today, since I also have to mark in some way my disappointment at not having found you thinner on the ground this time. February 17, 1976. The invention of the real. 7. On a fallis that vouches for the real. The all and the set. Borromean duality. Orientation and color. Syntax and equivoque. The phallus and the real. Here I am, reduced to having to improvise. Not that I haven't been working since last time, and profusely so, but as I wasn't necessarily expecting to speak because in principle this is a day of strike, here I am, then, reduced to setting out what I did prepare a little after all, and even a great deal. As usual, I was hoping there might be fewer of you. I'm going to begin by showing you something that is not necessarily what you were anticipating, but which is not unrelated, something that I went to fetch before leaving and which I wanted very much to think about because I had promised as much to the person who is more than a little concerned in this. I would like to let you know, or to remind you, for those who already know, that there is someone of whom I'm very fond, whose name is Helene Success. It turns out that she had already produced a brief note on Dora in the sold-out issue of Literature in which I produced literature since then. She has turned it into a play, Portrait de Dora, which is being performed right now at the Petit Orsay. It's not bad, in my opinion. I told Helene what I thought about it. I've been on first-name terms with her since I first met her, and I told her I would speak about it. It's about Freud's Dora. This is precisely why I suspect that it might interest a few of you to go and see how it's been put together. It's been put together in a real fashion. I mean that reality, the reality of the rehearsals, for example, is ultimately what has dominated the 88 actors. I don't know to what extent you will appreciate it, but it's quite certain that there's something quite striking in it. It's about hysteria, Dora's hysteria more precisely, and it so happens that she's not the best hysteric in the cast. The woman who is the best hysteric plays another role, but on no account does she make a show of her hysteric's virtues. The woman who plays the role of Dora doesn't make a bad show of it. At the very least this is my sense of it. There is also someone in it who plays the role of Freud. Naturally, he's in a right pickle. He looks rather bothered and you can hear it in his delivery. Well, he goes at it with great caution. It's all the less fortunate, for him at least, that he is not an actor. He stepped forward for the role. So, he's constantly afraid of overdoing Freud. In the end, the best thing I can tell you to do is to go and see it. What you will see bears the mark of the caution of the actor who plays Freud. At the end of the day, the overall result of this is something that is altogether curious. We are faced with a hysteria. I think this will strike you, but then, perhaps you will appreciate it in a different way, that I could call incomplete. I mean that hysteria has always been in twos, since Freud anyway. Here we can see it reduced in some way to what I might call a material state, and this is why this is going to sit rather well with what I'm about to explain to you. The play lacks the element that was added some time ago, before Freud, when all is said and done, namely, the way that hysteria has to be understood. This produces something very striking and very instructive. It's a kind of rigid hysteria. You'll be seeing this presently because I'm going to show you what the word rigidity means here. I won't speak any further about Portrait de Dora. I hope to have some echoes about it from the people who come to see me, for instance. Such things happen. 1. I'm going to speak to you about a link that I happen to have offered to your attention, the Borromean link. It's no accident that it gets called a knot, because it does slide towards the knot. I'm going to show you this right away, but what you will see first of all, in my first drawing, is a kind of embedding of rigidity. It's not out of the question that the word link might representify this for you, so to speak, because a link is, after all, rigid. The snag is, the link at issue here can be conceived of only as something that is highly supple. It is even important to consider it too. On a fa/lackey that vouches for the real 89. Be something that is altogether supple. I am going to show you this as well. I was led to articulate this link, indeed to limit, by conjoining to it the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. What is important here is the real. After having spoken at great length about the symbolic and the imaginary, I was led to ask myself what the real might be in this conjunction. Of course, the real cannot be just one of those rings of string. It's the way of presenting them in their linked up knot that, in and of itself, forms the real of the knot. You must nevertheless have cotonate on a bit to what it is that I have been trying to sustain the Borromean link with. Here's what this yields. I wasn't minded to complete the drawing, but clearly it has to be completed to give a sense of what's at issue. Here, then, is the typical link. Typical Borromean link. The fact that here I am tricoloring the trefoil knot is a reminder that this is derived from the Borromean link. 90. You have seen how this can transform at the drop of a hat into something that looks like it would better deserve to be called a link, because this is, all the same, what most resembles what one usually considers a link to be. 2-ring Olympic link 1. Lastly, it is advantageous to figure the Borromean link as follows, by representing the 3 rings in a way that ought to be called projective. Projective representation of the Borromean link. It is no less the case that there is an advantage to what I am now about to present, taking care to position the 3 rings in a way that respects the layout of what I drew up before. 91. Borromean link simulating an armillary sphere. The advantage to the way I presented the Borromean link is that it simulates a sphere, as I once mentioned to Dolly in conversation, I no longer recall when. There is of course a difference between the Borromean link and what is always drawn in an annihilary sphere when one tries to circularize the sphere at 3 levels, which one may call respectively transverse, sagittal, and horizontal. 2You've never seen an armillary sphere represented in this fashion. Since the false sphere that I've drawn here is supported by circles, there is a way of handling it that consists in flipping it over. One cannot help but conceive of a sphere as being linked to the idea of the all. The fact that one quite readily represents a sphere by means of a circle links the idea of the all, which is actually supported only by the sphere, to the circle. But this is a mistake, because the idea of the all implies closure, whereas if one is able to flip this all, the inside becomes the outside. Once we are using circles to support the Borromean link, it becomes invertible, by virtue of the fact that the circle is in no respect what people believe it to be, something that symbolizes the idea of the all. Indeed, in a circle there is a hole. It is only to the extent that beings are inert, that is to say, supported by a body, that one is able to say to someone, as was done at the initiative of Popilius, IHAVE drol vna ring around THEE, and thou shalt not stepbey on it until thou pledges me this. In sum, here we meet again, with respect to what I have been calling by the name of The woman, the reason I asserted that she is not all. This means that women merely form a set. Indeed, over time, we have reached the point that the idea of the all has been dissociated from the idea of a set. We have come to think that a certain number of objects can be supported by small letters, such that the idea of the all has been dissociated therefrom. In other words, the circle that is supposed to group together the 92 objects A, B, C, and so forth, in a representation that is altogether fragile, is exterior to them. C. The set A, B, C. Specifying that the woman is not all implies a dissymmetry between an object that one could call capital A, and we need to find out what it is, and a set with one element. If there is a pair, the two of them are united by being contained within a circle that, by virtue of this fact, turns out to be distinct from them. This is usually expressed by using braces, and is written thus, A, B. This says that within a set there is, on the one hand, an element, and on the other, a set with one single element. The set A, B. 2. I must, now, confess something. Soury and Thome had spelt out to me how a 3-component Borromean link shows that it supports 2 different objects on the condition that the 3 rings that constitute it be colored and oriented. These 2 conditions are required, and I assented to this. In a second phase, I found myself in the disagreeable position of having imagined that simply coloring them would be enough to single out these 2 objects. This was because I had consented in a somewhat superficial way to the affirmation they had brought me. 93. Indeed, Should we assign the color red to one of the three rings, it is not the same object, when we give the color green to this one and blue to this one, as it is when we do the opposite. This looks to be quite palpable. However, if we flip the sphere over, it is the same object. Thus, we will obtain with the greatest of ease a reverse layout. Good heavens, I'll quickly draw this up for you. Let's start off from what we have here. If we consider that this is not rigid, then it is quite feasible to make the following representation of the red ring. If we are here, then it is likewise more than feasible to make the ring slide to where it's quite evident that it is able to be, and you obtain the following transformation. From here, it's quite feasible to make the red ring slide back down in such a way that the green ring, instead of the blue, now lies inside the red ring. The blue, on the contrary, lies outside the red. These things are not all that easy to demonstrate. What is immediate, and this is obtained by handling them, the simple thought that the three rings can be flipped, one over the other, is not obtained quite so easily as that. The proof is that the aforementioned Soury and Thome, who quite rightly represented for me this way of handling things, only did so by getting a bit tangled up. I've tried to represent for you here how this transformation may effectively be said to operate. What is it, all told, that brings us to a standstill in this immediacy, which is another sort of self-evidence, if I may say so, a self-evidence which, concerning the real, I designate with a joke, which I sustain by means of an evidement. What resists self-evidence/implying is the knotty appearance produced by what I have been calling the link knot, equivocating on link and knot. This knotty appearance, this knotty form, if I may say so, is what makes for the assurance of the real. I shall say therefore, on this occasion, that what vouches for the real is a fa/lace, since I have spoken of appearance. 3. This differs from pseudo-evidence, because in my stupidity I initially took it to be self-evident that there could be two objects simply by coloring the circles. All in all, what is meant by the series of artifices that I have demonstrated to you? It is here that the difference between monstration and demonstration shows itself. There is in some sense an idea of degeneration in demonstrating as opposed to monstrating. In demonstration, there is a decline in the monstration. All the waffle that emanates from self-evidence merely brings about the emptying out, on the condition that this is done in a signifying fashion. More geometrico, which has long stood as the ideal support. 94. Inversion 95. Of demonstration, hinges on the fa/lace of formal self-evidence. This is altogether apt to remind us that, geometrically speaking, a line is nothing but the meeting edge of two surfaces, which are themselves cut from a solid. But it is another support that is furnished by the ring, by the circle, or whatever else, provided it is supple. It is a different geometry, which has to be grounded in the link. It's quite certain that I'm still exceedingly struck by my mistake, which I quite rightly qualified as stupidity. It affected me to a degree you can scarcely imagine. It's precisely because I want to perk myself up a bit that I'm now going to argue against what I believe to be an opinion held by Soury and Thome, such as they expressed it to me. To demonstrate that there are two different Borromean links, they thought it necessary to proceed by way of an exhaustive combination of three colorings and three orientations that were collocated upon each of the circles. On that occasion they remarked that all three need to be both oriented and colored, and that it was not simply a matter of coloring some, orienting others, or orienting just one. I think I can take an opposing view. I even believe I am able to demonstrate what is at issue, in the sense that a demonstration is still close to a monstration. I am keeping the same colors as I used before. You know how I usually represent the Borromean link. I represent it differently from the classical representation in that I introduce two infinite straight lines. Using these two infinite straight lines, as opposed to circles that join them up, is enough to allow us to demonstrate that there are two different objects in the link, on the condition that a pair be colored and the third be oriented, as is the case here. I have spoken in terms of infinite straight lines because the infinite straight line, which Soury and Thome are careful not to employ, is equivalent, at least as far as the link is concerned, to a circle when the line is completed by a point at infinite y. 96. The two infinite straight lines are required to be concentric. I mean that they do not link up with one another as a link. Desargues showed this a long time ago, but without specifying that the two straight lines in question, which are said to be infinite, must not link up. Indeed, in what he formulated, and which in its time I mentioned at my seminar, nothing is specified regarding the nature of the point that is said to be at infinity. Then, we come to the following fact. Orienting the ring, which we are saying doesn't need to be in one particular color, evidently already amounts to isolating it. Not to say that it is of any particular color is already to turn it into something different. Nevertheless, it is not inconsequential to say that the three of them need to be oriented. In the first of these two Borromean diagrams with an oriented ring, the orientation of the ring that is here in red is, from where we see it, dextrorotary. One should not assume that an orientation is something that is maintained across all cases. This is easy to prove. Specifically, by inverting the red ring, and inverting it implies that the two infinite straight lines are invertible as well, there will be an orientation that is exactly the opposite. I said that it is enough for Just1 to be oriented. This is all the more conceivable when you make these two lines infinite. On the basis of what would we as SIGN an orientation to them? Likewise, it is entirely possible to evidence the second object on the basis of what lay behind the principle of my deception with respect to the coloring. By inverting the colors, I mean, and not the orientation. By inverting the colors from the first diagram, the green and the blue, we obtain an object that is unquestionably different, provided we leave the oriented element with the same orientation. Indeed, why would I change the ring's orientation? It has no REAS on to be changed if I have changed the pair of color S. How would I ever recognize the non-identity of the complete object if I were to change the orientation? 97. Even if you invert this second object, you will see that it's well and truly different from the second one from earlier, for now it's a matter of comparing the levorotary ones with each other. Comparison of the levorotary rings. In sum, it is the orientation that has been maintained that differentiates this triplicate from one where the triplicate could be said to have the same presentation. 3. The difference between the oriented ring and the colored pair enables us to underscore the difference between what earlier I called the real as marked by AFL lace and what is involved in truth. Only that which has a thrust to it is true. What is the real's relationship with the true? The truth about the real, if I may put it like that, is that the real of this colored pair here, has no sense, no thrust to it. This statement plays on the equivoque of the word sense. What is the relationship between sense and what has been set down here in written form as an orientation? One can ask the question, and one can suggest an answer, namely, time. The important thing is that on this occasion we are bringing in a pair that is said to be colored, and that this pair has no thrust to it. Is the appearance of color the appearance of vision, in the sense that I have singled it out, or the appearance of the gaze? Is it the gaze or vision that distinguishes color? This is a question that I shall leave in suspense for today. This notion of the colored pair is designed to suggest that in sex there is nothing more than what I shall call the being of color, which in itself suggests that there can be woman with man's color or man with woman's color. 98. If we sustain what is involved in the symbolic by means of the red ring, then the sexes on this occasion lie in opposition as the imaginary and the real, as the idea and the impossible, to use my terms. Is it altogether sure, however, that the real is always what is in question? I asserted that in the case of Joyce it is rather the idea and the sinthome, as I've been calling it. Hence the clarification that results from this regarding what a woman is. Here, she is not all, on account of not being grasped, on account of remaining foreign to Joyce, on account of having no thrust to her, no meaning for him. Besides, does a woman ever carry a meaning for man? Man is the bearer of the idea of the signifier. This idea is essentially sustained in La Lingua by syntax. It is no less the case that if there is something that may be supposed in history, then it is that what I have called La Lingua is begotten by the set of women, faced with a tongue that can be broken down, Latin on this occasion, because this is what is at issue at the origin of our tongues. What is at issue is this fact of saying, examined with respect to what is involved of La Lingua, with respect to what may have guided one out of the two sexes towards what I shall call the prosthesis of the equivoque, because what typifies La Lingua among all the others is the equivokes that are possible in it, as I have illustrated with the equivoke between deux and deux. In each case, La Lingua was begotten by a set of women. I want to indicate something in relation to this point. We've spoken about a good many things today, except for what it is that constitutes the specificity of the Borromean link. The Borromean link would have no cause to be were it not for what I am drawing here. And which, as usual, I'm drawing badly. The specificity of the Borromean link is indeed this, which I have already presented. The false whole. 99. As I underlined earlier, in a circle there is a hole. The fact that one is able, by taking one circle and joining to it another, to form this whole that consists in what passes through the midst of it, and which is neither the whole of one nor the whole of the other, this is what I am calling the false whole. Should something, a straight line or a circle, traverse this false whole, then the latter thereby comes to be, as it were, v-e-rif-i-e-d. The essence of the Borromean link hinges on this v-e-rif-ying of the false whole, on the fact that this verifying transforms it, making it real. Transformation of the false whole, making it real. Now, having had an opportunity to reread my signification of the phallus, I had the pleasant surprise of finding in the very first line a mention of the knot. That was at a time when I was still a long way from turning my attention to the Borromean knot. On that occasion, the knot was the mainspring of castration. It is indeed the phallus that has the role of verifying the false whole, making it real. It is in so far as the sinthome forms a false whole with the symbolic that there can be any praxis whatever, that is to say, something that emanates from the dire, from the fact of saying, from what on this occasion I shall call art dire, to slide towards ardeur. Joyce didn't he know that he was fashioning the sinthome, I mean, that he was simulating it. He was oblivious to it, and it is by dint of this fact that he is a pure artificer, a man of savoir-faire, which is what is likewise known as an artist. The only real that verifies anything whatsoever is the phallus, in so far as it is the support of the function of the signifier. In that article, I underline that this function creates all that is signified. It is still the case, I shall add in order to take this up next time, that there oughtn't to be any but this to verify this real. March 9, 1976. 8. On sens, sex, n. The real. Orientation of the real, foreclosure of sens. The real is tied to nothing. Joyce's sinthome is unanalyzable. The phallic function, between fantasy and phonation philosophy. Borromean link by Soury and Thome. This is the most recent thing that Soury and Thome have given me. It's a Borromean knot of my sort, made of two infinite straight lines and something circular. You can see, doubtless with a bit of effort, that it's Borromean. The only excuse I have for saying something to you today, because, in truth, I need some excuse, at least in my eyes, is that this is going to be sensible. In view of which I shall not be doing what I would like to, which would be to give you unbout derel, mod or end of the real. It cannot go by any other name. You will see that I'm going to be clarifying this. 101. I am thereby reduced to telling myself that there is something sensible that can serve a purpose, provisionally. This provisional is, however, fragile. I'm not sure how long it will be able to serve its purpose. 1. I've been much preoccupied with Joyce of late, and I'm going to tell you why Joyce is so stimulating. Joyce is stimulating because he suggests, though it's merely a suggestion, an easy way of presenting him. In view of which, and here indeed lies his worth and his weight, everybody has been hitting the wall with this, even my friend Jacques, who is here in the front row and before whom I feel unworthy. Jacques doesn't manage any more than anyone else, no more than the said Adams who has pulled off some tours de force in this area, to reach this easy way of presenting him. Perhaps in a while I will tell you, rather than suggesting to you, why this is so. Of course, I too have been dreaming of this easy way of presenting Joyce. This is to be taken in the literal sense, because I dreamt about it just last night. Evidently, evidement, as one says, emptying out, you were my audience, but I was not an actor, and even, I was not an actor in the least. I was sharing with you the way that I, not an actor in the least, but instead what I would call a mediocre penman, judge characters who were not mine. Evidently, in this respect, I was overstepping my role, or rather, I had no part. It was something of the psychodrama kind. This is an interpretation. That Joyce should make me dream of functioning in this way must have a value that is, moreover, not easy to extract, because as I said he suggests to anyone and everyone that there must be a Joyce that is easy to handle. He suggests this due to the fact that there is such a thing as psychoanalysis, and a whole load of people go scurrying off down this trail. It is not, however, because I am a psychoanalyst and, by the same stroke, overly concerned, that I should forbid myself from picturing him in this light, for there is all the same something objective here. I would say that Joyce is an A Freud, playing on the word of Rose. Thus, he is an A Joyce. Every object, except the object that I call A, which is an absolute, abides by a relation. The annoying thing is that there is language, and that relations are expressed within it by means of epithets, relatives. Relatives push towards yea or nay. 102. Upon this, a certain Charles Sanders Peirce built his own brand of logic, which due to the emphasis that he lays upon relation leads him to construct a ternary logic. This is precisely the same path that I have been following, with the slight difference that I call the things at issue by their name, symbolic, imaginary, and real, in the correct order. To push towards yea or nay is to push towards the couple. This is so because there is a rapport, a relation, between language and sex. This relation has certainly not yet been altogether clarified, but I have, as it were, made a dent in it. Did you catch that? In saying I've made a dent, I realize that I'm forming a metaphor. And what does this metaphor mean? I can speak about metaphor in the general sense, but I'll leave it up to you to find out what this one means. Metaphor indicates this and nothing else, sexual relation. With the proviso that metaphor proves de facto, due to the fact that it exists, that sexual relation amounts to taking a bladder for a lantern one, that is to say, the best one can utter to express a mix-up. A bladder can become a lantern on the condition you put a flame inside, but so long as there is no flame, it's not a lantern. Where does this flame come from? The flame is the real. The real sets fire to everything. But it's a cold fire. The fire that burns is a mask, if I may say so, of the real. The real is to be sought on the other side, on the side of absolute zero. They've got to it, even that. There is no limit to the high temperatures one may imagine. For the time being there is no imaginable limit. The only thing that partakes of the real is the lower limit. This is what I call something orientable. This is why the real is orientable. There is an orientation, but this orientation is not the thrust of it. What does that mean? I'm going back on what I said last time when I suggested that the sense, the thrust of something, ng, might be its orientation. But orientation is not sense because it excludes the bare fact of the copulation of the symbolic and the imaginary, which is where the thrust of it lies. The orientation of the real, on my territory, forecloses sense. I'm saying this because yesterday evening I was asked whether there are other types of foreclosure besides the one that results from the foreclosure of the name of the father. It's quite certain that foreclosure has something more radical about it. In the end, the name of the Father is something slight. Yet it's certain that this is where it can serve a purpose, in the stead of the foreclosure of sense by the orientation of the real. Well, we haven't got there yet. One has to break oneself up, if I may say so, with a new imaginary that establishes sense. This is what I'm trying to establish with my 103. Language, which has the advantage of wagering on psychoanalysis inasmuch as I try to institute it as discourse, that is to say, as semblance at its most vraisemblable, its most plausible. All in all, psychoanalysis is nothing more than a short circuit via meaning, via sense as such. Just now I define this as the copulation of language, since it is by means of this that I support the unconscious, with our body. I have to tell you that in the meantime I went to listen to Jacques somewhere else, where you weren't invited, and there I offered some reflections on the ego, what the English call ego, and what the Germans call the Ich. Too, I cogitated around this ego on the basis of a knot that had itself been cogitated by a mathematician who goes by the name of Milnor. He came up with an idea of the link which I'm going to have to draw. I'm redoing it because, of course, I'm getting in a muddle, as I do every time I draw a knot. This is not the first time this has happened to me in front of you. Here it is, drawn properly. It's a link with two components. You should be able to see that it holds fast. Link described by Milnor 3. Suppose, says Milnor, that you allow that in any such two-component link one of the components is able to cross itself in such a way that what formerly crossed over now crosses under. Then, there is no more link. Of course, there are an abundance of further examples. What I now offer to your astuteness is the remark that if you double each of the components in the link, this will no longer be true, for as invraisemblable, as implausible, as this may seem. You will check this, I hope. I didn't bring my drawings so I shan't venture to show you its writhe. If a figure of 8 loop crosses itself, it easily comes free. Why ever should this not be true when there are two of them, two figures of 8 and two ovals? 104. I'll come back to this next time. Not only is there an obstacle, it is also radically impossible to separate the four components. 2. On this point, I need to tell you that I cannot trace out all the algorithms of the S-type, S of Bardet. What does it mean that I protest, in my seminar encore, so it would seem, because of course I've never read it, indeed I'd completely forgotten it, but a few others have apparently been wondering what it means, against confusingly equating the S with the phi function. Not the lowercase cp, but the capital, which is a function, as is implied by what I indicated, namely there exists an x for whom this function is negative, 3x. X. Of course, the ideal of the matheme is that everything should correspond. It is precisely in this respect that the matheme wades in on the real. Indeed, this correspondence is not the final term of the real, contrary to what people imagine, without knowing why. As I said earlier, we can only reach odds and ends of the real. This real, the real at issue in what is called my thought, is always an odd or an end, a core. It is certainly a core around which thought embellishes, but the mark as such of this real is that it doesn't tie on to anything. This at least is how I conceive of the real. There have been little points of emergence throughout history. One day, a certain Newton found one of these odds or ends of the real. That bloody well put the wind up all the thinkers, foremost among them the likes of Kant, who may be said to have turned Newton into a sickness. Furthermore, all of them, all the pondering creatures of the time, each in their own way turned him into one. That came raining down not only on the men but on the women too. Madame du Châtelet wrote a whole book on the Newtonian system where she takes abundant leave of her senses. It is all the same extraordinary that reaching an odd or end of the real should produce such an effect. It is, however, from here that one should start off. It is the very sign that one has reached the core. I'm trying to offer you an odd or end of the real with respect to where we are. We are at the place of this incredible story that is the human race. I tell you in this respect that there is no sexual relation, but this is embellishment because it partakes of the yea or nay. As soon as I say there is no, it's already very suspicious as to whether this truly is some odd or end of the real, because the mark of the real is that it is tied to nothing, as I said a moment ago. 105. One recognizes oneself only in what one has. One never recognizes oneself in what one is. This is implicit in what I have been putting forward. It is implicit in the fact, which Freud acknowledged, that there is an unconscious. That one never recognizes oneself in what one is the first step of psychoanalysis, because what one is, when one is a man, belongs to the realm of copulation, that is to say, to what reroutes the said copulation into the no less uttered, and significantly so, copula constituted by the verb to be. In its change of direction towards the copula, language meets the proof that it is a rerouting that is altogether vessi, bladder-like, that is to say, obscure. Obscure is but a metaphor here, because were we to have an odd or end of the real, we would know that light is no darker than shade, and vice versa. The metaphor copula is not proof in and of itself. This is the way of proceeding that the unconscious has, it only gives traces, which not only efface themselves of their own accord, but which any use of discourse strives to efface, the analytic discourse like the rest. You yourselves will reckon only on erasing the traces of mine from discourse, since I'm the one who started out by furnishing the analytic discourse with its status, on the basis of effecting a semblance of the object A, that is, my naming of man putting himself in the place of the refuse that he is, at the very least in the eyes of a psychoanalyst, who has good reason to know this, for he himself puts himself in this place. One has to go via this determined refuse so as, perhaps, to retrouvre, to find again something that might belong to the order of the real. But you see, I'm using the word retrouvre. This is already a slide, as though everything of this order had already been found. Such is the snare of history. History is the greatest of fantasies, if it may be expressed like this. Behind the history of the facts in which historians take an interest, there lies myth. Myth is always captivating, the proof being that, having carefully borne witness to the sinthome of Dublin that only has any soul to it by dint of his own, Joyce doesn't fail, fabulously, to fall into the Vico myth that sustains Finnegan's Wake. The only thing that nevertheless saves him from this is that Finnegan's Wake presents itself as a dream. Not only is it a dream, but it denotes how Vico is a dream just as much as Madame Blavatsky's diffuse bleed, the Manvantara and everything that ensues, the idea of a rhythm that I fell back into myself with my retrouvre just now. One never finds again, or else, this denotes how one only ever turns round in circles one finds. The 106. Only advantage of this finding again is to highlight what I'm indicating, that there cannot be any progress, that one only ever goes round in circles. Even so, there is perhaps another way of explaining that there is no progress. It is that there is no progress but bearing the stamp of death, which Freud underscores by treibing this death, if I can put it like that, by making it a treib. This was translated into French by pulsion or pulsion de mort. I don't know why they didn't find a better translation when there was the word derive. The death drive is the real inasmuch as it can only be pondered qua impossible. This means that each time it rears its head it is imponderable. To approach this impossible could never constitute a hope, because this imponderable is death, whose real grounding is that it cannot be pondered. What is incredible is that Joyce, who harbored the greatest contempt for history, however futile, which he qualifies as a nightmare whose character is to bring down upon us those big words that he says make us so unhappy, was only able to find the solution of writing Finnegan's Wake, namely a dream, which like any dream is a nightmare, even if it's a toned-down nightmare. With one slight difference, says he, and this is how Finnegan's Wake is fashioned, it's that the dreamer is not any one character, he is the dream itself. It is in this respect that Joyce slides to Jung, slides to the collective unconscious. There is no better proof than Joyce that the collective unconscious is a sinthome, for it cannot be said that Finnegan's Wake, in his imagination, does not partake of the sinthome. So, the sign of my entanglement is indeed Joyce, precisely inasmuch as what he puts forth, and in a way that is quite especially that of an artist because he has the know-how to pull it off, is the sinthome, and a sinthome such that there is nothing to be done to analyze it. A rock-solid Catholic, as was Joyce, who never did anything to compromise his proper upbringing by the Jesuits, a Catholic, a genuine article, but of course, there are no genuine ones here. You weren't raised by Jesuits, not a single one of you. Well, a Catholic is unanalyzable. I said as much recently, during an evening event with Jacques. On that score, someone made the remark that I said the same thing about the Japanese. It was Jacques Alain Miller, of course, who didn't let the opportunity slip by. Well, I stick by this, though it's not for the same reason. 107. 3. Since the Jacques Aubert evening, to which you were not invited, I've seen a film. It too was Japanese. It was on a small screen, so it wasn't possible to invite you there any more than it was to Jacques Aubert's event. And then, I wouldn't have wanted to give the wrong idea. I did, however, pick out a few people from my school to watch the film, and I suppose they were as taken aback as I was. This is the term I used to speak of the effect it had on me. I was taken aback because it's female eroticism. I wasn't expecting that in going to see a Japanese film. Watching it, I started to understand the power of Japanese women. It was a private screening, but I do hope that it will be certified for general release. If you scamper around a bit, you will manage to see it on one of the restricted viewing screens. They'll ask you to produce some ID. You could tell them that you come to my seminar. I'm not going to set down a dividing line just on the basis of a film, but female eroticism seems to be carried to its extreme point here, and this extreme is the fantasy, no more nor less, of killing the man. But even that does not suffice. Having killed him, she goes further still. Afterwards, why after? There lies the doubt. The Japanese woman in question, who is a maîtresse femme, a boss lady, if ever there was, slices off her partner's dick. That's what it's called. One wonders why she didn't do it beforehand. We know that it's a fantasy, all the more so given that there's a great deal of blood in the film. I'm fine with the idea that the corpus cavernosum might be blocked, but in the end, what do I know? I don't know how this plays out after death. There is a shade of what just now I called doubt. This is where one can clearly see that castration is not the fantasy. It is not so easy to situate it in its function in analysis because it can be phantasmatized. This is why I come back to my capital, which might just as well be the first letter of the word fantasy. This letter situates the relations of what I shall call a function of phonation. This is the essence of the, contrary to what people believe. It is a function of phonation that finds itself being a placeholder for the male, said to be man, as such. In the seminar encore, I took a stand against this being a placeholder for the signifier that I have only been able to sustain by means of a complicated letter of mathematical notation, namely SS of Bard A is something altogether different from. It is not that with which man makes love. In the end, he makes love with his unconscious, and nothing more. As for what the woman 108 fantasizes, if this is really what the film presents us with, it is something that, either way, impedes the encounter. What is meant by S? If the intermediary, that is to say, the instrument, that one uses for copulation is really to be cast away, as is quite obvious, this is not of the same order as what is at issue in my capital S of Bard capital A in brackets. The capital A is barred because there is no other, not where something makes up for this, namely the other as the locus of the unconscious, which I've just said is what man makes love with, in another sense of the word with, and that's what one's partner is. The big other is barred because there is no other of the other. I beg your pardon for not having anything besides the bar at my service. There is a bar that any woman knows how to get her leg over, and that is the bar between signifier and signified, as I hope the film I alluded to earlier will have proven for you. It is like the bar that lies over X. There is another bar that consists in barring. Moreover, I regret not having made it like the first one, because it would have been most exemplary like that. Positioned in diagonal through the capital A, this bar says that there is no other that could respond as a partner. The full necessity of the human race is that there should be an other of the other. This is what is generally called God, but which analysis unveils as being quite simply la femme, the woman. The only thing that allows the woman to be supposed is that, like God, she should be a spawner. Only, the progress that analysis leads us to make has been to have us realize that, even though the myth makes her all issued from just one mother, namely from Eve, there are only particular spawners. And this is the sole thing that allows her to be denoted by means of the definite article the, because I've told you that the woman does not exist, and I've voiced more and more reasons to believe it, especially after seeing this film. It is in this respect that I called to mind, in the seminar encore, so it would seem, what this complicated letter means, namely the signifier of the fact that there is no other of the other. There you go. Everything I'm telling you here is nothing but sensible. In this capacity, it is heavy with risk, the risk of going awry, as all history proves. We've never done anything but that. If I'm taking these same risks, it is much rather to prepare you for what else I might tell you, by trying to do some philosophy, so to speak, that is less sinister than the book in the Bible known as the Book of Wisdom, though in spite of everything this is the best one. 109. Can do to ground wisdom on lack, which is the sole grounding it is able to have. It's really not bad at all. It's top-notch. I recommend that you read it. It is sober and hits the right tone. Catholics seldom read it. One could even say that over the centuries Catholicism has consisted in preventing its followers from reading the Bible. Will I manage to tell you, it oughtn't to be merely a dream, what would qualify as an odd or end of the real, in the proper sense of the word bout, which I specified earlier. For the time being, we may say that Freud himself produced nothing but sensibleness, and this takes away all my hope. This is not, however, a reason, not for me to hope to, but for me really to do so someday. That's enough for today. One has to laugh a bit once in a while. March 16, 1976. 9. From the unconscious to the real. A new type of idea. Energetics and the real. Meaning is the other of the real. The name of the Father, bypassing it, making use of it, the real is lawless. I usually have something to tell you, but today, because it's a special occasion, it's my birthday, I should like to be able to verify whether I know what I'm saying. In spite of everything, the fact of saying aims to be heard. I would like to verify whether, all in all, I don't content myself with speaking for my own sake, as does everybody, of course, if the unconscious carries a meaning. Today, therefore, I would prefer it if someone would ask me a question. I said a question. I'm not asking for several. On no account am I asking for miracles, for sparks to start flying. What I would undoubtedly like most is for someone to write something down that might justify the trouble I've been going to for a little over 22 years now. The only way to justify it would be for someone to invent something that might serve me in some way. I'm of the mind that this is possible. 1. I invented what has been written as the real. Naturally, writing it down, real, does not suffice. A fair few did that before I did. I have written this real in the form of the Borromean knot, which isn't a knot but a link on account of possessing certain properties. In the minimal form in which I have traced out this link, there have to be at least 3 elements. That's what the real is. The real consists in calling one of those 3 real. This means that there are 3 elements, and these 3, in the way they are knotted together, well, actually, linked together, form a metaphor. It's nothing more, of course, than a metaphor of the link. How can it be that there is such a thing as a metaphor of something that is nothing but number? This metaphor, on account of this, is called cipher. There are a certain number of ways of tracing out ciphers. The simplest way is the one that I have called the unary trait. Moreover, marking down a certain number of traits or points is enough to indicate a number. What is known as energetics is none other than the handling of a certain amount of numbers from which a constant number is extracted. In referring to science such as it was conceived of in his time, Freud took this as a reference point. He just turned it into a metaphor. He never really gave any grounding to the idea of psychical energetics. He wasn't even able to draw metaphor from it with any vraisemblance, with any plausibility. For example, the idea of a constant which would bind stimulus to response can in no way be upheld. I have been saying that I invented something in the metaphor of the Borromean link. What does it mean, to invent? And what have I invented? Is it an idea? Don't let this prevent you from trying in a short while to pose me a question that will reward me, not for the effort that I'm making right now, because, precisely, I think that for the moment what I'm saying to you doesn't stand much of a chance of drawing any response. Is it an idea, this idea of the real such as it is written in the Borromean knot, which, I insist, is actually a link? It's not an idea, not one that can be upheld. This is where we touch upon the fact that the idea that occurs to us just like that when we are lying down, is merely that, at least when reduced to its analytic value, an idea that occurs to you when lying down. Whether we're lying down or on our feet, the link effect that we obtain through writing is not something that can be pondered easily. In my experience, at the very least, a link composed of a certain number of elements, even when they are reduced to 3, is something that can be neither easily imagined nor easily written. One really has to make sure that one is fairly well versed in it if one is to be confident of succeeding in providing its written form. It's precisely this that you have witnessed umpteen times in my mistakes, well, in the slips of my hand, when I stand before you trying to write something that symbolizes this link. 112. I consider the fact of having stated the real in question in the form of this writing to possess the value of what is generally called a trauma. Not that my aim was to traumatize anyone, especially not my audience, whom I have no reason whatsoever to be mad at to the point of causing them a trauma. Let's say that this is the forcing of a new kind of writing, which possesses, through metaphor, a scope that really has to be called symbolic. It is also the forcing of a new type of idea, if I may say so, an idea that does not burgeon spontaneously from the simple doing of that which forms meaning, that is to say, from the imaginary. Nor is it the case that this should be something entirely foreign. I would go further still by saying that this is what renders palpable, that this is what lets us put our finger on, what might be called reminiscence, albeit in an utterly illusory fashion. Reminiscence consists in imagining, with respect to something that holds the function of an idea but which is not one, that one is reminiscing it, if I may express myself in this way. Reminiscence is distinct from remembering. These two functions are set apart in Freud, who had a nose for distinctions. Remembering is evidently something that Freud completely forced by virtue of the term impression. He presumed that there were things in the nervous system that became imprinted, and he furnished them with letters, which was already to say too much because there is no reason for an impression to be figured as this thing that we call a letter, which is already considerably far removed from impression. A letter and a phonological symbol are worlds apart. The idea that Freud attests to in the project is to figure this by means of networks, and this is perhaps what prompted me to give them a new form, a more rigorous form, by turning them into something that links up in a chain instead of simply weaving together. Remembering amounts to introducing these links, and this is certainly not an easy thing to do. The many slips I have made in trying to trace out on this piece of paper the knots that were placed under the patronage of the Borromeo family stand as proof of this, into something that is already there and which bears the name knowledge. Indeed, I tried to be rigorous by saying that what Freud sustains as the unconscious always presupposes a knowledge, and a spoken knowledge as such. The unconscious is wholly reducible to a knowledge. This is the minimum that is presupposed by the fact that the unconscious may be interpreted. It's quite clear that this knowledge has the minimum requirement of two supports, which are called terms and which are symbolized with letters, hence my way of writing knowledge as supported by s subscript 2, s. 2. This is not s to the power of 2, it is not s squared, it is s supposed to be twain. The definition I give of the signifier, which I support with s subscript 1, si is to represent a subject as such, and to do so truthfully. Truthfully on this occasion means in conformity with reality. The truthful is a fact of saying in conformity with reality. On this occasion, reality is what functions truthfully. However, what functions truthfully has nothing to do with what I denote as real. That my real, for I really do have to put it under my name, should condition reality, the reality of your hearing, for example, is an altogether precarious supposition. Here lies a gulf, and we are a long way from being able to ensure that it is bridged. In other words, the instance of knowledge that Freud reiterates, renovates, in the shape of the unconscious, does not on any account necessarily presuppose the real that I make use of. I have been a vehicle for much of what is known as the Freudian thing. I even gave the title The Freudian Thing to something I wrote. When it comes to what I call the real, however, I invented, because it imposed itself upon me. Perhaps some of you here remember how and at what point this notorious knot arose, this knot being all that is most figurative. To say that to the imaginary and the symbolic, that is to say, to things that are utterly foreign to one another, the real brings the element that can make them hold together, is the maximum that may be figured thereof. This is something which I can say I consider to be nothing more than my symptom. I mean that it's my own particular way of carrying Freud's lucubration to its degree of symbolism, to the second degree, if indeed there is such a thing as may be termed Freudian lucubration. Let's say that it's to the very extent that Freud articulated the unconscious that I react to it. Here we can already see that this is one way of carrying the sinthome itself to the second degree. It is to the very extent that Freud truly made a discovery, supposing this discovery to be true, that it may be said that the real is my symptomatic response. To reduce this response to being symptomatic is also to reduce any and every invention to the sinthome. 2. Let's change places. Does one possess a memory? Might it be said that we do more in saying that we have one than in imagining that we have one at our disposal? I should say that we have it at our disposal, that on at our. 114. The tongue that I have called L'English has all sorts of resources for saying on a dire. I have to tell. It's been translated as jai dire, which is an anglicism. But the fact that one may say not only have but also I ought to tell, produces a slide. One jai dire becomes je dois dire. Likewise, in the fact that one can accentuate the verb in such a way as to be able to say I do make, I'm insisting, all told, on the fact that through this making there is nothing but fashioning. There is also the fact that one can equally separate out the negation in the form I don't, which means I abstain from doing this or that. I don't talk, which means I choose not to speak. To speak what? In Joyce's case it was Gaelic. This presupposes or implies that one chooses to speak the tongue that one does effectively speak. In actual fact, one does no more than imagine to oneself that one is choosing it. Moreover, what resolves the issue is that, at the end of the day, one creates this tongue. This is not restricted to the phases during which a tongue is created. One creates a tongue inasmuch as, from one instant to the next, one endues it with meaning, one gives it a little nudge, without which it would not be a living tongue. It is a living tongue to the extent that one creates it from one instant to the next. It is in this respect that there is no collective unconscious. There are only particular unconsciouses, to the extent that every single one of us, from one instant to the next, gives a little nudge to the tongue we speak. So, what is at issue for me is to find out whether I don't know what I say to be true. It falls to each of you who are here to tell me how you hear it. After all, it is by no means sure that what I might say of the real amounts to anything more than speaking out of place. Saying that the real is a sinthome, my sinthome, does not prevent energetics, which I spoke about earlier, from being any less of one. What would the privilege of energetics boil down to? Well, on the condition that things are handled in the right way, in conformity with certain mathematical teachings, one always finds a constant number. One does sense, however, that from one moment to the next this is a requirement that is, as it were, preset. The thing that in and of itself constitutes energetics is that some trick has to be found in order to obtain the constant. The suitable trick, the one that succeeds, is supposed to be congruent with what is known as reality. But I draw a firm distinction between, on the one hand, the supposed real, which is that organ, so to speak, that has nothing whatsoever to do with an organ in the flesh, by which imaginary and symbolic are tied together in a knot, and, on the other hand, that which plays its part in grounding the science of reality. The real at issue is illustrated by the fact that, in this planar diagram of the knot, I show one field, the field of meaning, to be 115. Essentially distinct from the real. One can say that the real both carries and does not carry a meaning, in view of the fact that the field of meaning is distinct from it. That the real carries no meaning is what is figured by me honoring being over there and the real being over here. The true whole lies here. The symbolic is distinct in being specified, as it were, as a whole. What is striking, however, is that the true whole is here, at the side where it is revealed that there is no other of the other. This would be its place, just as meaning is the other of the real, but there is nothing of the like. In the place of the other, there is no order of existence. It is precisely in this respect that I am given to think that the real has no existence either. I am given to think that the real lies in abeyance, as it were. It might be what I've reduced it to, in the form of a question, namely, nothing but a response to Freud's lucubration, which, anyway, one may say is quite repellent to energetics. It is utterly up in the air as far as this energetics is concerned. The sole conception that is able to make up for the said energetics is the one that I have set out using the term real. 3. I'm being asked the following: if psychoanalysis is a sinthome, I didn't say that psychoanalysis was a sinthome. Is it not the case that what you've been doing with your not and your mathmeses to decipher psychoanalysis, with the consequence of dissipating its signification? 116. I don't think psychoanalysis is a sinthome. I think it's a practice whose effectiveness, which despite everything is palpable, implies for me that I should make what I have called my knot, namely the triple knot up there on the blackboard. It is in this respect that I have been holding in abeyance the approach to the third element that is distinct from reality and which I call the real. It is in this respect too that I cannot say I think, because this is a thinking that is still utterly sealed off, that is to say, ultimately enigmatic. The real's distinction from reality is something that I am not sure merges with what I shall call the proper value that I ascribe to the term real. Since the real is devoid of meaning, I'm not sure whether the meaning of this real might not be clarified when it is held to be nothing less than a sinthome. This is how I'm replying to the question that has been put to me. I believe that I am able to support what is at issue by means of a rough and ready topology, and what is at issue is the very function of the real, which I set apart from what I believe I am able to hold with certainty to be the unconscious. With certainty, because I am practiced, am I not? In the latter, it is to the extent that the unconscious is not without reference to the body that I think that the function of the real can be set apart from it. I do think that the psychoanalyst cannot be conceived of otherwise than as a sinthome. Psychoanalysis is not the sinthome, the psychoanalyst is. This is how I reply to what's been put to me by way of a question. According to Genesis, as translated by Andrei Chaurakwi, I'm reading you the things that people have been good enough to write down for me, which is no worse than anything else, given what I said about the real abiding by writing. God created for man un aid control we, a helpmeet against him. What about the psychoanalyst as a helpmeet against? The psychoanalyst is a helpmeet that may be said to be a reversal in the terms of Genesis, since the other of the other two is what I defined just a moment ago as a little whole. That this little whole should be able all by itself to form a helpmeet is precisely where the hypothesis of the unconscious finds its support. The hypothesis of the unconscious, and Freud underscores this, is something that can only hold up by presupposing the name of the Father. Presupposing the name of the Father, which is certainly God, is how psychoanalysis, when it succeeds, proves that the name of the Father can just as well be bypassed. One can just as well bypass it, on the condition that one make use of it. 117. Isn't each speech act, the exploit of one particular unconscious, a collectivization of the unconscious? If each speech act is the exploit of one particular unconscious, then it is absolutely clear, as the theory has shown, that each speech act may stand a hope of being a fact of saying. Moreover, this fact of saying ends up in what there is a theory for, the theory that supports every kind of revolution, namely the theory of contradiction. One can say things of very great diversity, each thing being on any given occasion a contradiction. But that a reality that is presumed to be revolutionary should emerge from this is very precisely what has never been proven. I mean that just because there might be some contradictory hullabaloo, it doesn't mean that anything like a constituent of reality should ever have arisen from it. One hopes that a reality shall arise from it, but this is just what has never materialized as such. What limits do you set to the dot fields of metaphor? That's a very good question. Just because the straight line is infinite, it doesn't mean that it's limitless. Indeed, the question continues, are the fields of metaphor infinite, like the straight line for instance? It's quite certain that the status of the straight line deserves to be reflected on. The fact that a straight line is assuredly finite when it is cut, on account of having limits, does not mean that an infinite straight line is limitless. Just because a finite line has limits, it doesn't mean that an infinite straight line suffices when it comes to metaphorizing the infinite, since an infinite straight line may be supposed to have what is known as a point at infinity, that is, it may be supposed to form a circle. The question that the straight line poses is precisely the following, that the straight line is not straight. The ray of light might seem to afford us an image of the straight line, but everyone knows, as seems to be the case going by the latest news from Einstein, it has to be reckoned to be flexible. The light ray bends, even though it does give every appearance of realizing the straight line of this limited scope of ours. How are we to form some conception of a straight line that, on certain occasions, bends? This is evidently a problem that is raised by my question of the real. This question implies in some way that one can ask questions, my goodness, like the one Lenin asked. It is expressly said that a straight line may be curved. He implicate this in his metaphor that supposes that a stick being, roughly speaking, the image of a straight line, simply by virtue of 118. Being a stick, can be bent and, by the same token, is capable of being straightened. What is the meaning of this straightening in relation to the use that we can make of it in the Borromean knot with two straight lines? What might the definition of the straight line be beyond the support of what is called, with limited scope, the light ray? There is no other support for it besides what is known as the shortest path from one point to another. But how is one to know what the shortest path from one point to another is? I keep expecting you to play on the equivokes. You have said YADL on, you've spoken to us about the real as impossible, but you haven't drafted in unpossible. In relation to Joyce you have spoken about imposed words, but you haven't drafted in the name of the Father as unpose. This one is signed. Who is it that keeps expecting me to play on blessed equivokes? I'm not especially keen on doing so. It seems to me that I demystify them. It's quite certain that I'm in a considerable bind with this one. I don't know what to do with it, because the one is not a number, as everybody knows, and as I have stressed on occasion. I speak of the real as impossible to the extent that I believe, precisely, that the real I believe, if this is my symptom, then pray tell me so. It really has to be said, the real is lawless. The true real implies the absence of any law. The real has no order. This is what I mean when I say that the only thing that I might one day manage to spell out here in front of you is something that has to do with what I called an odd or end of the real. What do you make of the contradictory hullabaloo that's been going on for a few years now in China? I've been waiting, but I don't hope for anything. A point is defined as the intersection of three planes. Can one say that it is real? In setting down traits in writing, as an alignment of points, are these points real, in the sense that you understand it? It is written here au sens que vous/entendez. No, there's nothing to laugh at. This is a question that absolutely deserves to be asked. A point is defined as the intersection of three planes. Can one say that it's real? The implication of what I have been calling the Borromean. 119. Link is that amid everything that is consistent in this link there is no common point. This implication certainly excludes the point as such from the real. That a figuration of the real should be able to be supported only by the hypothesis that there is no common point, no branching, no yin writing, certainly implies that the real does not entail the point as such. I am very grateful for this question. I think that, well, I do think nevertheless that my thought is more than a symptom, that the phallus absolutely cannot be a sufficient support for what Freud conceived of as energetics. Furthermore, what is altogether striking is that Freud himself never identified it. Someone has written to me in Chinese, which is really very nice. No, in Japanese, I mean that I recognize the small characters. I should very much like the person who sent me TS text to translate it for me. Are you an anarchist? Certainly not. Earlier I mentioned a lucubration which is the lucubration of the unconscious. You surely noticed that I had to bring the sinthome down a peg in order to consider it to be homogeneous with the lucubration of the unconscious. I mean that the sinthome was figured as being tied to the unconscious in a knot. What I supposed earlier was that I was reducing the sinthome, which is here, to something that corresponds not to the lucubration of the unconscious but to the reality of the unconscious. It's quite certain that, even in this form, this implies a third term, one that keeps these two rings of string apart. This third term can be whatever you like, but if the sinthome is considered to be equivalent to the real, on this occasion the third term can only be the imaginary. After all, one can repeat Freud's theory by making this imaginary, to wit, the body, everything that holds the two apart, the two of the set that I have formed here by means of a knot between the symptom and the symbolic. I thank you for having sent me your questions. Apart from this one, is your twisted cigar a symptom of your real? It certainly is. My twisted cigar bears the strictest possible relation to the question that I posed about the equally twisted straight line of the same name. April 13, 1976. By way of conclusion. X. The writing of the ego. What philosophy lacks, and what makes up for it on a logic of bags and cords disentangling oneself from the idea of eternity on a body dropped like a fruit peel. What Joyce's not lacks, and what rectifies it. Last time, I confided in you that the strike suited me just fine. I hadn't the faintest inclination to tell you anything whatsoever, because I was in a pickle. Can you hear me? I'm not going to speak very loudly. Is this microphone on? It would be quite easy for me to find some other pretext, like this microphone not working, for instance, not that this time I don't have something to tell you. Last time, I was too tangled up in my knots and Joyce to have the slightest inclination to speak to you about it. I was in a pickle, but now I am a little less so, because I think I've found a few transmissible items. Evidently I've been rather active. Difficulty spurs me on, such that I've been toiling away throughout all my weekends racking my brains over something that doesn't go without saying, since my having found the so-called Borromean knot does not go without saying. 1. All told, I'm trying to force things. Indeed, Joyce didn't have the faintest idea about the Borromean knot. Not that he didn't make use of the circle and the cross. Indeed, some even speak about nothing but that in his regard. A certain Clive Hart, an eminent mind who has devoted himself to commentaries on Joyce, makes a great deal of this and makes extensive use of it in the book he titled Structure and Motif. In James Joyce, but most especially, in Finnegan's Wake. The first thing I can tell you is that the expression "that takes some doing" is very now. I mean that it has never been uttered to such an extent. And this becomes lodged quite naturally in the fashioning of the knot. It takes some doing. What does it mean, it takes some doing? It amounts to setting it down in written form. The curious thing is that this knot is an appui, a prop, for la pensée, for pondering. I'm going to let myself illustrate this with a term that allows pondering to be written differently. I'll have to write it down on this little sheet of paper, appui/a pensée, a prop for pondering. This knot is a support for pondering, but, curiously enough, in order to get something out of it you've got to set it down on a page. Meanwhile, when you merely ponder it, it's not easy to form a representation of this Borromean link, because in reality it's a link and not a knot, even the most straightforward representation. It's not easy to visualize it functioning. This knot, the node bow, carries with it the fact that it has to be set down in written form to see how it functions. Calling it node bow makes one think of something that is evoked somewhere in Joyce's writing, atop Mount Nebo the law was given to us. So, a writing is a fashioning that gives support to pondering. Truth be told, the node bow in question completely changes the sense of writing. It affords this writing an autonomy, one that is all the more remarkable given that there is another form of writing, one that results from what one might call a precipitation of the signifier. Derrida has insisted on this form of writing, but it's quite clear that I showed him the way, as is already indicated amply by the fact that I didn't find anything else to support the signifier besides writing a capital S. What remains, however, is that the signifier, that is to say, that which is modulated in the voice, has nothing to do with writing. This in any case is what is demonstrated perfectly by my node bow, and this changes the sense of writing. It shows that there is something to which one can fasten signifiers. How, then, does one fasten these signifiers to it? Well, through the intermediary of what I called it mention. Once again, because I'm not altogether sure that this hasn't escaped your notice, I'm going to write it down, mention do did, the mention of what is said. This way of writing has one advantage, which is that it enables mention to be extended into mentionge, into mendation, which indicates that what is said is on no account necessarily true. In other words, what is said in what is known as philosophy is not without a certain lack, which I try to make up for by turning to what cannot help, in the node bow, but be set down in written form, so that one may draw some benefit from it. It's still the case that the C/JTAIA that is there in the C/JTAEW that the word philosophy starts with can become fairly weighty. PTAIA is time in so far as it is thought. Not thought as in thinking, but thought as in pondered time. That's what C/JTAIA is. I'm allowing myself to posit that writing changes the sense, the mode, of what is at stake, and one merely the C/JTAIA of wisdom. It's not terribly easy to support wisdom otherwise than through writing, the writing of the node bow, such that all in all, please excuse my infatuation, what I've been trying to do with my node bow is nothing less than the first ever philosophy that, to my eye, stands up. Simply introducing these bow nodes gives an idea of how they support an osseous matter, which in turn is sufficiently suggestive of something that on this occasion I shall call the object. This is indeed what characterizes the letter that I match to this object, namely the letter A. I reduce the object to this lowercase a precisely in order to indicate that the letter does no more than testify, occasionally, to the intrusion of a form of writing as autre with a lowercase a, as other. The writing in question comes from somewhere other than the signifier. It really has been some time now that I've been taking an interest in this business of writing, which I promoted the first time I spoke of the unary trait, Freud's Einziger. By virtue of the Borromean knot, I have given this unary trait another support. I haven't yet brought this other support out into the open. In my notes, I've written it did. These are the initials of droid infini, the straight line stretching to infinity. This is not the first time you've heard me speak about the infinite straight line, which I characterize through its equivalence to the circle. This is the principle of the Borromean knot. By combining two straight lines with the circle, you obtain the crux of the Borromean knot. Why does the infinite straight line possess this virtue, or this quality? Well, because it's the best illustration of the whole there is, better than the circle. Topology indicates to us that there is a hole in the middle of a circle. One sets about dreaming up whatever it is that might constitute the center, which extends into all kinds of effects of vocabulary, a nerve center, for example. No one knows exactly what nerve center means. The infinite straight line possesses the virtue of having the whole all around it. It's the simplest support for the whole. If we refer to practice, what does this provide us with? Man, and not God, is a Trinitarian composite. Composed of what? Well, of what we call elements. What is an element? An element is, on the one hand, that which makes one, in other words, the unary trait, and that which, by virtue of making one, initiates substitution. The characteristic of an element is that you proceed to a combinatory of elements. Real, imaginary, and symbolic strikes me as just as valid as the other triad from which, going by Aristotle, the juice was extracted to compose man, namely, Vof, LFJVXFJ, and IA, or otherwise, will, intelligence, and affectivity. What I've been trying to introduce through the writing of the knot is nothing less than what I shall call a logic of bags and chords. Evidently there is the bag, the myth of which, if I may say so, consists in the sphere, but it would seem that no one has reflected sufficiently on the consequences of introducing the chord. The chord proves that a bag is only closed once it has been tied. In any sphere we really need to imagine something that, of course, is at every point of the sphere, that tethers it, this thing into which one blows, by means of a chord. I'm going to speak to you about Joyce's childhood memories, because I need to show you how this logic of bags and chords can help us to understand how Joyce functioned as a writer. 2. People write down their childhood memories. This has consequences. It's a passage from one kind of writing to another. Psychoanalysis is something else. It passes by way of a certain number of utterances. No one says that psychoanalysis puts one on the path to writing. What I'm trying to inculcate through my language is that when someone asks you, in the name of I know not what inhibition, to be put in the position of writing, it deserves to be looked at a second time. I for one take a second look when it happens to me, as it does to everybody, that someone should come to ask me this, because it's by no means a clear-cut thing that one would manage to remove such an inhibition with psychoanalysis. This presupposes an investigation, strictly speaking, into what it means to write. What I'm going to suggest for you today concerns very specifically what this means for Joyce. I got it into my bonce, a bonce that is far from being spherical on this occasion because it is attached to all that is known, that something happened to Joyce by way of a path that I believe I am able to account for. Something happened to him that made what is commonly called the ego play a role that for him was altogether different from the simple role, a role that one imagines to oneself is simple, that it plays in the common run of those who are quite rightly termed mortals. The ego fulfilled a function for him that I can only account for through my mode of writing. It is well worth taking the trouble of pointing out what it was that put me on this path. It is that writing is utterly essential to his ego. He illustrated this when he met some tomfool who went to interview him. I haven't found his name in the Ellman biography, which is surely the most careful of the biographies on Joyce. It might be in the Gorman one. I'm not saying it's not in the Ellman, but I didn't have time to look it up this morning. The episode is a well-known one, and one or other of the Joyce biographies mentions it. So, someone went to see him one day and while there asked him about a picture that depicted a view of the town of Cork. Joyce, who knew how to head his man off at the pass, replied that it was Cork. Whereupon the fellow said, "Yes, I see it's Cork. But what's that framing the image?" To which Joyce replied, "Cork." This is given as an illustration of the fact that in what he writes Joyce always goes via this relationship with framing. You just have to read the little table of points of correspondence that he provided for Ulysses. He gave it to Stuart Gilbert, he gave it to Lenotti too, albeit a slightly different one, and to a few others, including Valerie Larbaud. In each thing he gathers up, each thing he recounts in order to turn it into the work of art that Ulysses is, the framing always bears at least a homonymic relationship with what he is presumed to be recounting as an image. For example, each of the chapters in Ulysses claims to be supported by a certain mode of framing, which is called, for example, dialectic, or rhetoric, or theology. For Joyce, this framing is linked to the very stuff of what he recounts. This is not without producing an evocation of my little rings, which are also the support of a framing. The question is as follows: what happens when something occurs to someone following on from a fault? Such a fault is not conditioned by mere chance. Indeed, psychoanalysis teaches us that a fault never occurs by chance. Behind any lapsus, to call it by its name, there lies a signifying finality. If there is an unconscious, a fault tends to want to express something, which is not only that the subject knows, because the subject resides in the very division that I represented for you in its time by one signifier's relationship with another one. The fault expresses the life of language, life being utterly different for language from what is simply called life. What signifies death for the somatic support has just as much place as life in the drives that fall within the remit of what I've just called the language one. The drives in question fall within the remit of the relationship with the body, and in no man is the relationship with the body a straightforward relationship, aside from the fact that the body has a few holes. According to Freud, this is even what must surely have put man on the path of those abstract holes that have to do with the enunciating of anything whatsoever. This reference suggests that one needs to try to disentangle oneself from the idea of eternity. It's an essentially confused idea, which attaches only to pondered time, the /JTAIA I was speaking about earlier. People ponder an eternal love, and it even happens that people speak about it indiscriminately, without knowing in the slightest what they are saying, because by that they mean the other life, if I may so express it. You can see how all this gets underway, and where this idea of eternity leads us. No one knows what it is. As far as Joyce is concerned, I could have read you what he confides to us in a portrait of the artist as a young man. With regard to Tennyson, to Byron, to things that refer to poets, it so happened that some classmates wound him up against a barbed wire fence and give him a hiding. The classmate who leads the whole escapade was a certain Heron, which is not an entirely inconsequential term. It's the IPIJV. So, this Heron beat him for a time with the help of a few other classmates. After the escapade, Joyce wonders how it is that, once the thing was over, he bore no malice to him. He expresses himself in an exceedingly pertinent manner, as one may expect from him, I mean that he metaphorizes his relationship with his body. He observes that the whole business was divested of, like a fruit peel. What does this indicate to us? Well, something that in Joyce has to do with his relationship with his body, a relationship that is already such an imperfect relationship in all human beings. Who knows what happens in one's body? This is something extraordinarily suggestive. For some, this is even the meaning that they give to the unconscious. If, however, there is one thing that I've been carefully articulating from the start, it's that the unconscious has nothing to do with the fact that one is unaware of a whole load of things related to one's body. As for what one does know, that is of an entirely different nature. We know things that fall within the remit of the signifier. The old notion of the unconscious, the unerkannt, drew precisely on our ignorance of what happens in our bodies. Freud's unconscious is the relationship that exists between a body that is foreign to us and something that forms a circle, even a straight line stretching to infinity, and which is the unconscious, these two things being, either way, equivalent to one another. So, what meaning is to be given to what Joyce gives us an account of? It's not simply a matter of his relationship with his body, but, if I may say so, the psychology of this relationship. After all, psychology is nothing else but the confused image that we have of our body, but this confused image is not without entailing effects, to call a spade a spade. It is precisely in imagining this psychical relationship that something of the psyche is affected, that it reacts, and that it is not detached, in contrast to what Joyce testifies to after having received the strikes of the cane from his 4 or 5 classmates. In Joyce, there is only something that asks simply to take its leave, to be divested of like a fruit peel. That there are some people who don't feel any affect when violence is done to their body is something curious. Moreover, this is a thing that is ambiguous. Perhaps it brought him pleasure, masochism not being excluded in the slightest from Joyce's possibilities of sexual stimulation. He insisted enough on this point with Bloom. I would say, however, that what is striking are the metaphors he employs, namely the detachment of something just as Peel is detached. This time he didn't derive any jouissance from it. He had a reaction of disgust. This is something that is valid, psychologically speaking. In sum, this disgust has to do with his own body. It's like someone placing something between parentheses, chasing away a bad memory. To have a relationship with one's own body as though it were foreign is certainly a possibility, one that is expressed by the use of the verb to have. One has one's body. To no extent is it something that one is. This is what makes one believe in the soul, and there is no reason to stop there. So, one thinks that one has a soul, which really tops it all. The form that this dropping of the relationship with the body takes for Joyce is, however, altogether suspicious for an analyst. This idea of the self as a body, carries weight. This is what is called the ego. The ego is said to be narcissistic because, at a certain level, there is something that supports the body as an image. In the case of Joyce, however, isn't the fact that the image is not involved on this occasion the sign that the ego has an extremely particular function for him? And how is this to be set down in my notebook? Here, I am moving into something that you're not obliged to follow. How far does per-eversion extend? You know how I spell it. The notebook is the inevitable consequence of the fact that Freud makes everything hold together through the function of the father. The notebook is merely the translation of the following, which I was reminded of yesterday evening: love, and into the bargain the love that one may qualify as eternal, is addressed to the function of the father, in the name of the fact that he is the bearer of castration. This at least is what Freud puts forward in THIRD-WORLDISM and Taboo through his reference to the primal horde. The sons love the father to the very extent that they are deprived of women. This is something utterly singular and mind-boggling, which only Freud's intuition sanctions. I've been trying to flesh out this intuition in a different way with my notebook, which is so very apt to evoke Mount Nebo or, as they say, the law which has absolutely nothing to do with the laws of the real world, these laws being moreover a matter that remains completely open. The law at issue on this occasion is simply the law of love, that is to say, per-eversion. It's very curious that learning to write, at the very least learning to set down my notebook in written form, comes in handy. I shall illustrate this for you right away. Suppose that somewhere, namely at this spot here, there is a mistake, namely that these little breaks mean that there is a fault. Suppose that at the spot I'm indicating here, the third ring passes over the capital R ring instead of underneath. What result does this have? All that remains to this capital I is for it simply to clear off. It slides away, in just the same way as what Joyce feels after his hiding. It slides, and the imaginary relationship has no locus. Moreover, this gives one to think that if Joyce was so very interested in perversion, it might have been for another reason. Perhaps, after all, the hiding did disgust him. Perhaps he wasn't a true pervert. Why is Joyce so unreadable? We must indeed endeavor to imagine why this is so. It might be because he doesn't stir any sympathy in us. But mightn't something be suggested in this affair of ours by the fact, the patent fact, that he has an ego of a quite different nature? At the time of his revolt, because it's a fact that he does manage to break away, precisely, this ego is not functioning, not immediately, just after the said revolt. But after this, I would say that he no longer displays to anyone whatsoever any acknowledgement of having received this hiding. Look at the link. Nothing could be more commonly imagined than this mistake, this fault, this lapsus. Why shouldn't it happen that a knot should fail to be Borromean, that it should be botched? I've made umpteen thousand mistakes drawing it up here on the board. Well, what I am now going to suppose is the rectification of this mistake. You can see exactly what happens here, where I am incarnating the ego as rectifying the wanting relationship, namely what, in the case of Joyce, does not tie the imaginary in a Borromean fashion to the link between the real and the unconscious. Through this artifice of writing, I would say that the Borromean knot is restored. You see, it's not a face, but a string. Common geometry, from which the word face comes, is about things that play out across faces. Polyhedra are replete with faces, edges, and corners. The knot, however, which on this occasion is a link, introduces us to an utterly different dimension which, unlike the evidence of the geometric face, is emptied out. And precisely because it's it's not evident. There is someone who once asked in my regard, why doesn't he say the truth about truth? He doesn't say the truth about truth because to say the truth about truth is to say that it's a lie. The intentional truth, here I'll allow myself to spell it intention, which I have already distinguished from the word extension, can once in a while touch upon something real. But that, as it happens, is by chance. One scarcely imagines the extent of botches that are made in writing. The lapsus calami is not primary in relation to the lapsus linguae, but it may be conceived as a touching upon the real. I am well aware that my knot is that by which, and uniquely that by which, the real is introduced as such. Don't get worked up, it doesn't go very far. I'm the only one who's picked up on how to handle it, but I'll just as well make use of it, for this will help me to explain something to you. One can very well tolerate, since this is the situation you're in, my fooling around with my feeble means, but it's a way of spelling out the following: all human sexuality is perverse if we carefully follow what Freud says. He never managed to conceive of sexuality except as something perverse, and this is precisely why I question the fruitfulness of psychoanalysis. You've often heard me state that psychoanalysis hasn't even been bloody capable of inventing a new perversion. It's sad. If perversion is the essence of man, what a fruitless practice this is. Well, I think that, thanks to Joyce, we touch upon something I hadn't thought of. I didn't think of it straight away, but it occurred to me in time. Joyce's text is fashioned just like a Borromean knot. And what strikes me is that he's the only one who's noticed this escaped. There's not the faintest trace in his whole life's work of anything that looks like one. This seems to me, however, to be more of a sign of authenticity. When one reads Joyce's text, and above all his commentators, what's striking is the number of riddles it contains. Not only do they abound, but one may say that Joyce played on this, knowing full well that there would be Joyceans for 200 or 300 years to come. These are fellows who are kept busy exclusively by solving these riddles. At a minimal level, this consists in wondering why Joyce put such and such a thing here or there. Naturally, they always find a reason why. He put it there because, just after, there's another word. In short, it's exactly like my business of object, mendation, dimension, and all the rest. I have my reasons. I want to express something, I equivocate, whereas with Joyce, It's all Greek to us, and all the more so given that he knew a bit of Greek. Fortunately, there was a time when I took an interest in the enigma of the riddle. I write it capital E subscript E. At issue here is the enunciation and the annonce, the statement. The enigma consists in the relationship between the capital E and the lowercase e. It's a matter of finding out why the devil any such statement has been uttered. It's a matter of enunciation, and the enunciation is the enigma. The enigma raised to the power of writing is something that deserves to give us pause. Might not this join that is so poorly made give rise to the consequence that it is an ego of enigmatic functions, of reparatory functions? That Joyce is the writer of the enigma par excellence is something that, were it not so late, I could have quoted countless examples of. I urge you to go and check for yourselves. Ulysses exists in French translation. It can be found in a Gallimard edition, if you don't have the old volume from the time of Sylvia Beach. 4. Even so, before I leave you I shall point out a few small items that seem to me to be noteworthy. The first point is that you really must realize that what I've told you about man's relations with his body hinges entirely on the fact that man says that the body, his body, is something he has. Just saying his means that he owns it, like a piece of furniture, of course. This has nothing to do with anything that allows the subject to be defined in any strict sense. The subject can be defined in a correct way only through that which forms a relation, through that which means that a subject is a signifier inasmuch as he is represented alongside another signifier. Here I would like to make a remark that might just keep in check a little something that forms a gulf in what the use of this Borromean knot, this perversion, allows us to clasp. There is something that one may be quite surprised not to see serving the body as such even more, and that is dance. This would allow us to write the term condensation a little differently. Another question. Is the real straight? I should like to point out to you that in Freud's theory the real has nothing to do with the world. What he explains to us with something that has to do precisely with the ego, namely the lust is that there is a phase of primary narcissism. Primary narcissism is characterized, not by there not being any subject, but by the fact that there is no relationship of inside to outside. I shall surely have to go back over this. I am not saying that I will do so here in front of you, because it's by no means certain as things currently stand that I shall still have this lecture theatre at my disposal next year. But let us suppose that I find, somewhere, a place of 200 square feet, well, that will be somewhere for 8 people, me included, and that's the best I can wish for. I must still say a few more words that I prepared on Joyce's famous epiphanies. You find them at every turn. I ask you to confirm the following. When he sets out a list of them, every single epiphany is invariably characterized by the same thing, which is very precisely the consequence that results from the mistake in the knot, namely, that the unconscious is tied to the real. The fantastic thing is that Joyce himself speaks about this in a way that is no different. It's there for the reading in Joyce that epiphany is what makes it so that, by virtue of the fault, the unconscious and the real are tied together. There is one last diagram I can draw for you. If this here is the ego, as I drew it earlier, we find ourselves in a position to see the Borromean knot being restored. The rupture of the ego sets the imaginary relation free, because it's easy to imagine that the imaginary will just clear off, given that the unconscious incontestably allows it to do so. Reconstitution of the link. These are a few observations that I wanted to tell you for this last session. 1 ponders contra a signifier. This is the meaning that I have given to the word lapensee, appendering. 1 props oneself contra a signifier in order to think. There you go. I am setting you free. There won't be a final session this year. I was counting on the 18th, but since exams start on the 17th, I'll spare you having to move. May 11, 1976. Note. In the first appendix the reader will find the lecture to which Lacan refers at the very start of the seminar, the same that was delivered in June 1975 at the behest of Jacques Aubert to open the Joyce Symposium at the Sorbonne. Lacan later composed a written text under the same title, Joyce Le Symptôme, for the collected proceedings of the symposium, which I included in the collection of Lacan's Autres Écrits. A first version of the lecture text, which I established based on notes taken by Eric Laron, was published in the Freudian magazine El Ana under the editorship of Judy Th. Miller. The second appendix is Jacques Aubert's presentation at the seminar, the text of which has been revised by its author for the present edition. Lastly, Jacques Aubert, who was at the origin of the sinthome and who harbors a fond memory of Lacan, has been kind enough to read the entire manuscript and to draft at my request some reading notes that constitute an admirable piece of textual criticism. As both a Joycean and a Lacanian, only he could have provided them. I shall indicate the following books which have been published under his guidance: Joyce avec Lacan, Navarin, 1987, the edition of Joyce's Œuvres in Gallimard's Bibliothèque de la Pléiade collection, and, in 2004, the new translation of Ulysses. I hereby acknowledge my gratitude to him. J.A.M., January 7, 2005. Going through the galley proofs of the reading notes that I requested of Jacques Aubert to supplement my Joycean knowledge, I realized that they highlighted the absence of similar indications bearing on other fields of knowledge that are mentioned or evoked in the sinthome. Given the sometimes cryptic character of this seminar, it occurred to me that it might not be out of the question for the 2005 reader quite legitimately to wish to have some form of reading aid within arm's reach, and that in this event it would not be unhelpful to provide one. Nevertheless, my aversion to furnishing any critical apparatus that, with the instant gratification it provides, would thereby deprive the reader of the most precious form of knowledge which is only acquired by overcoming perplexity, has led me to try my hand at the Eftsune style behind Jacques Aubert's art. The lengths to which this orthodoxy has gone with a view to imposing itself, in conformity with its fundamental nature, in a brazen and authoritarian manner, make this opportunity for clinicians to verse themselves in the writhen and heretical discipline of the sinthome all the more timely. This is why my course of the present year has been devoted to the seminar. Transcripts of the sessions will be published in La Cause Freudienne, the journal of the École de la Cause Freudienne. In the same spirit, I have had an index of names made, for the first time in the published edition of the books of the seminar. 1. J.A.M., January 17, 2005. Appendices. Joyce the Symptom. Jacques Lacan. Lecture delivered on June 16, 1975 in the main lecture theatre of the Sorbonne as the opening address to the 5th International Joyce Symposium. I'm not on top form today, for all sorts of reasons. With the approval of Jacques Aubert, to whose urging you owe my presence here, Jacques Aubert is an eminent Joycean, and his PhD thesis on Joyce's aesthetics is an eminently commendable work. I have taken Joyce the Symptom as my title. You will excuse me if I perstick a short while one, it won't go on for long, the Joyce of Finnegan's Wake, which is the dream he has bequeathed, set down as an endpoint to, what? This is what I should like to try to spell out. This dream sets down the fin to the oeuvre, Finnegan, of being unable to do any better. I'll resume. Why should one seek that the rot by which man prospers, which has the air of to rot in expectation, why should one seek that the drearily broad shit that stuffs us with news items relay my title correctly? To Jacques Lacan, they don't have a clue, Jules Lequeux would do just as well. Besides, that's the English pronunciation of what in our language we call Lequeux. Why should they print Joyce the Symptom? Jacques Aubert related to them, so they went and put Jacques the Symbol. Of course, it's all much of a muchness in their eyes. From the sim that does tum to the sim that does ho / what can that fairly do to the bosom of Abraham, where for the nature of the pot rotten it's a dog's body's life for all eternity. 3. I shall amend this, though. Tum, them, the three feller still lives, in the language that reckoned it fell to it, alongside other tongues, to tum the coextensive entity. 4. Because that's what this means. Take a look at the Bloch and von Wartburg, an etymological dictionary of sturdy stock, and you will read that symptome was initially spelt sinthome. Joyce the sinthome forms a homophony with saintliness, which a few people here may recall I televisionized. If we read the entry in question in the Bloch and von Wartburg a little further, we notice that Rabelais was the one who turned sinthome into symptomate. It's not surprising. He was a doctor and symptom must have already held its place in medical language, though it's not for sure. If I continue in this same vein I shall say that he symptomatizes something. The important thing for me is not to do a pastiche of Finnegan's Wake, one would always be beneath the task, but to say in what respect, by formulating the title Joyce the Symptom, I endue Joyce with nothing less than his proper name, the one in which I believe he would have recognized himself within the dimension of naming. This is a supposition. He would have recognized himself if only I were still able to speak to him today. He would be in his hundreds, which is not the done thing. 5. It's not the done thing to pursue life to such lengths. It would be a strange adherence. Meeting. Coming from a fairly sordid background, Stanislas to mention it by name, I had a clerical upbringing, as did Joyce, but the priests were less serious than his Jesuits, and God knows what he was able to make of that. In short, emerging from this sordid background, it so happens that at 17, thanks to the fact that I used to drop by Adrien Monier's shop, I met Joyce. So too did I attend, when I was 20, the first reading of the French translation of Ulysses that came out. Such are the happenstances that drive us from pillar to post, and from which we shape our destiny, for we are the ones who weave it thus. We shape our own destiny from them because we speak. We believe we say what we want, but it's what the others wanted, more particularly our family, qui nous parle. You should hear this nous as a direct object. We are spoken, and, because of this, from the happenstances that drive us, we form something textured. Indeed, there is a TEJS, we call it our destiny. Such that it is surely not happenstance, though it would be hard to pick up the thread, that I met James Joyce in Paris while he was still here, for a brief spell more. Pardon me for telling my tale, but I think I'm doing it only in homage to James Joyce. Academia and analysis. Throughout my existence, as errant an existence as anyone's, I have always carted around a vast quantity of books. There's a stack about so high, in which those by Joyce only go up to here, the rest are books on Joyce. Once in a while I would peruse one of them, but of late I've been dabbling in this a great deal more, as Jacques Aubert will testify. I have been able to make out more than mere differences. There is a peculiar wavering in how Joyce is received, which depends of course on the angle from which he is taken. In conformity with what Joyce himself knew would befall him posthumously, not only do academics dominate, they are pretty much the only ones to busy themselves with Joyce. This is altogether striking. Joyce said as much, what I write will go on and on producing work for academics. He hoped for nothing less than to keep them busy till the university is no more. It has certainly been carving out a path. And it's quite clear that this has only been able to come about because Joyce's text is teeming with utterly captivating problems, fascinating problems that academics can get their teeth into. I'm no academic, contrary to what is thrust upon me by way of professor, mentor, and other dalliance. I'm an analyst. This produces immediate homophony, does it not, with the four master analysts whom Joyce makes so much of in Finnegan's Wake, who laid the foundations of Ireland's annals. I belong to another species of analyst. It cannot be said that Joyce was particularly enthralled by the analysis that emerged thereafter. Authors in whom we may put our faith, who knew Joyce well, I merely caught a glimpse of him, who were friends of his, readily suggest that while he Freud and this Friedenement, it was with repugnance. I believe this to be true. I think this is borne out by the fact that in the constellation of the dream from which one never awakens, in spite of the last word, wake, in the texture of characters in Finnegan's Wake, there are the two twins, Shem, whom you'll allow me to call Shemptom, and Sean. That is how they are pronounced, At least I hope so, because this time I didn't consult Jacques, who has supported me so terribly well throughout this brewing process. So, we have Shempton and Sean. They are knotted together. Nothing could be more tightly knotted than twins. It is to the other one, not to Shem, whom he calls, tacking on a label, the penman. It is to Sean that Joyce tacks Dr. Jones, the analyst to whom Freud entrusted the task of drafting his biography. Freud knew what he was doing. He knew Jones well, which is to say that he was quite sure that Jones wouldn't be in the least bit fanciful, that he wouldn't, among other things, go fishing for the Agenbite of Inwit. Stephen Dedalus speaks about the Agenbite of Inwit somewhere in Ulysses, the bite of the ensoi as it's been translated in French. I don't know why, when really it means wit, inward wit, the bite of the flash of wit, the bite of the unconscious. With Jones, Freud could rest easy. He knew his biography would be a hagiography. Clearly, that Joyce should Shaunize, if I may say so, the Jones in question is what gives us some idea of the importance, as the other fellow put it, of being earnest. Jones, much more than did Joyce. I'm telling you this because I met him, sniffed at being called Ernest, but this was undoubtedly because of the play of this name, such an astonishing play by Wilde, and which Joyce made so big a deal of. This reference to the importance of being called Ernest arises more than once in Finnegan's Wake. A cancelled subscription to the unconscious. The sole import of all this is that it brings us closer to the fact that saying Joyce the sinthome and saying Joyce the symbol are not the same thing. I'm saying Joyce the symptom because the symptom, with respect to the symbol, abolishes it, if I may continue in this same vein. It is not simply Joyce the symptom, it is Joyce in so far as he has, as it were, cancelled his subscription to the unconscious. Read Finnegan's Wake. You will notice that this is something that is played out not at the level of each line but at the level of every single word. It plays on the pun, a highly particular punning. Read it. Every single word is put together like the first words by which I tried to set the tone, with Protsper, made up of 3 or 4 words that, through the way they are used, flake apart in sparks. This is undoubtedly fascinating, though truth be told its meaning, in the sense we usually give it, gets lost. In Structure and Motif in Finnegan's Wake, Mr. Clive Hart speaks about goodness knows what sense of disappointment in Joyce's use of this type of pun. Mr. Atherton, in his book The Books at the Wake, relates this to the unforeseen. Rather, these puns are portmanteau words in the Lewis Carroll sense, which makes Carroll a precursor. Having come across Carroll rather late in the day, Joyce must surely have found himself, so reports Atherton, somewhat importuned. Read a few pages of Finnegan's Wake without striving to understand it. It's quite readable. It's quite readable, as someone from my circle remarked to me, because one can sense the presence of the jouissance of he that wrote it. One wonders, however, at least the person in question did, why Joyce published it. Why did he eventually bring out, in cold print, this work that was in progress for 17 years? By good fortune there is just one edition, which means that when one cites it one can quote the right line on the right page, that is, the page that will forever bear the same number. If ever it had to be reprinted with a different pagination, as some other books are, where would one go to get one's bearings? The fact that he did publish it is what I should hope, were he still here, would let me convince him that he wanted to be Joyce the symptom, inasmuch as he offers the apparatus, the essence, and the abstraction, of the symptom. If there is one thing that accounts for the fact noted by Clive Hart, that in following him step by step, by the end one finds oneself tired out by it, then it is precisely that this proves how your own symptom, for you like everyone else, is the only thing that holds any interest for you. The symptom in Joyce is a symptom that concerns you in no respect whatsoever. It is the symptom inasmuch as it stands no chance whatsoever of hooking anything of your unconscious. I think this is the meaning behind what was said by the person who asked me about why he published it. This questioning on his major and final work needs to be continued. It is the work for which Joyce set aside the function of being his escabeau six, because from the very start he wanted to be someone whose name, very precisely the name, would endure forever. Forever means that it marks a date. No one had ever made literature like that. And to underscore the weightiness of the word literature, I shall utter the equivoque that Joyce often plays on, letter, litter. The letter is litter. Now, were it not for this very special kind of spelling that is specific to the English language, a good 3/4 of the effects of Finnegan's Wake would be lost. The most extreme case, I can tell you, and I owe this to Jacques Aubert, is, Huel's tongue cadio, a space of dumb silly. Had I come across this piece of writing on my own, would I have perceived or not ous tongue cadeau, espèce d'imbécile? Where's your present, you imbecile? What is unprecedented in this is that the homophony, translinguistic homophony on this occasion, is sustained only by letters that conform to English language spelling. You wouldn't know that who can transform into OU if you didn't know that who is pronounced that way in the interrogative. There is some kind of ambiguity in this phonetic usage, which I would also spell fa-un. The phonesque aspect of the thing leans squarely upon the letter, namely upon something that is not essential to a tongue being something woven by the accidents of history. That someone should make such prodigious use of this inquires, in and of itself, into the very nature of language. I've said that the unconscious is structured like a language. It's odd that I'm also able to speak in terms of a cancellation of pseudo-prescription to the unconscious for someone who plays strictly on language, though he did use one particular tongue among others, one that is not his own, for his own is precisely a tongue that had been wiped off the map, to wit, Gaelic, of which he had a smattering, enough to get by, but hardly much more, not his own, then, but the tongue of the invaders, the oppressors. Joyce said that in Ireland they had one master and one mistress, the former being the imperial British state and the latter the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church, each as baneful as the other. This is precisely what can be seen in what makes of Joyce the symptom, the pure symptom of what is involved in the relationship to language, in so far as this is reduced to the symptom, namely, to what it produces by way of effect. When one does not analyze this effect, I shall say, furthermore, in so far as one refrains from playing on any of those equivokes that would stir anybody else's unconscious jouissance, not the unconscious if the reader is fascinated, then it is on account of the fact that, in keeping with this name that echoes the name of Freud, after all, Joyce bears some relation to jouissance when written in la lingua that is English, that this jouissance, is the sole thing in his text on which we can get a purchase. There lies the symptom. The symptom, in so far as nothing ties it to what makes for la lingua itself, by which this weft is sustained, these stria, these strings in the earth and air with which he opens chamber music, his first published book, a chapbook of poems, is purely what is conditioned by la lingua, but in a certain tone Joyce lifts the symptom to the power of language, without for all that any of it being analyzable. This is what strikes you, and literally renders you interdit, in the sense that means I was rendered speechless. That one uses the word interdire to say stupefy is something that holds great import. This is what makes for the substance of what Joyce brings us, whereby, in a certain way, literature after him can no longer be what it was before. It is no accident that Ulysses aspires, that it draws in, a Homeric something or other, even though there isn't the faintest relationship between what happens in Ulysses and what is involved in the Odyssey. Joyce did send some commentators down that path, though, assimilating Telemachus into Stephen Daedalus. People fret over carrying the torch of the commentary on the Odyssey. Moreover, how can it be said that Bloom is in any respect a father for Stephen, who has nothing to do with him save bumping into him now and then in Dublin? Unless Joyce is already indicating, and finds himself denoting, how psychical reality as a whole, which means the symptom, depends in the final analysis on a structure in which the name of the father is a non-conditioned element. The father as a name and as he who names, that's not that same. The father is this fourth element, here I'm evoking something whose deliberation only a part of my audience may have access to, without which nothing is possible in the knot of the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real. There is, however, another term for this. This is where today I'm going to crown what is involved in the name of the Father, at the very degree to which Joyce bears it out, with what it would be most suitable to call the sinthome. It is in so far as the unconscious is knotted to the sinthome, which is what is singular to each individual, that we may say that Joyce, as has been written somewhere, identifies with the individual. He is one who has earned the privilege of having reached the extreme point of embodying the symptom in himself, by which he eludes any possible death, on account of being reduced to a structure that is the very structure of LOM. If you will let me spell it quite simply, LOM7. This is how he conveys himself, as something that puts a full stop to a certain number of exercises. He sets down an end point, but how are we to understand the meaning of this end point? It is striking that Clive Hart should lay the emphasis on the cyclic form and on the cross as being what Joyce substantially attaches himself to. Some of you know that with this circle and this cross I have been tracing out the Borromean knot. Examining Joyce at the level of the product of this knot, namely the ambiguity between 3 and 4, namely that to which he remains stuck, attached, to examining Vico, and things that are worse still, to conversing with spirits. Moreover, Atherton files all that under the general heading of spiritualism, which rather surprised me, because thus far I've been calling that spiritism. It is most certainly surprising to see that this is occasionally a contributing factor in Finnegan's Wake in the guise of the symptom. This is not all, for it's hard not to take into account the fiction that may be placed under the heading of initiation. What is the makeup of all that is conveyed in this register and under this term? How many associations arm themselves with banners whose meaning they do not comprehend? That Joyce delighted in Madame Blavatsky's Isis Unveiled is something I learned from Atherton and which I found quite staggering. The form of feeble-mindedness that all initiation entails is what hits me at first, and perhaps leads me to underestimate it. It has to be said that shortly after the time when, thank heavens, I met Joyce, I was to come across a certain René Guénon, who was worth no more than the worst of initiation. Hi Hana Pa, to be written like the hee-haw of the jackass to which Joyce alludes as the central point of the four terms north, south, east, and west, as the intersection of the cross, borne by a jackass. Goodness knows Joyce makes enough of this in Finnegan's Wake. 8. Even so, how can Finnegan's, this dream, be said to be finished, since already its last word cannot help but join back up with the first, the by which it ends, soliciting the river run by which it starts, which indicates circularity. To spell it right out, how did Joyce manage to miss, right here, what I am at present introducing by way of the knot? In so doing, I am introducing something new which accounts not only for the limitation of the symptom but also for what means that it is by tying itself to the body, i.e. the imaginary, and by thus tying itself to the real, and to the unconscious as a third term, that the symptom takes on its limits. It is because it meets its limits that one can speak in terms of the knot. The knot is certainly something that can be scrunched up, that can be rolled up into a ball of twine, but which, once unraveled, maintains its knot shape and, by the same token, its existence. This is what I am going to allow myself to introduce into my development for the coming year by leaning, among others, on Joyce. Presentation at Lacan's Seminar. Jacques Aubert. Delivered on January 20, 1976. Back in June, Dr. Lacan announced that Joyce was going to be on his path. The fact that I am here today on no account means that I find myself on this royal road. Let's say straight away that I'm more on the hard shoulder, and you know in general why the hard shoulders are signposted. So, you are going to be hearing comments that are not so much a Lacantonade as a Lacantani a roadmender's remarks. I must thank Jacques Lacan for inviting me to produce a piece of work that would be bâclé, hurried, and not bâclé, complete, that wouldn't be well-fashioned, and wouldn't be all that well articulated as far as the knots are concerned. On the other hand, I would like to point out that what I'm about to say starts off from my sense of what is snaking through Joyce's text, through some of Joyce's texts at certain points, something that Joyce wove into them. This awareness of something that snakes in and out has led me not to insist upon what might otherwise produce a definitive piece of work. To locate the point from which I began, quite by chance, I must specify that it was a short piece from Circe. I'm saying this in an altogether didactic way, a short piece of exchange from this episode of Ulysses that was subsequently called Circe, and which is known as the episode of hallucination, whose purported art is magic, and whose purported technique is hallucination. Elements from earlier chapters crop up again, the status of which it is still too early to assign. They may be characters, true or fictive, objects or signifiers. But what is also interesting is the way they crop up, the way that this clearly has to do with speech, with a word. One realizes this from the very start because I dare say that the first two characters are the calls and the answers. That mark out a dimension that is developed in the chapter's form through an ostensibly dramatic style of writing. In short, this is a dimension of speech, and a kind of setting up of sites from which it speaks. The important thing is that it speaks, and this runs all over the place. Moreover, anything and everything can be impersonated, to use a term that we shall be meeting in a little while. Everything can personate in this text, everything can be the occasion of effects of the voice through a mask. It is one of these functions, the detail of one of these functions, a functioning of one of these functions, that I think I have distinguished at the start of the chapter in an exchange between Bloom and the one who is supposed to be his father, Rudolph, who has been dead for 18 years. I'll read you the brief exchange in question. It can be found on p. 416. 1. Rudolph has appeared, initially, as an elder of Zion. According to the stage direction, he has the face of an elder in Zion. After making a few reproaches to his son, he says this: "What you making down this place? Have you no soul? Are you not my son Leopold, the grandson of Leopold? Are you not my dear son Leopold, who left the house of his father and left the God of his fathers Abraham and Jacob?" At first sight, what transpires here for the reader of Ulysses is a phenomenon described on several occasions by Bloom himself with the expression retrospective arrangement, an expression that crops up fairly often throughout the text. The reader cannot fail to be sensitive to this retrospective arrangement, nor to the fact that this is an arrangement formed from a favorite quotation of his father's, a literary text that, to all appearances, had certain effects on him. This text is on p. 73. Nathan's voice. His son's voice. I hear the voice of Nathan, who left his father to die of grief and misery in my arms, who left the house of his father and left the God of his father. One can see that what repeats is slightly different. But before I isolate the differences, I would like to point out the effects that this different return has on Bloom. What does he reply in the Circe episode? The following: "Bloom, I suppose so, father. Mosenthal. All that's left of him." Here, there appears one of the functions of Bloom, who is described at some length in Ulysses as the cautious one. Caution is one of the aspects of Ulysses himself. Bloom is often described in a language that is somewhat Masonic in inspiration, the prudent member. This prudent member says, "I suppose so," rather it is "I suppose so," or "I suppose something" in reply to the question, "Are you not my son?" It's "I suppose something" of the sort, which in principle refers back to what his father has said, but which all of a sudden takes another turn when we follow the text, because we have this stop, marked by what in the US they call a period, something that forms a period, a dot that is not a suspension point but a point of suspense. From this point there emerges Mosenthal, which is also punctuated with a full stop. Around this proper name something is articulated and disarticulated at the same time based on the announced subposition. What, then, is this suppot, this henchman, this suppot function, a pot saucer function that Mosenthal holds? Here, in this context, this signifier has the function of referring his father's speech to the author of a text, the text that has just been mentioned by his father. but in its brutality the signifier obscures more than it clarifies, and the reader is led to uncover, to find again, the thoughts to which it refers and the displacements in which it is implicated. One of these displacements is evident, in the first text, the text of the Lotus Eaters episode. The name in question, the name of the author, features before the quote. It is in the signature position here, and also the reply position. This is very seductive, and since it has to do with Moses, it's especially pleasing. But if we bear in mind, as always, because we spend our time rereading, the place that Mosenthal occupied in the first text, we realize that this was a displaced reply to the question as to the existence of the true name, a question that itself didn't manage to be formulated except in a suggestively vacillating way. At this point I should write up another sentence, which is precisely the question to which Mosenthal was supposed to reply. What is this the right name is? By Mosenthal it is. Rachel, is. N at 0. For good measure, I've included the next part, which might hold some interest. Even though a German speaker who knows the slang might hear something else, especially if it carried a diaeresis, Mosenthal is the name of the author of a theater play whose original German title Bloom is trying to retrieve and retranslate. In fact, the title is a woman's name, a female Jewish name, which wasn't kept in English. It's a curious idea. It's a melodrama that had the title Deborah in German, which was translated into English under the name Leah, and this is what Bloom is trying to find. So, he's trying to translate the original title, and this takes the form of this search. Clearly, we can see the game of hide and seek between the author's name and the creature's name at the level of art, which brings into play both being, with insistence, the is insists, and the sexual problematic of a patronymic that comes in the stead of a daughter's name. At this point the reader, whose notice nothing in Ulysses escapes, of course, says that this rings a bell, which bears some relation with Bloom himself. I'll give you the first passage again, along with its context. Mr. Bloom stood at the corner, his eyes wandering over the multicolored hoardings. Cantrell and Cochrane's ginger ale. Cleary summer sale. No, he's going on straight. Hello. Leah tonight, Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Like to see her in that again. Hamlet she played last night. Male impersonator. Here begins a short passage on the problematic of the sexes. The English expression male impersonator refers to an actress who has taken on the male persona, his mask, but on the other hand this can apply as much to the one play, Hamlet, as to the other, Leah. Everything will revolve around this. Male impersonator. Perhaps he was a woman. Why Ophelia committed suicide? So, at a certain level there is the fact that the role of Hamlet was very often played by women. It turns out that one Anglophone critic had the fanciful idea of analyzing Hamlet precisely in terms of transvestism, taking the impersonator seriously in some sense and saying, Ophelia committed suicide because she realized that Hamlet was in fact a woman. I'm not mentioning this critic for the sake of it, in the name of my Shakespearean and Joycean knowledge, but simply because this implication appears elsewhere in Ulysses. The statement why Ophelia committed suicide, is equivocal. It's both why did Ophelia commit suicide? And was this the reason she committed suicide? Clearly this doesn't make it through in the French translation, and it's worthwhile pointing that out. What do we read next? Poor Papa. How he used to talk about Kate Bateman in that. Outside the Adelphi in London waited all the afternoon to get in. Year before I was born that was, 65. And Ristori in Vienna. What is this the right name is? By Mosenthal it is. Rachel, is it? No. The scene he was always talking about where the old blind Abraham recognizes the voice and puts his fingers on his face. Nathan's voice. His son's voice. I hear the voice of Nathan who left his father to die of grief and misery in my arms, who left the house of his father and left the God of his father. Every word is so deep, Leopold. Poor Papa. Poor man. I'm glad. I didn't go into the room to look at his face. That day. 0 dear. Phew. Well, perhaps it was the best for him. So, in this passage a whole series of questions are at stake, questions about existence, about being and the name, about existence and suicide, the question of the name, and I shall be coming back to this point that is in fact both the name of the father, his father, and the name of the main character in the play, and lastly the question about the sex that personates, which is that which personates. Behind the question of the name stands the suicide of the father, who possesses this further characteristic of having changed name. This is what is indicated in another passage that is likewise presented in a curious way. In a pub, a few of the barflies are talking about Bloom. He's a perverted Jew, says one of them. He's a perverted Jew from a place in Hungary, and it was he drew up all the plans according to the Hungarian system. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. So, it seems that the father changed his name. Moreover, he changed it in a way that is rather interesting, using a legal form called a deed poll. A deed is an act, but poll evokes or describes in some way the act from the point of view of the document. It's a document that has been cropped. This poll, which describes the cropping, actually refers to what has been lopped off or affected by pollarding. In fact, poll refers to the top of the head. The deed poll has the characteristic of only comprising one part, the lower part. This is why in the French translation it says par décret. This is distinct from indenture, where the act is torn in two, precisely by indentation, in order to be entrusted to the two parties. Therefore, so Joyce tells us, the father changed name by deed poll, by a procedure that is different from a symbolic one. But what name did he change? Isn't he a cousin of Bloom the dentist? Says Jack Power. Not at all, says Martin. Only namesakes. His name was Vorag. The father's name that poisoned himself. In this we can hear a play on the genitive and on the position of the name of the father, which allows one to understand that it was the name that poisoned itself. Vorag appears again. It is mentioned in several places in Ulysses. It reappears in Circe, where first it is a virago, designated as such, virago. Here we may remind ourselves just what virago is, namely the name that in the Vulgate, in St. Jerome's translation of the Bible, serves to designate woman from Adam's point of view. In Genesis, man is led to name woman, thou shalt be called woman. She is a little bit male, while still being a woman. Having come to this point in my lucubration and my groping between the lines of Ulysses, I should like to single out what gives the impression of being a whole in this interlacing. Indeed, it's tempting to use, with a view to interpretation, a schema that brings into play the suicide, the change of name, and Bloom's refusal to see the face of his dead father. It would be very apt if all that were to reappear in Circe, in what is deemed to be a hallucination. But this is nowhere near enough, even if there is some truth to it, to make the text function, to account, for example, for the passage, poor papa. Poor man, in the first extract. These words report the father's commentary on the play, and then, poor papa. Poor man, which perhaps was not so kind about the father's comments. I'm glad I didn't go into the room to look at his face. That day. 0 dear. Well, perhaps it was the best for him. In short, there is a whole set of items that need to be accounted for, and above all the effects produced in the dramatic redistribution that Circe comprises. For this holds together, it functions, and things happen precisely alongside something that gives the impression of being a whole. Precisely, Joyce has a knack, among other things, of displacing, if I may say so, the area of the whole in a manner that allows for certain effects. For example, in the given quotation the son's voice is not mentioned, no more than the father's death. On the other hand, an effect is produced by the son's voice, which is displaced in a reply, but a son's voice that bears a certain savoir-faire about the signifier. This precaution, This ability that is to be supposed, to be supposed, can be seen growing in accordance with an altogether suggestive logic. I spoke of the rhetorical suggestiveness of Mosenthal, within periods, articulated in the style of Jnai Mar, about. Point 1, Mosenthal. All that. All that's left of him. All that's left of him is all that remains of him. But it's also all that's to the left of him, on his left. If one thinks of what the creed stipulates on the respective places of the Father and the Son on high, this says a great deal about their relations. All that's left of him, a name, an author's name, all that's to the left of him, something therefore that either way is not a true son. Let's stop there. What's quite sure is that this gives pleasure to Bloom and that this had been understood. And how do we see this? It's because the Father is not at all happy. The following retort begins. Rudolph, one night they bring you home drunk. If you please, no out-of-place humor, let's speak instead about your transgressions. Bloom's jubilation, Bloom who has prudently said what he had to say, and which pleases everyone. However, within this series of effects, some of which I've just isolated, there is another sort of cascade, another effect develops, which is in some respects structural in relation to the previous effects, a sort of result of the previous effects. This game in relation to the Father seems to slide to the side of the Mother. The Father, who is contested in various ways, leads to a Mother on the side of the imaginary. So, Rudolph has mentioned his son's transgression, when he came home drunk, having spent all his money, and also when he came home covered in mud. Nice spectacles for your poor mother. He wasn't the one who was displeased, it was her. But the way this comes about, the way it is passed on to the mother by means of the mud, is rather funny. Those of you who've read A Portrait of the Artist in English may have noticed that mud is also a familiar term for mother. This gets associated with a pantomime. It's a little sketch, of the Epiphany type. In one of the first chapters of A Portrait, Joyce placed a series of sketches where the child Stephen, young Stephen, is finding his way around in Dublin, based on a certain number of points, scenes, sites, and houses. He is seated in a house, on a chair, in the kitchen of his aunt who is reading the evening paper and admiring the beautiful Mabel Hunter, a beautiful actress. A young girl with ringlet hair approaches on tiptoe to peer at the picture and said softly, "What is she in, mud?" In a pantomime, love. Now, it so happens that the passage from Circe that I was speaking about just now slides into the mud because the signifier, mud, comes back 3 or 4 times in the passage, sliding from mud to the emergence of the mother. Nice spectacles for your poor mother, says Rudolph, and Bloom says, Mama, because she is appearing at that very instant. And in what way? In pantomime dummies stringed mobcap, widow twankas crinoline and bustle, blouse with mutton-leg sleeves, following the logic of English pantomime, that is to say, a man disguised as a woman. So, women's dress. But something else resonates here, because at the very start of Ulysses the mother has been mentioned in relation to pantomime. Indeed, after having mentioned his dying mother, Stephen says, "Where now? Her secrets, old feather vans, tasseled danky cards, powdered with musk, a gaud of amber beads in her locked drawer. A birdcage hung in the sunny window of her house when she was a girl. She heard old Roy sing in the pantomime of Turco the Terrible and laughed with others when he sang. I am the boy that can enjoy invisibility. Phantasmal mirth, folded away, musk perfumed." There appears here a phantasmatic whole that is linked to the mother, through Stephen's stumbling, with a radical ambiguity. What was she laughing at? At old Roy singing? At what he was saying? At the sound of his voice? Goodness knows what else. It turns out that this mother, this problematic mother, is dressed precisely as the mother in the Aladdin pantomime, Widow Twanka, is dressed. The Widow Twanka blouse is the blouse worn by Aladdin's mother in the pantomimes, a mother who clearly understood nothing of what he was up to, apart from the fact that in rubbing the lamp the genie within was being made to talk. I shall leave this point here in order to move on to another aspect of the functioning of the text. Ellen Bloom, who has just emerged, is not at all like the father on the side of the elders of Zion. Rather she sounds like she is on the side of Catholic religion, apostolic and Roman, for what does she say when she sees him all covered in mud? Zero, blessed Redeemer, what have they done to him? Sacred Heart of Mary, where were you at all? This is rather curious because one would have expected the Sacred Heart of Jesus instead. In a certain way, this betrays her narcissistic relation to religion. She is very clearly Catholic, in a way that it was possible to be in the 19th century, and this is a dimension that deserves to be noted when one speaks about Joyce, even if one has to go looking in the more benign texts. Stephen Hero and Dubliners, an imaginary relation to religion is ascertained in the mother. I would like to indicate this first of all in relation to Epiphany. What is known as Epiphany signifies many things that are fairly diverse. Joyce defined Epiphany once only, in Stephen Hero, and of course what he said has been slightly twisted. Here is the definition. 158 Jacques Aubert. By an epiphany he meant a sudden spiritual manifestation, whether in the vulgarity of speech or of gesture or in a memorable phase of the mind itself. This is a definition that is polished, didactic, and redolent of Aquinas. But it is slotted into a text that over 2 pages takes us from a dialogue with his mother in which she reproaches Stephen for his unbelief. She is constantly mentioning the priests, to Stephen breaking away from her on this issue and, at another level, circumventing the problem. In his discourse he slips from the woman/priest relationship to the beloved. Then, suddenly, he says that he started wandering round the streets, and a Dublin incident that was keen enough to afflict his sensitiveness effectively set him composing some ardent verses. There is no further mention of the poem, but he reports the dialogue he heard, a colloquy between a young lady and a young gentleman. One of the few words that appears is the word chapel, a word that in Ireland designates a Catholic church. Apart from this word there is precious little but suspension points in the dialogue. So, this dialogue which, from one angle, doesn't present anything, leads him to write a poem and, from the other angle, he baptizes it and defines it over the following lines, in learned fashion, as an epiphany. He adds that what he wanted to do was to record these scenes, these realist and exceedingly suggestive sketches. Therefore, we have a sort of duplication of experience, and a kind of elimination or suppression of the poetic in the text of Stephen Hero. Now, the elided poem was called Villanelle of the Temptress, and it emerged precisely within a certain discourse that involved his mother in relation to the priests. This relationship, which I have roughly defined as an imaginary relation to religion, is to be found again in different ways in a portrait of the artist, for example with the sermons on hell, which are interminable and which aim to present in detail the horrible tortures of hell, to give in presentia an idea of what hell is. Or in another way with the figure of the confessor, who listens but also replies. What does he reply? What does he say? It is precisely around all of this that Stephen's Easter duty revolves, the confession of his turpitude, and also the function of the artist. Here I shall indicate 2 passages, from 2 texts, one that is to be found at the start of Stephen Hero, where Stephen says that in writing verse he was able to combine the offices of penitent and confessor, the other towards the end of a portrait of the artist when, mortified at seeing his beloved lending an ear and smiling to a young well-scrubbed priest, he says that he has renounced the priesthood, that the matter is settled, and that he doesn't stand on that side. He adds in so many words that it's fellows like the young priest, whom women confide in, who in turn tell them everything in the half-light, and he says that he would like to be there before she engenders someone of their race, and that the effect of this word should even improve this blasted race a little. This is perhaps related to the famous uncreated conscience that he speaks about on the last page. It goes by way of the ear, the famous conception through the ear, which moreover we meet in Circe. Jacques Lacan, and which Jones insisted on a great deal. Jones, Freud's pupil. Another essential point concerning this imaginary dimension of religion is thrown into relief in the famous passage in Ulysses where there is an opposition between the Trinitarian and problematic conception of theology and an Italian Madonnaizing conception that plugs all the holes with an image of Mary. He says that, indeed, the Catholic Church did rather well in founding everything upon the void, upon incertitude. It seems to me that in these texts the names of the Father are playing out at various different levels. In Circe, however, and in Ulysses as a whole, what sets things in motion, what produces the artifice, is the game of hide and seek with the names of the Father, that is to say, alongside everything that gives the impression of being a whole there are displacements of the whole and there are displacements of the name of the Father. In passing, we have seen, rather haphazardly, Abraham, Jacob, Moses, Vorag, and Daedalus too, and another who is rather funny. In one of the central episodes, where there's one eye, Cyclops, we meet a certain JJ whom, you will recall, if you have some memory of it, we met in a previous episode under the name JJ O'Malloy. The O means descended from JJ, son of Malloy. His position is rather curious. He's a man of law, but a man of law, I won't say altogether diminished, but on the wane. We are told that his clientele is declining, practice dwindling, and this is because of his gambling. His gambling has in some way superseded his practice. Clearly something would have to be developed from this. What I would simply like to indicate is the function of this perfectly false father who bears the initials of both James Joyce and John Joyce, Joyce's father. What's more, it's remarkable that the words of this J.J. O'Malloy bear on other fathers. In a passage that links up with the riddle that Dr. Lacan quoted last week, it is he who turns to Stephen to give him a fine piece of rhetoric, which also holds some interest. We have learnt that O'Malloy, after having taken up gambling, started doing some literary work for the press. We should note in passing that this also refers back to The Dead, the last of the short stories in Dubliners, where Gabriel Conroy, the main character, writes a literary column, but we don't know much about it. What kind of literature? Is it the kind of literature that deserves to live? Gabriel asks himself the question, and we shall see that he isn't the only one. So, we're told that J.J. O'Malloy turns to Stephen and presents him with a fine specimen of legal eloquence. J.J. O'Malloy turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly. One of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bushy. It was in that case of fratricide, the child's murder case. Bushy defended him. And in the porches of mine ear did pour. By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep. Or the other story, Beast with Two Backs? What was that? The professor asked. Italia, Magistra, Artium. He spoke on the law of evidence, J.J. O'Malloy said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic code, the Lex Talionis. And he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. Ha! A few well-chosen words, Lenehan prefaced. Silence. J.J. O'Malloy resumed, molding his words. He said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and of prophecy which, if aught that the imagination or the hand. Presentation at Lacan's Seminar 161. Of sculptor has wrought in marble of Sue/transfigured and of soul transfiguring deserves to live, deserves to live. Thus, having begun to turn himself into a sounding board of legal knowledge, having specified the law of evidence in relation to other sorts of law, O'Malloy makes Bushy speak, makes the bush speak, giving voice to a rhetorical testimony on art as founding the right to existence and the right to existence of the work of art. One can grasp the resonance that this carries in relation to newspaper literature. Art founds, in law, the bearer of the law, Moses, since he shall remain as the Vatican Moses, which is not uninteresting when one bears in mind what the Vatican represents in Ulysses, and furthermore, when one bears in mind that the statue in question is actually in San Pietro in Vincoli, the church of St. Peter in chains. This deserves to live, which insists, bears the stamp, is countersigned, by its effects on the one for whom the period was destined, namely Stephen. J. O'Malloy turns towards him, and it transpires that, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. Curiously enough, Stephen's blushing forms a series with other texts by Joyce. I'm thinking in particular of the passage from a portrait that you might have noticed. During a trip to Cork, Stephen goes with his father to the anatomy theatre in the medical school where his father had spent some time, very little time, it would seem. The father is in search of his carved initials. No mention is made of the fact that clearly these initials are also his. But Stephen comes across the word foetus, which causes a great effect on him. He blushes, then pales. Thus we meet again, in relation to the initials, but in another relation, the deserves to live. I'll add that this series can be extended with another passage from Dubliners, again in the Dead, to which I alluded earlier. The aforenamed Gabriel Conroy is about to give a speech, the customary speech for a family gathering. He's always there when you need him to write in the newspaper or make a little speech of this kind. And they've just been speaking, precisely, about artists whose names have been forgotten, those who've left nothing behind save a name that is altogether problematic. His name, said Aunt Kate, was Parkinson. The purest tenor voice that was ever put into a man's throat. This gives him pause for thought, and he takes off from there, concluding one of the first periods of his speech with two things: an echo of a song called Love's Old Sweet Song, which evokes the lost paradise in its opening line, and a quotation from Milton which says the following: I hope that I may leave something so written to after times, that they shall not willingly let it die. So it is that the question of the right to existence, the question of the right to creation, the question of validity, and the question of certitude, too, find themselves knotted into Joyce's discourse. Another thing concerning the bush, the eloquent Bushi, in speaking of Moses, is also speaking about a holy bush, the holy bush in the Bible. The Lord says to Moses that the place whereon thou standest is holy ground, the ground before the burning bush. The holy bush turns out to have a certain relationship with the fox. For when J. O'Malloy reappears in Circe, he has a foxy mustache and something of Barrister Bushi about him. This is a fox that we have seen more than once in a portrait, where of course it appears because fox is one of the nicknames for Parnell, associated with his fault. But it is also very precisely a kind of signifier of dissimulation. He was not foxing, says the young Stephen when he is in the infirmary and afraid that he will be accused of skiving. And then, a little later, when he has just renounced joining the orders, right after picturing to himself his imaginary calling card, the Reverend Stephen Dedalus, S.J., he wonders what kind of face he would have, and one of the things that comes to his mind is one of the Jesuits whom some called Lantern Jaws and others Foxy Campbell. So, we have this Bush-I-Fox series. But there is also some word play, which functions for Malloy-I-Molly too, articulated on holy. We had Holly-I-Holy, Molly-I-Malloy, and another word that doesn't appear in Ulysses but of which Joyce says, I'm tugging this by the sleeve, or rather by the letters, but after all, he wrote those letters. He reveals to us the name of something that is supposed to enter the functioning of Circe, namely the plant, the golden garlic, which Hermes gave to Ulysses so that he would be able to resist Circe, and which is called moly. The curious thing is that between the two, between moly and molly, there is a difference which belongs to the realm of phonation. What is phonized in Ulysses is molly, with a single vowel, and the moly he speaks about is a diphthong, a diphthong as it used to be written. The diphthong transforms into a consonant at the same time as the diphthong transforms into a single vowel. There is consonantal duplication, a duplication of consonants, and this consonance is what appears in Ulysses in the shape of molly. He says 2 or 3 curious things about moly. Dr. Lacan is going to analyze one of them. I believe, I'll make do with pointing out one other. It is a gift from Hermes, god of public thoroughfares, and the invisible influence which saves in case of accident. Thus, this is something that confirms Bloom in his role as the prudent one. In the end, he is one who corresponds fairly well to the definition that can be found in the entry in the Lalande Philosophical Dictionary on this question of prudence. There is a short authorless note that says the following: prudence. The ability, in choosing one's means, to obtain for oneself the greatest well-being. Bloom seems to be saying that this is precisely how one gets by. The second thing that I would like to stress is that there is an ongoing question about certainty and how to ground it. This certainty reappears precisely with respect to the famous Vorag. I didn't tell you everything. I came to a halt in the famous quotation where Omaloi is telling the others about Vorag. His name was Vorag. The father's name that poisoned himself. He changed it by deed poll, the father did. That's the new Messiah for Ireland, says the citizen. Island of saints and sages. Well, they're still waiting for their Redeemer, says Martin. For that matter, so are we. Yes, says JJ, and every male that's born they think it may be their Messiah. And every Jew is in a tall state of excitement, I believe, till he knows if he's a father or a mother. I'll simply stress what is perhaps appearing over and above the humor that constitutes part of the functioning of the text of Cyclops. It's barroom humor, but it's very much present. Moreover, it's a brand of humor that would have to be linked to other problems that bear on antisemitism, but I won't have time to tackle that now. There is an imaginary identification that situates another question, the problematic of the Messiah and, through this, the problematic of succession. The problem of the king's word that grounds legitimation, a word that enables one, even if the mother's belly has been mendacious, to land back on one's feet through legitimation. Legitimation, that is to say, the possibility of bearing the stamp of the king, the crown, Mijajevo, or else to bear this other stamp that appears in Circe with Vorag, the grandfather, who shoots rapidly down through the chimney flue, bearing the label Basilica Grammat, the king's grandmate. This problematic of legitimacy that turns out to be problematic legitimation is perhaps assuming here the figure of the imaginary dimension and its recuperation. It seems to me that Joyce uses certainty and brings it onto the stage in its relationships with the effects of the voice. Even if a word, a paternal word, is challenged at the level of what it says, it seems to suggest that something of it passes into the personation, into what lies behind the personation, into what lies on the side of phonation, perhaps, on the side of something that is also something that deserves to live in melody, perhaps precisely because of this something that in spite of everything has effects on the mother through melody. The mother's phantasmal mirth, which is mentioned at the beginning of Ulysses, bears very precisely on pantomime and old Royce, who used to sing. Something passes through the melody, and perhaps not merely sentimentality. Of course, Irish culture at the turn of the century was altogether pervaded by melody, especially the melodies of Thomas Moore, which in Finnegan's Wake Joyce calls Moore's maladies. Moreover, it was in this that Joyce's father, John Joyce, exulted. But in this art of the voice, of phonation, perhaps just enough of it was passed on to the son. In short, while this certainty with respect to what he makes always has something to do with the mirror, with these mirror effects that would have to be enumerated, this also has to do with the voice effects of the signifier. I would like to remind you that the dead, with which Joyce concluded Dubliners, at a crucial moment in his poetic production, at a time when things became unblocked in some respect, the guiding idea of the dead occurred to him when his brother told him about a particular interpretation of one of Moore's melodies that staged a dialogue between revenants and the living. Stanislaw said to him that the fellow who sang it did so in an interesting way, in a way that said something. Then, as if by chance, Joyce set to writing the dead. And one of the centerpieces of this short story is the moment when the protagonist's wife is mesmerized, frozen into stone like the Moses statue, listening to a hoarse-voiced singer singing this famous melody. What effect does this have on the protagonist? It turns his wife into a symbol. A woman was standing near the top of the first flight, in the shadow. He asked himself what a woman standing on the stairs in the shadow is a symbol of. He describes her in vaguely realist terms, but at the same time he asks what she symbolizes. This symbolizes a certain way of listening, among other things. Joyce wanted to set out the rules for this certainty, for the problems of certainty and its grounding in relation to the voice's effects on the signifier, in an aesthetic science, but fairly quickly he saw that this was not so firmly linked to science, and that it was precisely a savoir-faire tethered by a practice of the signifier. What is foremost in my mind, which imposes itself upon me through and beyond what Aristotle said about praxis in his Poetics, is Lacan's definition, a concerted action on the part of man that puts him and me in a position, to deal with the real through the symbolic. It is precisely in Circe that we perceive this question of me when Bloom, entering the brothel, is seen by Stephen as he turns. And this evocation of me is, as if by chance, also a quotation from Revelation. I should doubtless stop here before my talk becomes overly apocalyptic. A note threaded stitch by stitch. Jacques Alain Miller. 1. An apology. Philippe Sollers. Lacan inquires about him at the start of the sinthome, p3, is he in the audience? Why yes, he is, and so he shall be, a regular attender the whole year through. He will be there too at the evening event with Jacques Aubert mentioned on pages 106 to 7. He will also see the film cited on the same page, in the realm of the senses, though at a different screening from the one Lacan attended. In an interview that is about to appear to accompany the release of the sinthome, the writer mentions an evening gathering in the 1970s. The story runs as follows: Lacan, seated on the floor, making an effort to get up on his feet, and stumbling, is joined by Sollers who moves into place to help him stand upright. "Leave him, will you?" appealed Sylvia, Lacan's wife, "he's grown up now." "Need I comment on this?" asks Sollers in his interview. "No. He's grown up now, it's not worth helping him to walk. One oughtn't to say such things. One oughtn't to say such things, seeking some rapport, well, seeking some erotic innuendo with a younger man. It's shocking. For me, Lacan isn't a child. It's a sensational scene. However, dear Philippe, please excuse me, but it can be understood rather differently." "What does Sylvia say?" "She says that you are the one, Philippe, who is taking Lacan for a child." "Yes, you, by rushing to his aid." "Is she really mocking him? Isn't she rebuffing you instead, the over-attentive one? She is the one who is pointing out to you that Lacan is not a child anymore, or that he is no more of one than tout homme, every man, in one word, as Lacan wrote it? Who is speaking? Why, let's take a look. She is a true woman, one who is defined by not being a mother, who would sooner trip a man up than stand him up straight. In short, Philippe, you are playing the role of a mother to Lacan. As for her, she is a Medea. Certainly Eros is in on it, but which Eros? His wife has her idea about it. Under her nose an officious young man is forcing his attentions upon her husband. "Nolly tangere," says she. I'm not saying that you are wrong to detect in Sylvia's remark an invitation to you, but how can one fail to see that this sentence only takes on its erotic meaning from the gesture of solicitude that precedes it, when you make to steady the doddering old man? All in all, Sylvia is telling you, leave be, young fellow, turn your interest to a woman, rather than him. Doubtless her injunction is addressed to Lacan as much as to you. Ah! You weren't the only one, Philippe, hovering around Lacan, wanting to lend him a hand in his old age, moving into place to help him stand upright. There was Jacques Aubert, there was I, Jacques Alain, there was the whole clique caught in the transference. Do you think that we who, like you, had a weakness for great men, were looked upon with favorable eye by the woman who accompanied him through life? You who have made a vocation out of your admiration for Baudelais, you take exception to Sylvia saying to you disappointedly, "Ah, You're getting interested in George's, and you virtuously demur. For me, Beaudelet was not George's. Indeed not, but don't you see, for her he was. The whole problem lies there. Sylvia was a heretic, in her way. In her eyes you were nothing but an idolatrous youth, as was I. She would chip away at our idols with feet of clay, or smash them. She would never get up on her escabeau. Do you know that one morning she told me, "Ah, Jacques Alain, I'm very tired. I spent the night burning all George's letters." We wouldn't have done that, would we now, Philippe? But then, Beaudelet had never been our ravaging man. Solers helps Lacan. Sylvia rebuffs Solers. She is entirely the helpmeet against that God created for Adam in the person of woman, the same that is twice mentioned in the sinthome. With the extreme sense of uniqueness that Lacan saw in her, she perceived the romantic dream of the capable man who, 30 years later, would say laughingly of Lacan, "I think that the transference was reciprocal, and to my advantage." This transference is there, Philippe, in the supporting gesture that makes a couple of Solers and Lacan. And that is when Sylvia interposes from a third position. There is now a trio and, deciphering it through the sinthome, it is Borromean. Solers, wholly unto his reciprocal transference, is the imaginary. His tout hummy, his every manliness makes him believe that Lacan, writing himself under his helping hand, is imaginary like him. No, he doesn't need you for that, he can stand upright by himself, says Sylvia, and, he is symbolic. As for her, she is the real, unless she is the sinthome that prevents the real from stealing away. To end, I will gladly surrender my arms to you, Philippe. I'm not out to get the better of you. Without you, we wouldn't have this sublime vaudeville. To disclose the scene you had to pass through gates that are guarded by the demon of shame. Perhaps that cost you less than it cost me, for I too had to do so, to follow you into the incandescent zone where Beaudelet's letters smolder beside those of Gide, and where you advance, intrepid, braving the me/lee tray +1, to take the hand of two commendators so that fall, he shall not. There is no better apology for the sinthome. Lacan called upon Joyce in order to take a step beyond the point at which Freud had come to a standstill. Isn't this what you were miming that evening? Literature flying to the aid of psychoanalysis just as it is about to fall flat on its face. Sylvia couldn't help but intervene, due to an effect of constraint. Lacan announced that his initial intention was to call his seminar 4, 5, 6. Indeed, in the last session of his seminar RSI, on May 13, he had taken up once more the Borromean knot with 4 rings that had been introduced on January 14 of the same year, and had asserted that, in committing oneself to this 4, one comes across a particular path that only goes up to 6. The lecture that he would later give as the opening to the Joyce Symposium in June 1975 turned him away from this project. What could this particular path be? My hypothesis is that it had to do with exploiting the combinatorial possibilities that are in evidence in the tables to be found on P12 and P40 of the sinthome. The first table, which had already been mentioned on May 13, establishes a double correlation, 1-2/3-4, evidenced by the knot on the same page, a correlation such that, using the 4 named rings, it would enable one to obtain effects of constraint that we may observe to be the same as those of the alpha, beta, gamma, delta, syntax from the seminar on the purloined letter comma. By ascribing a term from one of the pairs to one of the 4 possible places, constraints appear when it comes to setting down the terms of the second pair in the remaining places. The second table lists the 3 configurations obtained from the 3 terms R, S, I, when subjected to a non-permutative revolution in their position, as is the case for the 4 terms $S and in radiophony, while the sinthome term remains fixed in one place. It is not hard to come up with a third table on which the permutation of the terms R, S, I is this time permitted, with remaining fixed. In this case, 6 configurations are obtained. RSI, SIR, IRS, RIS, SRI, ISR. My hypothesis, therefore, is that Lacan had been planning to privilege the study of the three further knots that can be added to the first three that already featured in the second table, and which had been isolated in the seminar RSI. Knots 4, 5, and 6 would thus be RIS, SRI, and ISR, with, in each case, the fourth ring. I imagine that in a second phase the exploration of this path alone would not have yielded the results that Lacan might have been anticipating from it. Following the Joyce trail struck him as a more fruitful enterprise. 180 Jacques Alain Miller. 3. Some diffuse bleed on the knot. Before Lacan could turn his interest to the Borromean knot, it first had to come to him by way of his friend the mathematician G.T. Gilbard. On February 8, 1972, Lacan was preparing his seminar of the following day around a sentence he had come up with: "I ask you to refuse what I am offering you because this is not it," when good fortune delivered into his hands, in the person of a woman by the name of V*P*, the Borromean knot. On February 9, Lacan said the following: "Now here's a strange thing. While I was wondering yesterday evening how I might present this to you today with my geometry of the tetrad, it so happened that, dining with a charming person who attends the courses of Monsieur Gilbard, I was given, like a ring slid on my finger, something that I should like to show you now. It would seem to be nothing less, this I learnt yesterday evening, than the family crest of the House of Borromeo." Georges Théodule Gilbard introduced von Neumann and Morgenstern's game theory into post-war France, which also caught Lacan's interest. His article Les Problèmes de Partage was used by Lacan in Seminar 15 / with regard to Pascal's wager. Gilbard later found himself at the center of the development of operational research in France. The knot had long featured in popular books of mathematical curiosities, for instance Mathematics and the Imagination by Edward Kastner and James Newman. Lacan owned a copy of this book. On p. 287, the knot is presented as the trademark used by a well-known brewer, and the commentary makes do with pointing out the strange relation between the three rings. When Lacan showed Quine the resources of the knot, the eminent philosopher saw nothing more in it than a little topological curiosity that was engaging in its way. This is the occasion to remind the reader that, as indicated by Alexei Sosinsky in the preface to his semi-popular presentation, for reasons I do not entirely understand, knots were long ignored by mathematicians, who only got to grips with them once and for all in the 20th century. Up until the mid-1980s, this theory did not engage many beyond a small circle of specialists. It should be added that the physicists preceded the mathematicians here. William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, inventor of absolute zero and the temperature scale that bears his name, came up with nodal models of molecular structure and was particularly attentive to the trefoil knot. A prankish theosophy has sprung up around this, and I wouldn't be able to forgive myself for neglecting to share with the reader of the sinthome the laughter to be had at the website Kelvin is Lord. Once my own interest had been kindled by Lacan, in 1973 or thereabouts I got hold of Introduction to Knot Theory, which I passed on to him. It is quite possible that Pierre Soury transmitted to him the articles, or at least the knots, by Listing and Milnor which are reproduced in the seminar. Soury was a young mathematician, who died all too young, an endearing character who, along with his friend Michel Thome, developed a passion for Lacan's knots. Lacan found in Soury and Thome a competence and an availability that he had been seeking in vain among most of his listeners and the psychoanalysts of his school. During his stay in New York, on the transatlantic trip that he undertook between the first and second sessions of the present seminar, Lacan had a conversation with Dolly and tried to spark some interest in the Borromean knot, but to no avail. Such had already been the case with Heidegger, to whom he had paid a visit in Freiburg im Breisgau with this in mind during the year of RSI. Lacan confides that the German didn't say a word, and showed him instead a heap of his course manuscripts still waiting to be published. Having appeared in Seminar 19, the knot surfaces again in Encore, in Chapter X. It is the centerpiece of the lecture Lacan gave in Rome in 1974, with its title, La Troisième. It fits into the series of Lacan's talks in Rome, after the 1953 Function and Field of Speech and Language and the 1968 La Psychanalyse. Raison d'un échec. Lastly, the 1974-1975 seminar RSI, just prior to the sinthome, deals with the not itself and with the triad of the real, the symbolic, and the imaginary that was inspired by Levi Strauss and which marked the beginning of Lacan's teaching sensu stricto. The series begun by RSI, which reaches its heights with the sinthome, constitutes Lacan's return to the fundaments of his project and his calling into question of psychoanalysis. The depth of this questioning has seen no equal, but this has remained largely unperceived given the care Lacan took in shielding his listeners from the full impact of his discourse and its highly charged potentialities, hence his desire, which never came to be, to limit his disquisition to a much smaller circle. One can't help thinking that Lacan's late teaching belonged to the same register as the esoteric teaching that found a place in the schools of antiquity. An aristocratic notion of creative subjectivity has a long history in Lacan, but never, and especially in the sinthome, would he yield to the temptation to wager exclusively on an elite. See the following passage from the 1953 Function and Field of Speech and Language, to emphasize how few subjects there are who support this J-symbolic creation would be to give in to a romantic viewpoint, or this passage from 1973. The more saints there are among us, the more laughter there is. That's my principle. Indeed, that's the way out of the capitalist discourse, which will not constitute any progress, if only for some. Lacan's repeated lamenting in the sinthome as to the inordinate number of people in his audience clearly hints that the doctrine he was exposing to the four winds was meant to be kept secret. Giving a public form to an esoteric teaching forces one to conceal at the same time as disclosing. One has in some sense to button up while still speaking, as Balthasar Gracian advocated, and to make use of all the procedures outlined by Leo Strauss in Persecution and the Art of Writing, hence Lacan's cryptic me dire, the half-saying that is particularly in evidence in the sinthome. So it was that, unlike Freud, though instructed by the misadventures of his apostolic succession, Lacan refrained from selecting a circle of supposedly loyal followers and from binding himself to this chosen people, like Venice wedding the sea in her sposalizio de/mare, by handing out rings. The only ring on Lacan's finger is the knot. The annoyance felt by his pretenders is evinced well enough by the faithful animosity they have vowed to his son-in-law. It is beyond doubt that Lacan harbored the same sentiments for psychoanalysts that he attributed to Freud. It is not hard to identify the contempt for men that Freud felt each time he set his mind to bringing them face to face with the task he deemed to be beyond their means. By that time, however, this contempt had been consolidated by recurrent acts of abandonment in which he had taken measure of how mentally and morally unfit his first followers had been, minds and characters who only too clearly surpassed the best of men by far, as they did the host of those who since then have spread the world over with his doctrine. On the theme of contempt, which Lacan attributes to Marx and Lenin, as well as to Freud himself, see Encore, Chapter 8. One can hardly deny that this severe appraisal finds nothing but confirmation in the way that a not insignificant portion of the French psychoanalytic community greeted, late in 2003, an enterprise that sought quite openly to do away with psychoanalysis. At the same time the swashbuckling intelligentsia were to be seen stepping into the breach, as though Solers' generous, mild, and intimate gesture with regard to Lacan that evening in the 1970s were fated to repeat throughout history. "What am I getting mixed up in?" we could hear from the side of the mob that went to ground. "Those guys aren't analysts." The knot opens out onto an infinite series, which can be qualified as ascendant since one may always add further rings of string in the Borromean relation. This relation only begins, however, with the third ring. We may point out that the Borromean series is in this respect analogous to what is known as the Fibonacci sequence, on which Lacan spent a great deal of time in his 16th seminar. It is evident that the general law that dictates the series can only start to be applied with its third term. Lacan's attention had been drawn to Aristotelian quantification by the article that the Kayaspor/Analyse had requested from the philosopher Jacques Brunschwig, and which was published as the leader article of issue 10. The issue was dedicated to formalization. The title of Brunschwig's article is La proposition particulière et les preuves de non-concluance chez Aristote. Lacan had already made use of the article in his text Elle Tourded with regard to female sexuation. Interpreting the delicate key passage at the start of the prior analytics, I. 24a, 18-20, Brunschwig draws a distinction between the particular negative that he calls minimal, and the particular negative that he calls maximal. He stresses that Aristotle always interprets the particular in the former, minimal, sense and rejects the latter. In what way is the first minimal and the second maximal? The first does not exclude the possibility of a universal relationship between A and B, while the second does exclude this possibility. In the second case one can say neither all A nor no A. There is no universal truth of A. Contrary to Aristotle, Lacan holds onto the maximal sense of the particular negative, and with it equips his not all. 3. He assigns this to woman's side of sexuation: there is no all the women, there is no universal womanliness, there is no woman prefixed by a definite article. The not all is, however, more wily still. Lacan does not retain the maximal/minimal opposition without adding some of his own handiwork, as he does for the metaphor/metonymy pair that he got from Jacques. Aristotelian quantification is inscribed into a universe of discourse that is finite. Therefore, whether maximal or minimal, Aristotle's not all plays only on lack and incompleteness. Are they all there? Are some of them elsewhere? Lacan's not all is deployed on the contrary in an infinite universe, and it is constructed on the intuitionistic model of a choice sequence. The emphasis shifts to the impossibility of stating the universality of the predicate. If the law of the formation of the series has not been posited at the outset, however far the series is pursued, and even if from one moment to the next it has been confirmed that there is no A that is not B, it will be impossible ever to conclude that this is the case for them all. As such, the sequence is lawless. This singular attribute is recognized by Lacan as the real that he invents. This is not his only heresy. 5. Sublimation equals escabo. Heresis, p7. Lacan uses the Latin word due to the consonance between heresy and the pronunciation of the letters rsi. The word has a Greek root, alkeet, choice, hence particular opinion. What choice is at issue here? I have done my best to make it as clear as possible in the established text. The choice lies between what Lacan cheerily designates in terms of sinthome masakinas and sinthome rule. These are, respectively, the orthodox sinthome and the heretical sinthome. Indeed, heresy is not alone in constituting a sinthome. The choice that Lacan lauds in the sinthome, that of the standpoint that here we are calling heretical, actually implies that orthodoxy is just a particular regime of the sinthome, just as a lawful four-sequence that is normative and regular is nothing but a lawless sequence that was given a formation law at the outset so as to avoid any suspense or surprise. The sinthome rule is the sinthome that has been stripped right back in its structure and in its real. The masakinas, or modaquin in French, is the sinthome elevated to semblance, the sinthome that has become a mannequin, and which is veiled by the sublimations that are available in the storehouse of accessories, being and its radiance, the true, the good, the beautiful, and so on. The elevatory means of sublimation as an upward operation was often named by Lacan using the well-known Hegelian term Aufhebung. In his written text Joyce the symptom he gives it the more expressive name escabo. The escabo shifts the emphasis to the body. Likewise, Lacan designates the sinthome as an event of the body, whereas he defined the Freudian symptom as truth. Joyce, a heretic, a partisan of the sinthome rolling along any old how, strips the sinthome of its masaquinism. But this does not prevent him from wanting to haul himself, with his sinthome, onto the s.k.bo of the work of art. This same orientation leads Lacan to make us understand, on pages 117-18, that what is real about straightness is that it is bent, that the bent aspect takes precedence over the straightness, that the 186 Jacques Alain Miller. Straight is merely one kind of bend. Need I remind the reader that orthodoxy is, etymologically speaking, the opinion that is said to be right, proper or straight. Straight is the antonym of gay, and thus means in conformity or on the level. The passage from straightness to bendiness, from mos geometricus to nodal topology, is reminiscent of the Keplerian passage from the imaginary of the so-called perfect form, that of the circle, to the articulation of the conical, of the ellipse. Einstein and Lenin are associated under the cover of this theme. The physicist made evident, if I may say so, the real curve of the ray of light, which nevertheless looks like it is straight. As for the revolutionary, defending the theses of what is to be done, published in March 1902, against the economist Martynov, he stated in the conclusion to his speech on the party program on July 22 at the Second Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. We all know now that the economists bent the stick in one direction. In order to make the stick straight, it was necessary to bend the stick in the other direction, and that is what I did. I am sure that Russian social democracy will always straighten the stick that is bent by any kind of opportunism of any kind, and that our stick will therefore always be straight as possible and as ready as possible for action. Lenin later came back to this point, in 1907 in his preface to the collection 12 Years. The expression I used, and it has since been frequently quoted, was that the economists had bent the stick in one direction. What is to be done? I said, straightens out the stick that had been bent by the economists. I emphasized that precisely because we were so vigorously straightening out the stick, our line of action would always be the straightest. I think that Lacan often practiced the Leninist method to which he refers in this passage of the sinthome, and that a number of theses he put forward in psychoanalysis are to be read in this light. He bends back the stick that had been bent by the orthodox, so that it will be straight again. When on p. 137 of the French edition of the seminar book XX/II Lacan speaks of a baton instead of a bar, it may be supposed that a note threaded stitch by stitch 187. This is due to contamination from the Cartesian example in the dioptrique of the illusion of a stick in water. I have chosen not to correct this mistake in the established text. The unprecedented couple of Einstein and Lenin becomes a trio when, in the last of the questions posed to Lacan, an object emerges that held a great deal of fascination at the time, Lacan's twisted cigar. This cigar was a mild Havana known as a culebra. The Davidoff tobacco shop in Geneva used to sell them fastened together in threes. One knew that one could please Lacan by bringing back a box of them for him. This pleasure helped him to stand upright, as Sollers would say, while some lay in wait for him to choke himself with his knot. 6. From Schreiber to Joyce. One contributor whom Lacan often drafted in for a helping hand in the 1970s was Nicole Sells, mentioned on p. 8. She was the SEC, retiree of the École Freudienne de Paris, which Lacan founded and directed, and she always displayed great bibliographic skill. She co-translated the French edition of President Schreiber's Memoirs of My Nervous Illness. The text of the memoirs and Lacan's reading thereof in Seminar 3 and on a question preliminary to any possible treatment of psychosis lie in the background of the sinthome. The dropping of the relationship with the body refers to the state of dereliction that is designated in Schreiber's delusion by the term Liegen/Essen, which Lacan isolates as a fundamental feature of psychosis, and which he translates as laisser-en-plan. 6. Another of the modalities of this letting drop is to be met in the structure of the passage A/act. Lacan speaks of the laissé tumor of the subject, which translates the Niederkommen/Essen from the Freudian case of the young homosexual woman. Defenestration in melancholia is the most striking clinical illustration of this. Who, or what, falls in the letting drop? It is not the pure subject of the signifier, for this subject is weightless, gravity does not act upon this subject. It is the subject insofar as his being is lodged in the object A. The body is necessarily involved. 188 Jacques Alain Miller. 7. On a Cantoresque body. Page 10 offers a cursory summary of Lacan's reading of Cantor's definition of the set, the first axioms of his theory, and their initial consequences. I will have to begin by setting out its basic elements. Let the primary relation R**, which is not defined here, be that of membership of a set. If X is a member of the set A, we write, XEA. The set A that contains precisely two elements, A and B, is written, A, B. The axiom of extensionality posits that a set is defined by its elements. Two sets are equal if they have the same elements. On the basis of this axiom, one can define a second relation, R, which this time is a relation between sets, and this is the relation of inclusion. For two sets A and B, if all the elements of the first are also in the second, A is said to be a subset of B, or is included in B. This is written, ACB or, reflexively, BA. These two relations, of membership and inclusion, are utterly distinct. It is now a matter of assuring the existence of a set containing precisely the elements that correspond to the definition. It is not enough to say that to any definition D of an element there corresponds a set S whose elements are exactly the elements X that correspond to D. This axiom would give rise to Russell's paradox if D should only be XX. Therefore, one has to ensure beforehand that the elements X defined by D are all, as it were, settable elements, those which the axiom will guarantee already to lie in some set. In other words, one shall allow each X to become a member of E only once one has made sure in advance that X is already a member of some set A that has no other virtue, no other definition, besides that of being supposed to pre-exist. In this way, one is making sure of the regularity of each element X that is a candidate for being in E and, by way of consequence, the regularity of E itself. Any set E so formed will be a subset of a set A. This signifying expenditure is the price that has to be paid in order to circumvent the Russell-Lien curse and to show any irregular elements and paradoxical sets to the door of the universe. The goal is that everything should keep turning smoothly round, if I may express it thus. We shall call a definition of X, condition S. We now introduce the axiom known as the axiom of specification, which posits that to every set A and to every condition S. A note threaded stitch by stitch 189. There corresponds a set B whose elements are exactly those elements X of A for which S holds. The first consequence of this axiom is that it ensures the innocuousness of the Russell-Lien phenomenon. Should it take your fancy, you can very well form a set R whose members are not included in themselves, i.e. that corresponds to the condition XEX, since R will not be included in A, REA. Since A is just any set, R is thus what is absent in any set, if we may be allowed to use a somewhat Mallarmine turn of phrase, hence the saying, worthy of Parmenides, if not of Heraclitus, that we owe to Halmus, nothing contains everything. Lacan took up this sentence in the form, nothing is everything. Correlatively, there appears what is present in every set, if I may say so, which is the empty set, denoted 0. For the empty set to exist, all it takes is for at least one set to exist, though this requires that it be posited and, in order to do so, that we change dimension, because our definitions and axioms do not say anything about what is. They only tell us what it is called and what it resembles, to the extent that a set may very well have no more existence than a unicorn. So, let's creationize, there exists a set. Everything has now been consummated. Given M, there exists a set without any elements, which is known as the empty set. Given M**, there exists just one empty set. Given the definition of R, this empty set is a subset of any set, 0 Ca. By virtue of this same definition, any set is a subset of itself, ACA. Now we come to the Lacanian reading of all this little machinery. Phase 1. Take an object, the simplest object, one all alone. Is it even a number? It is a single mark on a piece of paper, any old one, but it can be a member of a set. It is capable of being an element in a set, though it has not yet been put in a set. There is nothing more than that. 1. Phase 2. Put it in a set. 1. Phase 3. Form the set of its subsets. What is that? By virtue of the machine constructed above, it is a set of two elements, L, 0. Since in the case of a set with one element the set and this element can easily be confused, we rewrite this, I, 0. This is the set that is at issue on P10 of the sinthome. Here you can see how, with something of 1, you have created something of 2. You had just a single one, the first one all by itself. 190 Jacques Alain Miller. Then in a second phase you had the one included in a set, and then, as if by some miracle, a one to boot, which is the empty set, 0. This is why Lacan says that the set, the Cantorian bag, is fit to be connoted with an ambiguity between 1 and 0, which expresses how the empty set contains 0 elements, but thereby remains no less of a 1, as one set. An empty bag is still one bag. This is no miracle. There is no creation ex nihilo. The rabbit had already been placed in the top hat. What we find in the shape of the empty set is what we ourselves added to the one all alone in the form of the set into which we inscribed it in the second phase. Lacan had already concluded elsewhere that the empty set is the other as the locus of any signifying inscription, and that its first form, if one may say so, is the body that has been emptied of jouissance. He clarifies this here, on P10, by suggesting that the very concept of the set might have been envisaged on the basis of the body and its highly particular unity, which is the unity of the one to boot. This is what distinguishes the Lacanian body from the Aristotelian body. For Aristotle, as Lacan stresses in Encore, the body is the model of the one. This one, however, is the individual, that is to say, the one all alone. Moreover, Lacan will inquire into the true origin of the signifier one. His answer lies here, on this page of the sinthome, in the suggestion that the body might be the model, the imaginary origin, not of the one all alone, which is a signifier, a mark, a trait, or a cut, but of the one to boot, which is the empty set. This is quite simply a way of saying that the body exists as a bag of skin, apart and aside from its organs. The word I have just written is the one that lets us grasp what is at issue, grounding the exact site at which the lucubration of a mysterious body without organs, which is central to Anti-Oedipus, ought to be inscribed. The body without organs is the bag body. Its existence relative to the elements that it contains, its consistence as a container, is that of the empty set in the formula, 1, 0. This is what Lacan allows us to understand by following up with the Cantorian pair. However, the set that includes them stands in third place, hence the text. If Hegel speaks of stable existence in the universal, what might mobile existence in the particular be? It might be travel, for example. During his trip to the United States, mentioned at the start of the second chapter, Lacan was to give several lectures, the transcripts of which were published in the journal Silicet. Quine dedicates a paragraph of his autobiography to his meeting with Lacan at MIT, where his talk was also attended by Jacobson and Octavio Paz. Quine is no fool, says Lacan on page 29, indeed, because he made such a good impression on Lacan. Quine was exceedingly courteous. I remember seeing him unruffled by the joint insults issued by Jean Dieudonné and Georges Chrysal during a colloquium, at the École Normale Supérieure. He knew how to conceal from Lacan the fact that he had understood nothing of his talk and his conversation, to the point that he was relieved not to be seated next to him during a dinner in honor of the master, the new rage of the Paris CAFES. At MIT, Lacan met Chomsky. Following a pointer from Jacobson, Lacan was one of the first in France, if not the first, to speak about syntactic structures, almost as soon as it came out, and about the now famous example of colorless green ideas. When he met Chomsky during his U.S. trip, the renowned linguist's theses on language, such as the mental organ, were not yet as widely known as they would be later on following the publication of Rules and Representations. We may also note that the translator of aspects of the theory of syntax is also a former attendee of Lacan's seminar. Likewise, the first collection of texts by the American logician Charles Sanders Peirce to appear in French was translated by someone close to the seminar. Lacan regularly drew on Peirce's collected papers, which he had also come to via Jacques. Lacan borrowed his logical quadrant from Peirce, which he used for the first time in Seminar 11. To Peirce he also owes the definition of the sign, which he transposed into his paradoxical definition of the signifier. Conveyance from one signifier to another introduces widespread falsification into the world. What is the brief passage on it that Lacan is thinking of on page 69? We can easily see what might have caught his attention in section 60 of Being and Time, the existential structure of the authentic potentiality of being attested to in Conscience 7, in particular the sentence on the modification of the disclosing of the world by its disclosedness. 8. Heidegger is, of course, one of the few Germans mentioned on page 70. 9. I no longer recall whether I had passed on to Lacan the anti-Heideggerian pamphlet by Adorno, The Jargon of Authenticity, which I read in the English language translation that came out in 1973. The Joycean scorn of Aquinian claritas on p6, the critique of evidence on pages 93-5, the critique of intentional truth, and the distinction between the true and the real on p132, all motion in the same direction as an objection raised against Heideggerian authenticity. In Lacan, the modification, not of the disclosing of the world, but of the cutting out of the object A, is due to the invention of new signifiers, as we shall see. The theme of the nodal error, or the lapsus of the knot, on p75, along with its mending, is central to the sinthome. It is to be found again in the final chapter. What Lacan calls mistake carries the function, in chapter 6, pages 75-6, of a transformation that possesses the property of uncutting the trefoil knot and turning it into a mere ring of string. We may add in this regard that it was precisely the study of this kind of transformation that in 1990 enabled a Russian mathematician from St. Petersburg, Viktor Vassiliev, from the school of Vladimir Arnold, to make a breakthrough in the mathematical theory of knots. The principal mathematical treatment of the question runs as follows. The said mistake is defined as a singularity which occurs when one part of the knot cuts another transversely at a double point. At that instant, the knot becomes singular, then immediately reverts to an ordinary knot, but one that may be different from the initial knot. The most straightforward example is furnished precisely by the transformation that Lacan shows. Undergoing a catastrophe, the trefoil knot becomes a singular knot at a double point, only to become immediately a trivial knot, labeled 0. Passing through a double point is the mathematical translation of the act of cutting and splicing the string. Vassiliev's originality was to consider the knots as points of a larger and more structured set. In his theory, the ordinary knots form a subset denoted by L. 0. Whereas the others form the infinite family L, which is broken up into strata LLL. 2. L. 3. Constituted of singular knots with 1, 2, 3, double points, respectively. Vassiliev quite naturally chose the sigma symbol to designate the strata. This coincidence is strange for the reader of the seminar because this is also the letter that Lacan uses to denote the sinthome. The Vassiliev invariants allow a knot to be distinguished on the basis of the path that leads through the strata to 0, in accordance with the number of double points that separate it from the trivial state. Each invariant is a function that, for each double point in a singular knot, satisfies the following relation. The theory only becomes non-trivial from the second-order invariants onward. To distinguish between the trefoil knot and the trivial knot, one such invariant is sufficient, labeled V. 0. For the trivial, a note threaded stitch by stitch 195. Knot, it is equal to 0, V. 0 equals 0. This same invariant assigns the value 1 to the trefoil knot, in accordance with the calculation that is illustrated by the following diagram, in which one can recognize the properties explored by Lacan in Chapter 6. Equals VQ. In this note I have been following the exposition set out on pages 90 to -99 of the book by Soszinski cited above in 3. The 3 illustrations are taken from the same. The reader of the sinthome will surely find this book most informative. I also recommend consulting the knot plot site, the most attractive website dedicated to the knots. It would be preposterous to imagine that mathematicians should owe anything whatsoever to psychoanalysts, but it appears that it was indeed a psychoanalyst who became attached to knots that have an effect of singularity some 15 years before they turned out to be the inroad to an important breakthrough in mathematical theory. Nothing more than that, but nothing less either. The history of knots will certainly find a place for Lacan on account of his many years of tenacious experimentation. The fact that this experimentation was not highly formalized is no obstacle to this. It was in just such a way that a New York lawyer who had been manipulating pieces of cord on his living room floor, just as Lacan used to do in his office at Rue de Lille or on the ground at Gatron Court, discovered that 2 of the knots listed in the 1899 Tate Little table were actually the same. This was the last duplication of its kind to be discovered. The article in which he reports his finding was published in Proceedings of the American Mathematical Society, Volume 45, Issue 2, August 1974, pages 262-6. Seeing Lacan play, on p. 76, with the idea of a Lacan's knot, there can be no doubting that he would have been delighted to make a discovery comparable with Kenneth A. Perko Jr.'s find. The episode of the Circle of Populaius, mentioned on p. 91, is a topos of Roman history that was popularized in the Classical Age by Charles Rollin's Histoire ancienne. In the 1740 edition it was illustrated with a print by J.P. L.E. Bass, Antiochus Infirm dans un cercle par popularis. The source is Livy Book XLV, it can also be found in the Epitome of the Philippic History of Pompeius Trogus by Justin. Here is the translation in English, 10. Accordingly Populaius was dispatched, in the character of ambassador, to Antiochus, to desire him to refrain from invading Egypt, or, if he had already entered it, to quit without delay. Having found him in Egypt, and the king having offered to kiss him, Populaius said that private friendship must be set aside, when the commands of his country stood in the way, and having produced and delivered to him the decree of the Senate, but observing that he hesitated, and referred the consideration of it to his friends, he drew a circle round him with a staff which he carried in his hand, so large that it also enclosed his friends, and desired him to decide on the spot, and not to go out of that ring, till he had given an answer to the Senate whether he would have peace or war with Rome. This firmness so daunted the king's spirit, that he replied that he would obey the Senate. The episode belongs to the most turbulent part of the history of the Seleucids under Roman influence, prior to the Syrian kingdom being reduced to the status of a province. This is the period from which Corneille borrowed the plot of Radogun. First of all, we should not confuse the Populaius Laenas of the Circle with Cicero's assassin of the same name, who was stigmatized by Voltaire in the Dictionnaire philosophique and has a small role in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. I do not know the degree of kinship between the 2 homonyms, but it cannot be impossible to determine. As for the encircled one, he is none other than Antiochus IV Epiphanes. Why yes, the very same who, prevented by the said Circle of Populaius from launching an invasion of Egypt, began the persecution of the Jews. As Bossuet writes quite superbly in his Universal History, Antiochus Illustris reigned like a madman, he bent all his fury against the Jews, and attempted to destroy the temple, the law of Moses, and the whole nation. The authority of the Romans kept him from making himself master of Egypt. 11. As we know, the Maccabean revolt forced him to put off his anti-Jewish plan, and the temple was cleansed in 164, an episode that is still joyfully commemorated in Jewish tradition by the Feast of Hanukkah. The Fine Arts Museum in Rennes holds a very fine drawing by Rembrandt, Populaius, and Antiochus, the consul, a modest Populaeus clothed in a tunic, stooped and alone, draws in the sand the circle that surrounds a superb and richly brocaded Antiochus, under the watchful eye of his immobile cavalrymen and the attentive crowd, who are also forming a circle. I am inclined to think that Lacan's familiar references to the circle of Populaeus are a memory of some school textbook or illustrated volume from his childhood, perhaps the children's edition of the aforementioned Rollin or a book that was inspired by it. Rollin's Histoire ancienne, with its Epinal prints, as it were, maintained a strong influence throughout the 19th century and was still being recommended in 1900 by the eminent Rawlinson. I would certainly have caught Lacan's interest with the recently advanced hypothesis from Peter O'Neill, which holds that Livy's use of the word circulus in the episode of the said circle of Populaeus was most likely the retrojecting of a term that was in vogue during the late Republic, not in the geometrical sense but in the metaphorical sense of a human meeting or congregation. The multiplication of unofficial, unauthorized, or even dissenting and conspiratorial circuli marked the lifestyle of the time, and did not fail to cause anxiety for the senatorial authorities and the establishment as a whole. In the Livian fable of Populaeus, the circle becomes, on the contrary, the pure signifying materialization of a senatorial power that is all the more insistent given that it is physically absent. Rembrandt lets us see quite marvelously the sudden ebung that transforms the sign of Populaeus' weakness, the staff of his old age, the incarnation of his castration, in short, his long, bare cane into the instrument of his triumph, into an astounding master signifier capable of imposing its empire over the most presumptuous realities in the person of a fiercely reigning king, holding him back from upsetting what Hegel called stable existence in the universal. Rome devoted itself, ultimately exhausting itself, to spreading this stable existence across the world as though it were to be the world's police, which is exactly what has become, and shall become again, we may suppose, of other empires throughout history. The circle of Populaeus is thus the illustration of the turning round in circles that forms the sum and substance of the police vision of the world. Looking back, this is the occasion to confirm Lacan's perennial thesis that while power is the attribute of the master, his intimate truth is impotence. To my mind this is precisely what makes the megalomaniacal dream, the all-pervasive will to power, the idea of submitting to the university, and even the aspiration to be sacred, which Philippe Sollers oddly attributes to Lacan in the interview mentioned in 1, altogether doubtful. As I knew him, and as I understand him, Lacan offered a lesson of sobriety and lucidity with regard to power, to the point that he left it to others to negotiate the balance of power with the IPA. We know the price he paid for this. Imputing to Lacan the desire to be sacred seems hard to reconcile with the Lacanian heresy of the escabeau, though this desire is liable to come quite naturally, through a retroactive effect, to great French writers, be they infamous or idolized. We have only to cite the Dieu Voltaire, Jean-Jacques, the Divin Marquis, /Enchanteur, and more generally the romantic cult of the Vates writers such as it has been traced out by Paul Benijo in the admirable works that have followed on from the consecration of the writer, 1750 to 1830. One can also think of Joyce as the Redeemer or as grist to the mill for academics, as canonical fodder, dare I say. The desire for sacredness has its place. 2. In Baudelaire's erotic theosophy, that of Madame Edwarda and the unavowable community. Nevertheless, and to pay tribute to Solartian intuition which in my eyes is never without interest, I will gladly admit that Lacan's policy might indeed appear to be akin to that of the God of the Jews such as he is evoked in the first lesson of On the Names of the Father. Lacan's doctrine is not the only one in psychoanalysis, it claims nothing more than to be the only one to reign in its own little corner, his little school. There, it is jealous. Lacan himself readily and laughingly accepted this risky analogy in one of our private conversations. On the other hand, the lovely yet more dangerous idea of a universal domination of minds is to be rendered to the Roman and Papist ideology where it first took root. To conclude this excursus, I shall add that I see nothing exorbitant in a major Catholic writer in present-day France, a current legatee of the glorious spiritual power of literature that took over from a Christian vocation whose values, today restored, had back then fallen into obsolescence, being led to a particularly exalted conception of his function and his gifts once he has assumed the difficult happiness of being oneself rather than someone else. Contrary to what the writer's apparent ease and proclaimed felicity would have us believe, both of which actually stem more from iron discipline than any hypothetical Gascony good nature, the assumption of his calling did not go without saying for Philippe Sollers, as his remark in the aforecited interview can vouch, "I truly believe that it's better to be a great writer than to be Lacan." Just turn to page 115 of the folio edition of FOM cited above. One can read the transposed testimony of Sollers's decision, circa 1970, cut to the quick, to show them that I too was a thinker. Let us now look at the Poppelian circle in terms of the empty set from earlier. Poppelius only forms a pair with the overweening Eastern monarch by separating him from his organs, his advisory and military organs, 12, and by deflating his air chamber until it is reduced to an empty bladder. This is how, as Epiphanes fades away, or at least as all the life drains from him, for it is as though he has been entombed. Think of Saddam Hussein, unearthed from the ground, the multitude comes to form a circle. The circle of Poppelius thus fulfills Daniel's prophecy. The Apology certainly allows for more than one reading. One might be tempted to develop themes in a classical vein, such as Joyce enclosed in a knot by Lacan, or, inversely, Lacan enclosed in a knot by Joyce, or even, Lacan enclosed in Joyce by Jacques Aubert, if one were to forget that this kind of enclosing only carries meaning in a Euclidean metrical space, the only space that the police in the purloined letter move about in. The police fail to spot the paradoxical relationships, even the singularities, that are authorized by topology, and which are required, for instance, by the Freudian lust/ch, the pleasure ego, which as Lacan points out on pages 133-4 has no exterior. The triviality of the Poppelian circle is met in the triviality of the separate rings that each give rise to a turning round in circles, to a particular enclosing, but it disappears when the fourfold Borromean nodality is established between them by means of the sinthome and, further still, the false nodality. This can be transposed onto the clinical plane. One can say, then, in the style of Vassiliev, that the said normality results from the trivializing transformation of a higher stratum knot. Herein lies the demonstration of the sinthome. It is topological. It requires the use of non-Euclidean spaces. 13. Other spaces. Lacan often makes reference, as he does on pages 68-9, to the paradox of symmetrical objects, which featured in Kant's inaugural dissertation of 1770. Lacan never tires of stressing the limited character of the transcendental aesthetic, which is fundamentally inadequate for subjective experience. Likewise, as on p. 96, Lacan often comes back to Desargues, his projective geometry and his point at infinity, which is axiomatically forbidden in Euclidism. When Les mots et/es choses came out in 1966, Lacan used Desargues in his Seminar 13 to analyze in his own way Las Meninas by Velázquez, following in the footsteps of Foucault, who was present at the session. Foucault's now famous commentary opens his book. Lacan was acquainted with two landmark texts by René Taton, El Ciever mathématique de Desargues and La géométrie projective en France de Desargues upon/et. One may also consult the excellent books by Judith V. Field, Professor of Art History at Birkbeck College, University of London, The Geometrical Work of Gerard Desargues, co-edited with J. J. Gray, and The Invention of Infinity, Mathematics and Art in the Renaissance. It may be noted that in his treatise on projective geometry, the 1639 rough draft, Desargues calls trunk a straight line cut by several other straight lines, and node the point at which a branch intersects a trunk. This fact would surely have interested Lacan, since he was not averse to underlining, on p. 99, that his text The Signification of the Phallus begins with the sentence, "We know that the unconscious castration complex has the function of a knot. We know that Newton fired the loins of the glitterati of his time." Lacan revisits Newton on several occasions in his teaching. In the Ethics of Psychoanalysis, p. 76, he attributes the invention of the categorical imperative, and the invention of a practical reason whose motives are detached from any sensible interest, to the disorienting effect of Newtonian physics, a physics that has reached a point of independence relative to das Ding, to the human Ding. In the fourth part of Radiophony, following the footsteps of Coyer, he dedicates several pages to the astronomic revolution, in which he sees a three-phase thought process: Copernicus, Galileo, and Newton. He reads the terminal point of the process as the instant of seeing of a new process whose two successive steps have yet to come. He thereby implies that Freud, by making do with his reference to Copernicus, betrays how he has limited the scope of his discovery of the unconscious. This Newtonian theme is taken up again in television. As for the Marquise du Châtelet, the divine Emily of the Voltaire, who spent 15 years at her side in the Château de Cirey, to whom he dedicated the lines, Si vous voulez que j'aime encore, I rendez-moi/age d'amours. It is traditional to portray her, unfairly, as a femme savante, when in fact she claims the fame of having translated the Principia into French. The two Causeries du Lundi by Saint Beuve on Voltaire et Cirey still make for very fine reading, even though they have been surpassed by historians' research on this tumultuous liaison. The Letters. 202 Jacques Alain Miller. Inspired by her passion for Saint Lambert, the playboy who was friend to Rousseau and lover to Sophie de Houdetot, were published by Louise Collet. Though Lacan may scoff at the infatuation for the god Newton, he nonetheless points out that a rumpus of this order is only to be expected following the discovery of some odd or end of the real, precisely because it foretells a change in the way of the world, an interruption of the notorious turning round in circles. Such was the case with the Freudian discovery. In his repeated grumblings over the large crowd at his weekly seminar at the law faculty on Rue Saint-Jacques, grumblings which are far from being an expression of vanity, Lacan is actually lamenting how he had not succeeded in his stated ambition of discovering in turn a new odd or end of the real. The presence of the droves around him strikes him as unwarranted, the sign of some imaginary obscenity. Perhaps, too, with their anticipation they pressed him to remain there, to stay rooted on the stage until he had made his find. This would make him the Antiochus of his audience, who in turn would serve as a Populaeus. He did not for all that wish for solitude. The right size for him would have been a small circle, if I may say so, of dedicated workers. So it is that we see him marvelling in the sinthome at the dialogue between the two friends Souris and Thome, or setting his son-in-law to work. Voltaire's couple with the Marquise clearly caused him greater difficulty. The recent feminist historiography has sought to revalorize her work, and quite rightly so. One recent article that is exceedingly clear-cut and compelling has stressed the extreme care of her translation and her continual effort to make the technical terms and abstract notions accessible to the public. Another interesting read is Judith P. Zinser's translating Newton's Principia, the Marquise du Châtelet's revision and additions for a French audience, notes and records of the Royal Society, London, 55, 2001, pages 227-45. Furthermore, attention has recently been drawn to a short work that was initially clandestine and condemned by the Church, then later softened down to become a European bestseller, Tu Newtonianismo per le Dame, Overo Dialoghi sopra la /us e ico /ori, Naples, 1737, by Francesco Algarotti, who presents Newtonian optics in a dialogue between the two sexes on Lake Garda, in the style of Le Bouvier de Fontenelle. The Italian text can be consulted on the website of the University of Bologna. 13. On this topic one can also read a recent article by Massimo Mazzotti in the British Journal for the History of Science on the University of Cambridge website. In short, the decried category of femme savante should not be an excuse to think that Madame du Châtelet and Madame Blavatsky are of the same stock. Lacan cites the name of the latter and mocks her diffuse bleed on the Manvantara. Since the life and work of the Russian theosophist are hardly familiar to the sectarians of Freud and Lacan, I think it will not be unhelpful to offer a brief sketch thereof, which owes everything to texts Théosophiques, Paris, without having been able to confirm the accuracy of any of the information, since I am not aware of any critical biography. Helena Petrovna was born in the Ukraine in 1831 while her father, Captain von Hahn, was in the service of the Tsar. From an early age she displayed strange parapsychological aptitudes. At 18 she married Nikifor Blavatsky, whose name she would immortalize, though she left him 3 months later, still a virgin, fleeing on horseback to travel around the world. Helena visited the Redskins and the Incas, before gaining access to the closed world of the high mystics in India and Tibet, and then the secret fellowships of the Druzes, where she was subjected many times to the most severe initiatory trials, from which she emerged gasping, but immovable in her determination, all in the service of her master's cause. The said master was an Indian Rajput, but this did not prevent her from maintaining close relations with Garibaldi, at whose side, at the Battle of Mentana, she would be wounded 5 times and left for dead. Once recovered, she set off for Florence, passing through Slovenia, staying in Tibet, finding herself in Greece, then in Cairo, Syria, Lebanon, Odessa, Budapest, then a brief spell at 11 Rue de l'Université in Paris, before embarking for the United States. In the U.S. she met W.Q. Judge, a young lawyer of Irish origin, who would become her loyal disciple. With him she founded the Theosophical Society in Manhattan, and wrote her first book, Isis Unveiled, all 1,200 pages of it. It sold out in 10 days. In it she condemns the sectarianism of scholars along with the spiritual monopoly that religion has arrogated to itself, and asserts the real existence of initiatory mysteries. Having become an American citizen she set off for India, where she created a journal. She became HPB to her close ones, and headquartered in Madras, before returning to Paris, 45 Rue Notre Dame des Champs, then roaming all over Europe, dining with Nubar Pasha in Cairo, astounding Gaston Maspero with the breadth of her knowledge, and finally going back to India. Even though her last years were blighted by the cabal formed by a French couple and an investigator from the Society for Psychical 204 Jacques-Alain Miller Research, who accused her of having made various fraudulent claims, she found the strength to found the Blavatsky Lodge, whose transactions shed new light on dreams, to create the magazine Lucifer, aiming to bring to light the hidden things of darkness, and above all to issue to the public her 1,500-page secret doctrine, followed by a popular compendium, The Key to Theosophy. In it she recognizes mankind's profound soul, a transpersonal core of consciousness underlying the ephemeral structure of the personal ego. This is said to constitute the nucleus of a veritable brotherhood of humanity, allowing for a global awareness. Madame Blavatsky then succumbed to a nasty bout of flu. Among the members of her society were, Edison, the astronomer Camille Flammarion, the Russian Chancellor Aksakov, Rudolf Steiner, the founder of anthroposophy, W.B. Yeats and Mondrian. Among the personalities who were close to theosophy or inspired by it, besides Joyce himself, were, Kandinsky, Malevich, Clay, Scriabin, D.H. Lawrence, T.S. Eliot and Henry Miller. The latter testified to the effect of subjective rectification that he obtained reading Blavatsky's work. I was hypnotized by her eyes and I had a complete vision of her as if she were in the room. Now I don't know if that had anything to do with what happened next, but I had a flash. I came to the realization that I was responsible for my whole life, whatever had happened. I used to blame my family, society, my wife, and that day I saw so clearly that I had nobody to blame but myself. I put everything on my shoulders and I felt so relieved. Now I'm free, no one else is responsible. In sum, where the others were, where hell is other people, I comes to be. 2 other weighty endorsements are foreground in the theosophical literature. Gandhi had met Madame Blavatsky in London, where some theosophists had shown him the Bhagavad Gita, and he maintained that the teaching of this Russian-American, née von Hahn, was Hinduism at its best. Meanwhile, in the 1960s, a certain someone purportedly presented herself at the international headquarters of the Theosophical Society in Udyar, wanting absolutely to pay a visit to the site, given that a copy of the secret doctrine used to hold pride of place on the desk of her late uncle, Albert Einstein. Two questions are of special interest to the reader of the sinthome. First, what is this Manvantara? Second, how is it that the name Blavatsky and the word Manvantara come to be on Lacan's lips on page 105? It is certainly no easy matter for the uninitiated to answer the first question. Nevertheless, by condensing and simplifying a great deal the sometimes incoherent data that I gathered from several sources, I have developed the following expose, without being able to guarantee whether it is perfectly orthodox, and without myself having penetrated its meaning, which in all likelihood is esoteric. We should start off from the fundamental postulate of theosophy: the universe, an uncreated reality that constitutes a unique whole, contains within it the potentiality of every manifested form, and this is why one can call it the unmanifested. Periodically it does manifest itself as an objective universe. The periods of manifestation and unmanifestation, or dissolution, alternate over both a long and a short duration. A life of Brahma is followed by a dissolution of Brahma of equal duration. The day of Brahma, when there is a manifestation, is followed by a night of Brahma, a dissolution of equal length, before a new awakening of Brahma comes to pass. If one is curious to know the durations in question, one just has to refer to the Srimad Bhagavatam. One life of Brahma lasts 100 divine years, that is, 311, 040, 000, 000, 000 human years. Each of the divine years contains 360 days and 360 nights, that is, 320, 000, 000 human years per divine day. Each divine day comprises 14 periods. At the start of each period, there is an apparition of a Manu, the generic name of the one and only sovereign whose mission is to govern the whole of the terrestrial world during this period, which bears his name. This is where we are. This period, which lies between two manas, is called Manvantara, or Age of the World. At present, on this day of 4 million odd years in which we find ourselves, 6 Manvantaras have already passed. We are living, therefore, in the 7th Manvantara, whose Manu, we will be pleased to learn, is Vaivasvata, son of the sun god. Blavatskyan theosophy ensures that each spirit passes through the Manvantara, that is to say, through manifestation for one's own enrichment and for that of the whole. Through a process of gradual evolution, the sages, the Mahatmas, and Rishis, who have appeared in the course of a Manvantara, naturally become, after its expiration, planetary spirits who guide the evolution of future planets. One and all are invited to profit from this knowledge in everyday life, preferably under the guidance of a confirmed master. This is certainly not impossible. Miller's testimony, if it is acknowledged, shows that this path, which might seem extraordinary or even extravagant, is nevertheless able to minimize one's minor ills, right there on the spot, for who would put anything off until tomorrow when the day and the night last 4 million years? Or rather, it is precisely because this path is so out of the ordinary that it is not implausible that it might enable a subject to obtain, at least fleetingly, a point of access to the effect of banalization that Freud readily understood as the result to be expected from an analysis. Second question, what is this astonishing Blavatsky blather doing in the sinthome? It was certainly summoned up by Joyce's taste for theosophical speculation, but not only that. Indeed, in his youth, Lacan was in contact with the major French initiate René Guénon, so much so that the scattered references to initiation in his teaching, as caustic as they most often are, nevertheless bear out the traces left by his former curiosity, and are absolutely first-hand. These references in Lacan bring out all the better the recent and, as it were, miraculous character of the advent of scientific discourse. On Guénon, see for example, Bruno Haepel, René Guénon et l'Eroi du Monde, Guy Tridonneil, 2001. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Guénon held Madame Blavatsky's doctrine to be harebrained, and brushed aside psychoanalysis for being downright diabolical. The eroticism that has always been attached to the unveiling of the world's mystery shows that it is expedient to distinguish, as does Lacan, between the symbol of the symbolic phallus, labeled uppercase, to be read capital Phi, and the signifier of the barred other, S, which designates, among other things, the nonsensical place of the last truth. 14. Derrida and the knot. In tribute to the memory of the philosopher who was one of the mentors of my youth, I shall develop further the detail conjured up by the mention of Derrida's name on p. 124. 14. Lacan judged that Derrida had neglected to acknowledge what the invention of grammatology and archaeocriture owed to the circulation of terms that came from his teaching, and that this invention was itself an academic counterfeit of this teaching, a confusional discourse, while sometimes recognizing, at least elusively, that the topicality of the question of writing in the intellectual and literary context of the time was largely due to Derrida's early articles, collected in Writing and Difference. On Derrida's side, in a now famous article from 1975, he indulges in a painstaking rereading of the 1956 seminar on the Purloined Letter and Post-Tale, under the cover of which he levels fundamental objections at Lacan's doctrine of the letter and logic of the signifier. The historical importance of this critique cannot be overestimated. For the followers of deconstruction, it had the effect of making Lacan seem old hat. For the Lacanians, they turned away from reading Derrida, even though many of them had followed his elaborations with great sympathy at the start. By my reckoning, however, the debt that I had acquired with respect to the man who, throughout my years at the École Normale had been my professor, my mentor, my friend, and even my confidant, forbade me from entering into this controversy by supporting Lacan's colors against his, just as I deemed that I did not share Lacan's declared contempt for Derrida. While I felt free to evoke this theme occasionally in my courses at the Department of Psychoanalysis, I abstained from giving any commentary beyond those confines. It was with this in mind in January 1987, during a roundtable discussion at the Collège International de Philosophie to which Derrida and Jean-Pierre Vernant had been invited to comment, on the release of the second volume of Elisabeth Roudinesco's Histoire de la Psychanalyse en France, I declined the sudden urging from the chairman of the panel, René Major, to respond to the objections raised in Les Facteurs de la Vérité. It was in this same spirit that, when I was publishing extracts from Seminar XX/1115 in the journal Ornicker, I withheld the passage where Lacan treats Derrida harshly for his preface to The Wolfman's Magic Word, a cryptonymy by Nicholas Abraham and Maria Turok. It nevertheless transpired that Derrida took me to task for this omission. The misunderstanding seemed to me to be irreversible, and overdetermined to such a degree that explaining myself to him could only amplify it. What was Derrida's central objection? For him, Lacan's letter is intangible and indestructible, an indivisible locality. Lacan purportedly assigns to the letter a proper, and properly circular, itinerary, and this would be attested by the final sentence of his text, so it is that what is meant by the purloined letter, or even en souffrance, is that a letter arrives always at its destination. Now, Derrida maintains that if the letter is indestructible then in fact it is being elevated to the ideality of a meaning, and if it comes back after each detour from its proper trajectory, it is because this is actually transcendental reappropriation and readequation. All in all, in Lacan, the signifier must never risk being lost, destroyed, divided, or fragmented without return. Against this law of the signifier, Derrida victoriously proffers dissemination and disseminating power. A letter can always not arrive at its destination, its partition is always possible, it can always be fragmented without return, and so on. The most straightforward reply to Derrida's objection forced itself upon me as soon as I read his 1975 article. It is not accurate that the letter as such in Lacan is intangible, indestructible, indivisible, or ideal. The memorable episodes of the letter's destruction, from the fire in the library of Alexandria to Kafka's instructions to Max Brod, and simple good sense as well, make it highly improbable that Lacan had maintained such a conception. but more than that, there is a text. Just a year and a half after writing the seminar on the Purloined Letter, which was completed in August 1956, Lacan wrote an article that was supposed to be published in the April 1958 issue of the journal Critique under the title The Youth of Gide, or The Letter and Desire. The last 6 pages are devoted to an admirable analysis of Madeleine's act of burning the near totality of letters she had received from André. No sooner had she learnt of his departure for England with his young lover, Marc Allegret. Lacan recognizes in the act of burning these letters the same act that Medea commits. Indeed, at the same time as she sacrifices what is most precious to her, as she puts it, she also wrests it from Gide, who wept over the letters, his child, the best of me. He would wait for Madeleine's death before penning his testimony of this event. Under the Virgilian title Et nunc Mene in te. It was only then that he yielded the pages of his journal dedicated to the episode, which he had cut out of the previous volume. Lacan stresses the fact that these letters had no copies, which according to him attests to their nature as a fetish. He sees them as comparable to what Molière's character Harpagon hides in his cash box, the object that is brought into function in desire, which Lacan would later designate as the cause of desire. Even though the word is never uttered, Lacan undoubtedly recognizes in Gide's letters the status of the objecte. But there is no need to venture into such arcana to affirm, on the basis of this text, that it is inaccurate to allege that Lacan failed to recognize the letter's tangible, destructible, and divisible character, which is not ideal but very material. On the other hand, it is hard to explain how such a pemmicanty reader as Derrida, who was so anxious about the sources of his information, so lavish in his quotations, who didn't hesitate to scour the volume of the Écrits to show how it was entirely steeped in the erroneous doctrine he detected in the seminar on the Purloined Letter, should have skipped over what is spread out across 6 pages of The Youth of Gide. This omission is all the more surprising given that this text features among the 14 I counted, 2 pages of which, p. 742 and p. 753, are quoted on pages 467 to 8 of the postcard in regard to the function of fiction in literature, but without the faintest mention of the title of the article from which the quotations are lifted. These 6 pages of the Écrits thus stand as the Purloined Letter, or the blunder of the purveyor of truth. A first blunder since, when Le Facteur de la Vérité came out, literature had already been published 4 years hence, and this text contained everything it should have taken to hold the philosopher's attention. Indeed, it was first published as the leading article of issue 3 of the journal Literature, which also included the note on Dora that Lacan mentions on p. 87 of the sinthome, and whose author was a friend they had in common, herself a Joycean, Helene Sixus. Derrida had ascribed to Joyce and his attempt to repeat all equivocation, the place of an other pole with respect to the Husserlian attempt to obtain a univocal and transparent language. This was a veritable choice on the side of heresy. These days we can scarcely imagine just how incongruous this orientation was in the philosophical context of the time, and this played no small part in the fact that among all the teachers back then at the Sorbonne, I chose the young Derrida to become his student. I would feel bad were these lines to revive the Picrocollan wars between Lacanians and Derridians when the present situation, which is characterized by the resurgence of orthodoxies, could on the contrary lead their students to renew their alliances of old. Lacan and Derrida are each major figures in their respective genres, it is simply a matter of knowing what those genres are. After all, Lacan began, as he reminds us in the sinthome, with Écrits inspires, schizography. Perhaps everything is to be found there. There is certainly much to be said to clarify Derrida in contrast to Lacan, and vice versa. One could of course defend much further the pertinence of the perspective chosen in Le Facteur de la Vérité, but I would prefer to count on the many practitioners of deconstruction for that, this text having pushed me away from an oeuvre whose progress I had followed up to that point. What I do know is that the knots in the sinthome are a form of writing, and the knot is a letter. Moreover, Lacan reckoned he had inaugurated this business of writing through the role he had been giving, from his Seminar 9 onwards, to the unary trait. Intention, with an S, p. 132, Lacan had already employed the distinction between intension and extension. The distinction is recognized in logic. The extension of a class is the objects that it contains, its denotation. The intension is the definition of these objects, the property or attribute that allow them to be selected in a universe. Intention can be purely subjective, varying according to different individuals. It can also be objective and designate all the attributes, whether known or unknown, that the denoted objects have in common. Intention is then equivalent to comprehension. Lastly, if it concerns only those attributes selected by convention, then intention is equivalent to connotation. This latter aspect is the one that concerns logic. One can find this useful three-phase division in the old primer by Cohen and Nagel, An Introduction to Logic and Scientific Method, Routledge, 1934, reprinted in 1963, pages 30-3. This is where the difficulties begin. Quine found intention deeply repellent because of the so-called referential opacity phenomena to which it gives rise, notably in quotation, and because of the appearance of truth-value gaps that complicate deduction. Thus, the penultimate chapter of Word and Object, MIT Press, 1960, carries the title Flight from Intention. Quine endorses and methodically organizes this flight from Egypt by banning all intentional objects in accordance with the principle, worthy of Antiochus Epiphanes, that explication is elimination. It is true that language amounts to much ado about nothing, but forcing oneself to speak only and always about what exists results in a perfectly transparent and regimented discourse that is shorn of proper names, that is shorn of meanings and surprises, a discourse in which we always know in advance who is who and who does what. The Quinian universe, with its detached and ironic Olympian calm, a little dull but exceedingly worthy, and really rather nice once the extermination of intruders has been taken care of, in which there reigns a principle of caution and least effort that has been pushed to its extreme, and whose stimmung is not far removed from the one that makes itself felt in the logician's autobiography, did not survive Rorty's betrayal, infected though it was with the most muddled intentional abstractions of French theory, deconstruction, and even Heidegger. Nor above all did it survive the assault from Kripke, which was hailed by Lacan no sooner than his lectures were collected in the 1972 volume that bears the title Naming and Necessity. We shall mention once again that the translator of this book was a contributor to Lacan's seminar. A little further down, on p. 133, Lacan indicates that he once turned his interest to the enigma of the riddle. A passage from the other side of Psychoanalysis 16 effectively defines enigma in reference to enunciation, in contradistinction to quotation which is defined in reference to the statement. The enigma is an enunciation that defers to the listener in order to become a statement. The quotation is a statement that settles the enigma of enunciation by means of the author's proper name. This pairing is highly instructive. For example, it affords an immediate understanding of why it was quite normal that it should be the co-author of the Vocabulary of Psychoanalysis, a very orderly compilation of quotes from Freud, who questioned Lacan on the truth of truth 17, saying the truth about truth presupposes eliminating the enunciation in favor of the statement. Yet, this true, which is the intentional truth from page 132, remains relative to the universe of discourse that is under consideration, to its axioms and procedures of validation. It just requires a harmonious accord of signifiers among themselves. The signifier, like the jackass, rubs itself against the signifier, it deploys its networks, meanders and labyrinths, but all this is tantamount to turning round in circles in the ring of the symbolic, around an invisible hole, that of the want of saying. This is the Quinian path, which is not bereft of wisdom. On the other hand, there is the paradoxical necessity, as in the sinthome, of inventing and naming the bare real, which is set apart from the true, which exists relative to the symbolic order, and which is lawless, disconnected, and haphazard. This is a new and extreme variation of Lacan's perennial formula: truth possesses the structure of fiction, it is phantasmatic through and through, it is mendacious, or rather mensonge, the songe qui ment, the dream that tells lies, it is semblance, it stands betwixt us and the real. Footnotes are one of the ordinary incarnations of the truth about truth. Whether from the author or his commentator, whether at the foot of the page or carried over to the end of the book, the footnote stands in the position of metalanguage, from which it effects a semblance of validation with respect to the object language. One has only to savor Anthony Grafton's lesson in his spicy little book The Footnote, A Curious History, Faber, 1997, to grasp the deep-lying reasons that led Lacan to decide to rule out this way of going about things for the published edition of his seminar, where what is at stake is to make an enunciation pass through into writing without dulling its enigmatic radiance. It will be remarked that in this note I have replaced tragedy 18 with facetiae, and you shall be the judge of whether I have displayed the enigma of enunciation, in its loquacity as much as its arbitrariness and mystery. The adjective unerkannt on p. 129, which translates as unrecognized, unacknowledged, or unidentified, features as a noun in a famous sentence from Chapter 7 of the Interpretation of Dreams, dedicated to the psychology of the dream processes. Freud notes the persistence of een stel im dunkel in the most thoroughly interpreted dreams, and he adds, dies ist dandernabel de traum, die stel, en der dem unerkannten aufsitzt. There has been a great deal of lucubration around this so-called unknown. When asked about it in January 1975, Lacan translates unerkannt as unacknowledged. He identifies it with what Freud calls the Urverdrehend, the primary or primordially repressed, which he reads as a knot in the utterable comparable to the hole in the drive. On this topic, he developed some highly original considerations. Freud notes in the same passage that the dream thoughts branch out in every direction, like the networks of the Project for a Scientific Psychology that are involved on page 112. One keeps on finding, and yet one keeps on searching. Finding is not the opposite of searching. The find does not put an end to the search, but endlessly starts it over again. The same goes for the remarks that make up this note threaded stitch by stitch. Lacan once adopted for himself Picasso's superb statement, I do not seek, I find. I am the author of the rather uncharitable remark alluded to on p. 74, these days, you might as well say, I don't find, I seek. In the same spirit, Seep. 106. What was he seeking? Well, a knot from which he could fashion the privileged support of his lucubrations, and which would start them over again by questioning him, as we saw him doing with the non-permutative rotation of the four well-chosen symbols from which he would draw his four discourses. He sought an aid of the same sort in Joyce. Unlike Joyce, however, he did not dream of calling upon the Father. If the knot as the subject's support holds together, then there is no need of the name of the Father, it is superfluous. If the knot does not hold together, the name holds the function of the sinthome. In psychoanalysis, it is an instrument for transforming jouissance by way of meaning. It works in the same way as the name that transforms the X of the mother's desire in the paternal metaphor, by giving it the signification of the phallus. One can, therefore, make use of the name of the Father while still dispensing with any belief in it. This sentence has provided the theme of the next Congress of the World Association of Psychoanalysis, which will be held in Rome in 2006. The reference to totem and taboo on p. 130 is a cursory reminder of the thesis that was set out and developed at length in the second part of The Other Side of Psychoanalysis, pages 85 to 140, under the title Beyond the Oedipus Complex. Lacan calls upon this beyond. 20. In order to restore to female sexuality its own specific structure, which Freud had unduly restricted to male coordinates. Yet all the help in the world could never silence the tolling bell of the hopelessness that resounds throughout the sinthome like a nevermore. It is the hopelessness of the method of the knots, the hopelessness of any relation between the sexes. Lacan had commented on Plato's Symposium in his seminar on transference, the sixth chapter of which was dedicated to Aristophanes' myth. He later offered a less optimistic and somewhat fantastic version, worthy of Edgar Allan Poe, in what is known as the Lamello myth, mentioned on pages 29 to 30. In this lamella one can recognize the entity that Freud conjured up in his 1915 article Trieb und Triebschicksal, eins fast völlig Hilflosen, in der Welt nach unorientierten Lebewesens, welches Reis in seiner Nervensubstanz aufhängt, an almost entirely helpless organism, as yet unoriented in the world, whose nerve substance receives stimuli. Lacan turns this into the representation of libido. It would be a third, supplementary, entity that arises from the break of the initial egg. This is an image of the object A, an object that itself translates the constant character of the Freudian drive, its constant craft. The approach to energetics by way of a numerical constant to be obtained in a closed universe is pointed out on pages 113 to 14 of the sinthome. This theme made its appearance in Lacan's teaching during Seminar 12, in reference to the Feynman lectures on physics. It is also mentioned in television, pages 24 to 5. In the sinthome, Lacan underlines the helpmeet against, the ezer kenegdo, the one that God created for man by giving him a woman. The word kenegdo has not failed to mobilize the ingenuity of exegetes. Its roots are k, as, and ngd, which is contrary to, in front of, opposite, in the presence of, and spouse. In verses 18 and 20, the dis written with a dot, which gives it the sense of opposed, contrary. The literal translation would be, as a presence of that which is against. In the English translation of the Aggadah from the Babylonian Talmud we read, R. Eliezer also said, what is the meaning of the scriptural text, I will make an ezer kenegdo? If he is worth it, she is his helper, and if he is not worth it, she is against him. It is written kenegdo but we read kenegdo, when he is worth it, she is a counterpart for him, but when he is not, she chastises him. 21. The Midrash Rabbah, which was compiled in the 5th century, states that the kenegdo shall be a helper if he merits it, otherwise, against him. The Perk de Rabbi Eliezer, Midrashic commentaries that were composed c. 830 and which gave a decisive push to the shaping of Kabbalah, in particular the composition of the Zohar, sets down the following, Rabbi Jehuda said. If he be worthy she shall be an helpmeet for him, if not, she shall be against him to fight him. 23. The word lenigdo is constructed of l, meaning towards, with a movement, and ngd, meaning against. Finally, we have the Zohar. This helpmeet against him is the Mishnah, the maidservant of the Shekinah. If Israel so merits, the Mishnah will be a helpmeet in his exile, functioning on the side of the permissible, the pure, and the kosher. If not, the Mishnah will be against him, functioning on the side of the impure, the improper, and the forbidden. The Mishnah is literally the repetition, or the second, written between the 1st and 2nd centuries. It constitutes the base of the legislative teaching of Judaism. Antoine Fabre d'Olivet translated the verse literally, Je ferai lui un force auxiliaire en reflet lumineux de lui. 24. As much as Blavatsky, or even Anne Catherine Emmerich, as much as the Marquis de Saint-Yves d'Alvedre, who possessed the faculty of being able to duplicate himself and project into the astral realm and who became guru to René Guénon, as much as Ferdinand Antoni Ossendowski, the author of Beasts, Men, and Gods, and just as much as the whole Swedenborgian procession of the last centuries, this great Kabbalist initiate deserves wider renown. See issue 138 of the Revue d'études DOC, June 2004, devoted to Fabre d'Olivet, Occitanist, Hebraist, and Theosophist, under the aegis of the Centre d'Enseignement et de Recherche DOC, Paris Sorbonne University. Les Secrets Kabbalistiques de la Bible, Licorne Ailey, from the hand of Francois Brousse, the eminent and prolific neo-surrealist poet theosophist, also makes for profitable reading. Are there such secrets to be found in the sinthome? One could plausibly maintain that there are. For example, who would believe that it is really by chance that Sollers in the late 1970s, that is, precisely during Lacan's last years, wrote his Paradis? When one knows that the word comes from Paradesha, the supreme region in Sanskrit, one cannot help but wonder to what extent the seminar, under the reassuring appearance of a rational exploration of the properties of knots for psychoanalytic purposes, might actually have been the spiritual center that is described in tradition under the name of Agartha, the paradise of the present esoteric cycle? To go straight to the heart of the matter, doesn't Sollers let us hear, in his exceedingly singular novel, that he recognized in the person of the Dr. Lacan none other than Melchizedek, or rather, Melchizedek? The question is there for the posing. That it should be greeted with a chuckle to which the interested parties are well accustomed, and that Lacan like Freud should have flatly rejected any compromise with occultism, ought not to be confused by anyone with a serious refutation. Since it's slower, paradoxically, it gets ahead of itself, explains Sollers of Paradise. This paradox, with its indisputably Kabbalistic scent, is also the paradox of the sinthome, in which the power of unreading that Lacan prided himself on is pushed to its limits. Let's come back to the aforementioned hopelessness. It also makes itself heard in Lacan's gloomy reply to the question about China on p. 118, "I've been waiting, but I don't hope for anything." In his 1968-1969 seminar, Lacan hypothesized that Chairman Mao was aiming to reconfigure the relationships between the subject and knowledge. But Lacan added that we would have to wait in order to see more clearly. In 1976, it was still a matter of waiting, but this time without hope. Already in 1972, in a private admonition to his then militantly Maoist son-in-law, Lacan was maintaining that money reigns supreme in Peking. This absence of hope is not despair. It opens the path to wisdom. But which wisdom? On no account is it that of the Book of Wisdom. Among the sapiential books in the third part of the Bible, Lacan singles out this one for how it grounds wisdom on lack. This point is especially tangible in the first part of the book, which lists the ills with which the righteous may be afflicted without losing their quality of righteousness. No, the wisdom of the sinthome is not resignation to lack, nor is it the return to zero or the homeostasis of the stable existence of the universal under the ferule of the pleasure principle. The wisdom of the sinthome is neither the wisdom of Solomon, nor Hegel, nor Husserl, nor Quine, but much rather Joyce, as the young Derrida had spotted so well. Joycean wisdom is much rather a philosophy. It consists in making use of one's sinthome, the singularity of one's supposed psychical handicap, for better or worse, without crushing its relief under common sense. Even when it falls under the remit of myriad apology, Proceedings of the 14H/JCAL San Mateo, Morgan Kaufman, 1995, pages 846-52, common sense remains fundamentally Scottish. As for synthomal wisdom, it is of Irish stock. Nothing could be further from the French ideological school, for which Lacan harbored a deep and constant aversion. This aversion has, moreover, often been mutual. Ideology still permeates in this day and age what the French like to think of as their esprit cartésien, which is actually far removed from the spirit of the adventurous cavalier that Descartes was. In the progeny of ideology, which is altogether forgotten nowadays in keeping with its omnipresence in the intellectual HFE of the nation, we also meet as much the École Polytechnique 1K students, at least those of the 19th century, who prided themselves on having more precise and more satisfactory solutions than anyone else for all political, religious, and social questions, and who ventured to create a religion as one learns at the École to build a bridge or a road, as the ironic liberal partisans of Ernest Renan, whose brightest prospects in humanism and literature are Messrs. Marc Fumaroli and Fran Ois Chiro. The ethic sketched out in the sinthome is complemented by an aesthetic. The aged Lacan's inspired speculations and sometimes exceedingly laboured diffuse bleed, his a note threaded stitch by stitch 219 breaches through the dark obscurity, and his serpentine knots, which for him were both torture and delight, emit a strange effect of beauty. This is not peaceful Fibonaccian beauty in the pattern of the golden section, designed to accord with stable existence in the universal, it is the winding, varied, and haphazard beauty that Hogarth's genius depicted in a single undulating ethereal line. himself something of a Populaeus here. Hogarth encloses it not in a circle this time, but in a translucent pyramid. 0 Lacan, now that thou art no more than the name of thy Luciferian desire, in the proper sense, he who shines light in the darkness, this faithful Achates, who carries upon his back the weight of this light, calls on thy glorious shadow to bear witness. I can say that yes, I am content at having endued thy voice with the written form most worthy of bearing it, content at having brightened thy sombre dissonant symphony with 100-fold blithesome arias, content to have done so, while delivering to the common folk nothing of the unsullied arcana of thy lettre voix/ee. Leaning on Jacques Alain, his staff beyond the grave, the doctor stands upright, in keeping with the erstwhile wish of their dear. Back to the start. Nota bene. The écrits have been referenced in the 1966 French edition, and the autres écrits in the 2001 edition. Both were published by Seuil, who have also published all the seminars edited to date. The seminars yet to appear have been referenced in the text as currently in preparation. Philippe Sollers has kindly agreed for Navarin to reprint his interview quoted in a short book that will bear the title Lacan Meme, which is slated to come out at the same time as the sinthome. The historian Dominique Colas, author of the classic Le Leninisme, Philosophie et sociologie politique du Leninisme, contacted by my brother Gerard, located the Lenin quotes in 5 for me, the mathematician M*S** proved 11, and informed me of Perco's remarkable discovery. The historian Elizabeth Raudinesco, whose works form part of the essential references of the period, provided me with the dates and titles I needed for the 5th paragraph of 15. The psychiatrist Yves-Claude Stavy shared with me his knowledge on the helpmeet Kenegdo. An additional reference was furnished by the Israeli psychoanalyst Marco Mauz. I have been surrounded by the abiding friendship of my colleagues from the École de la Cause Freudienne and the World Association of Psychoanalysis, who have helped me more than I can say. I would like to express my gratitude for the aid they have been kind enough to offer me, and I thank in advance any reader who would like to collaborate in the revision of a text that is the object of continuing work. Comments should be forwarded C/O my publisher. Please pardon the author's faults. As Joyce said for a long while of Finnegan's Wake, work in progress. Hardly had I finished correcting the text of the present note than someone pointed out to me, in this week's edition of the magazine Voice, an interview with Philippe Sollers under the title Oui, je suis Dieu. Actually, those words come from the lips of the journalists. They say that you're God in the world of literature, to which Sollers gives an OK Urion reply, well, my children, yes, I'm God. The mere existence of this humorous exchange confirms, if need be, my argument in 12. I shall add, following the same register of ideas, that to offer to the public some notion that approximated the figure of the psychoanalyst, Lacan drew on saintliness, and not on the unique God, since the analyst has no more existence than la femme. If the analyst is a saint, the question could then be posed as to whether the unconscious might not be God. In any case, one can be quite sure that if he were, he would be unable, contrary to Sollers, to affirm, yes, I am. He would not even know that he exists.